Chapter 33 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 33. Though I had consented to this scheme, I was conscious that some hazards attended it. I was afraid of calumny, which might trouble the peace or destroy the reputation of my friend. I was afraid of my own weakness, which might be seduced into an indiscreet marriage by the charms or sufferings of this bewitching creature. I felt that there was no price too dear to save her from slander. A fair fame is of the highest importance to a young female, and the loss of it but poorly supplied by the testimony of her own conscience. I had reason for tenfold solicitude on this account, since I was her only protector and friend. Hence I cherished some hopes that time might change her views and suggest less dangerous schemes. Meanwhile, I was to lose no time in visiting Malverton and Philip Hadwin. About 10 days had elapsed since we had deserted Malverton. These were days of successive storms, and travelling had been rendered inconvenient. The weather was now calm and clear, and early in the morning that ensued the dialogue which I have just related, I set out on horseback. Honest Caleb was found eating his breakfast nearly on the spot where he had been first discovered. He answered my inquiries by saying that 2 days after our departure, several men had come to the house, one of whom was Philip Hadwin. They had interrogated him as to the condition of the farm and the purpose of his remaining on it. William Hadwin they knew to have been some time dead, but where were the girls, his daughters? Caleb answered that Susie, the eldest, was likewise dead. These tidings excited astonishment. When died she, and how, and where was she buried? It happened 2 days before, and she was buried, he believed, but could not tell where. Not tell where? By whom then was she buried? Really, he could not tell. Some strange man came there just as she was dying. He went to the room, and when she was dead, took her away, but what he did with the body was more than he could say, but he had a notion that he buried it. The man stayed till the morning, and then went off with Lizzie, leaving him to keep house by himself. He had not seen either of them, nor indeed a single soul since. This was all the information that Caleb could afford the visitants. It was so lame and incredible that they began to charge the man with falsehood and to threaten him with legal animadversion. Just then Mr. Ellis entered the house, and being acquainted with the subject of discourse, told all that he himself knew. He related the midnight visit which I had paid him, explained my former situation in the family, and my disappearance in September. He had stated the advice he had given me to carry Eliza to her uncle's, and my promise to comply with his counsel. The uncle declared he had seen nothing of his niece, and Caleb added that when she set out, she took the road that led to town. These hints afforded grounds for much conjecture and suspicion. Ellis now mentioned some intelligence that he had gathered respecting me in a late journey to . It seems I was the son of an honest farmer in that quarter, who married a tidy girl of a milkmaid that lived with him. My father had detected me in making some atrocious advances to my mother-in-law, and had turned me out of doors. I did not go off, however, without rifling his drawer of some hundreds of dollars, which he had laid up against a rainy day. I was noted for such pranks, and was hated by all the neighbours for my pride and laziness. It was easy, by comparison of circumstances, for Ellis to ascertain that Hadwin's servant, Mervyn, was the same against whom such heavy charges were laid. Previously to this journey, he had heard of me from Hadwin, who was loud in praise of my diligence, sobriety, and modesty. For his part, he had always been cautious of giving countenance to vagrants that came from nobody knew where, and worked their way with a plausible tongue. He was not surprised to hear it whispered that Betsy Hadwin had fallen in love with the youth, and now, no doubt, he had persuaded her to run away with him. The heiress of a fine farm was a prize not to be met with every day. Philip broke into rage at this news, swore that if it turned out so, his niece should starve upon the town, and that he would take good care to balk the lad. His brother, he well knew, had left a will, to which he was executor, and that this will would in good time be forthcoming. After much talk and ransacking the house, and swearing at his truant niece, he and his company departed, charging Caleb to keep the house and its contents for his use. This was all that Caleb's memory had retained of that day's proceedings. Curling had lately commented on the character of Philip Hadwin. This man was totally unlike his brother, was a noted brawler and bully, a tyrant to his children, a plague to his neighbors, and kept a rendezvous for drunkards and idlers at the sign of the Bull's Head at blank. He was not destitute of parts, and was no less dreaded for cunning than malignity. He was covetous, and never missed an opportunity of overreaching his neighbor. There was no doubt that his niece's property would be embezzled, should it ever come into his hands, and any power which he might obtain over her person would be exercised to her destruction. His children were tainted with the dissoluteness of their father, and marriage had not repaired the reputation of his daughters, or cured them of depravity. This was the man whom I now proposed to visit. I scarcely need to say that the calumny of Betty Lawrence gave me no uneasiness. My father had no doubt been deceived, as well as my father's neighbors, by the artifices of this woman. I passed among them for a thief and a profligate, but their error had hitherto been harmless to me. The time might come which should confute the tale without my efforts. Betty, sooner or later, would drop her mask and afford the antidote to her own poisons, unless some new incident should occur to make me hasten the catastrophe. I arrived at Hadwin's house. I was received with some attention as a guest. I looked, among the pimpled visages that filled the piazza, for that of the landlord, but found him in an inner apartment with 2 or 3 more seated round a table. On intimating my wish to speak with him alone, the others withdrew. Hadwin's visage had some traces of resemblance to his brother, but the meek, placid air, pale cheeks, and slender form of the latter were powerfully contrasted with the bloated arrogance, imperious brow, and robust limbs of the former. This man's rage was awakened by a straw. It impelled him in an instant to oaths and buffetings, and made his life an eternal brawl. The sooner my interview with such a personage should be at an end, the better. I therefore explained the purpose of my coming as fully and in as few words as possible. "Your name, sir, is Philip Hadwin. Your brother William, of Malverton, died lately and left 2 daughters. The youngest only is now alive, and I come, commissioned from her, to inform you that, as no will of her father's is extant, she is preparing to administer to his estate. As her father's brother, she thought you entitled to this information." The change which took place in the countenance of this man during this address was remarkable, but not easily described. His cheeks contracted a deeper crimson, his eyes sparkled, and his face assumed an expression in which curiosity was mingled with rage. He bent forward and said in a hoarse and contemptuous tone, "Pray, is your name Mervyn?" I answered without hesitation, and as if the question were wholly unimportant, "Yes, my name is Mervyn." "God damn it! Then you are the damned rascal!" But permit me to repeat his speech without the oaths with which it was plentifully interlarded. Not 3 words were uttered without being garnished with a "God damn it," "damnation," "I'll be damned to hell if," and the like energetic expletives. You then are the rascal that robbed Billy's house, that ran away with the fool of his daughter, persuaded her to burn her father's will, and have the hellish impudence to come into this house. But I thank you for it. I was going to look for you. You've saved me trouble. I'll settle all accounts with you here. Fair and softly, my good lad. If I don't bring you to the gallows, if I let you escape without such a dressing, damned impudence. Fellow, I've been at Malverton. I've heard of your tricks. So, finding the will not quite to your mind, knowing that the executor would balk at your schemes, you threw the will into the fire, you robbed the house of all the cash and made off with the girl. The old fellow saw it all and will swear to the truth." These words created some surprise. I meant not to conceal from this man the tenor and destruction of the will, nor even the measures which his niece had taken or intended to take. What I supposed to be unknown to him appeared to have been communicated by the talkative Caleb, whose mind was more inquisitive and less sluggish than first appearances had led me to imagine. Instead of moping by the kitchen fire when Eliza and I were conversing in an upper room, it now appeared that he had reconnoitred our proceedings through some keyhole or crevice, and had related what he had seen to Hadwin. Hadwin proceeded to exhaust his rage in oaths and menaces. He frequently clenched his fist and thrust it in my face, drew it back as if to render his blow more deadly, ran over the same series of exclamations on my impudence and villainy, and talked of the gallows and the whipping post, and forced each word by the epithets damnable and hellish, closed each sentence with, "and be cursed to you." There was but one mode for me to pursue. All forcible opposition to a man of his strength was absurd. It was my province to make his anger confine itself to words, and patiently to wait till the paroxysm should end or subside of itself. To effect this purpose, I kept my seat, and carefully excluded from my countenance every indication of timidity and panic on the one hand, and of scorn and defiance on the other. My look and attitude were those of a man who expected harsh words, but who entertained no suspicion that blows would be inflicted. I was indebted for my safety to an inflexible adherence to this medium. To have strayed for a moment to either side would have brought upon me his blows. That he did not instantly resort to violence inspired me with courage, since it depended on myself whether food should be supplied to his passion. Rage must either progress or decline, and, since it was in total want of provocation, it could not fail of gradually subsiding. My demeanour was calculated to damp the flame, not only by its direct influence, but by diverting his attention from the wrongs which he had received to the novelty of my behaviour. The disparity in size and strength between us was too evident to make him believe that I confided in my sinews for my defence, and since I betrayed neither contempt nor fear, he could not but conclude that I trusted to my own integrity or to his moderation. I seized the first pause in his rhetoric to enforce this sentiment. "You are angry, Mr. Hadwin, and are loud in your threats, but they do not frighten me. They excite no apprehension or alarm, because I know myself able to convince you that I have not injured you. This is an inn, and I am your guest. I am sure I shall find better entertainment than blows. Come," continued I, smiling, "it is possible that I am not so mischievous a wretch as your fancy paints me. I have no claims upon your niece but that of friendship, and she is now in the house of an honest man, Mr. Curling, where she proposes to continue as long as is convenient. It is true that your brother left a will, which his daughter burnt in my presence, because she dreaded the authority which that will gave you, not only over her property but person. It is true that on leaving the house she took away the money which was now her own, and which was necessary to subsistence. It is true that I bore her company, and have left her in an honest man's keeping. I am answerable for nothing more. As to you, I meant not to injure you. I advised not the burning of the will. I was a stranger till after that event to your character. I knew neither good nor ill of you. I came to tell you all this because, as Eliza's uncle, you had a right to the information. So, you come to tell me that she burnt the will and is going to administer to what, I beseech you, to her father's property? Aye, I warrant you. But take this along with you. That property is mine. Land, house, stock, everything. All is safe and snug under cover of a mortgage, to which Billy was kind enough to add a bond. One was sued and the other entered up a week ago. So that all is safe under my thumb, and the girl may whistle or starve for me. I shall give myself no concern about the strumpet. You thought to get a prize, but, damn me, you've met with your match in me. Phil Haddon's not so easily choused, I promise you. I intended to give you this news and a drubbing into the bargain, but you may go and make haste. She burnt the will, did she, because I was named in it, and sent you to tell me so? Good souls, it was kind of you, and I'm bound to be thankful. Take her back news of the mortgage, and as for you, leave my house. You may go scot-free this time, but I pledge my word for a sound beating when you next enter these doors. I'll pay it to you with interest. Leave my house, I say. A mortgage, said I, in a low voice, and affecting not to hear his commands. That will be sad news for my friend. Why, sir, you are a fortunate man. Malverton is an excellent spot, well watered and manured, newly and completely fenced, not a larger barn in the county. Oxen and horses and cows in the best order. I never set eyes on a finer orchard. By my faith, sir, you are a fortunate man. But pray, what have you for dinner? I am as hungry as a wolf. Order me a beefsteak and some potation or other. The bottle there, is it cider? I take it, pray, push it to this side. Saying this, I stretched out my hand towards the bottle which stood before him. I confided in the power of a fearless and sedate manner. Methought that, as anger was the food of anger, it must unavoidably subside in a contest with equability. This opinion was intuitive rather than the product of experience, and perhaps I gave no proof of my sagacity in hazarding my safety on its truth. Hadwin's character made him dreaded and obeyed by all. He had been accustomed to ready and tremulous submission from men far more brawny and robust than I was, and to find his most vehement menaces and gestures totally ineffectual on a being so slender and diminutive at once wound up his rage and excited his astonishment. One motion counteracted and suspended the other. He lifted his hand, but delayed to strike. One blow applied with his usual dexterity was sufficient to destroy me. Though seemingly careless, I was watchful of his motions, and prepared to elude the stroke by shrinking or stooping. Meanwhile, I stretched my hand far enough to seize the bottle, and pouring its contents into a tumbler, put it to my lips. Come, sir, I drink your health, and wish you speedy possession of Malverton. I have some interest with Eliza, and will prevail on her to forbear all opposition and complaint. Why should she complain? While I live, she shall not be a beggar. No doubt your claim is legal, and therefore ought to be admitted. What the law gave, the law has taken away. Blessed be the dispensers of the law. Excellent cider. Open another bottle, will you, and I beseech hasten dinner, if you would not see me devour the table. It was just, perhaps, to conjure up the demon avarice to fight with the demon anger. Reason alone would, in such a contest, be powerless, but, in truth, I spoke without artifice or disguise. If his claim were legal, opposition would be absurd and pernicious. I meant not to rely upon his own assertions, and would not acknowledge the validity of his claim till I had inspected the deed. Having instituted suits, this was now in a public office, and there the inspection should be made. Meanwhile, no reason could be urged why I should part from him in anger, while his kindred to Eliza and his title to her property made it useful to secure his favour. It was possible to obtain a remission of his claims even when the law enforced them. It would be imprudent, at least, to diminish the chances of remission by fostering his wrath and provoking his enmity. "What!" he exclaimed in a transport of fury. "Ain't I the master of my own house? Out, I say!" These were harsh terms, but they were not accompanied by gestures and tones so menacing as those which had been before used. It was plain that the tide, which so lately threatened my destruction, had begun to recede. This encouraged me to persist. "Be not alarmed, my good friend," said I, placidly and smiling. "A man of your bone need not fear a pygmy like me. I shall scarcely be able to dethrone you in your own castle, with an army of hostlers, tapsters, and cooks at your beck. You shall still be master here, provided you use your influence to procure me a dinner." His acquiescence in a pacific system was extremely reluctant and gradual. He laid aside one sullen tone and wrathful look after the other, and at length consented not only to supply me with a dinner, but to partake of it with me. Nothing was more a topic of surprise to himself than his forbearance. He knew not how it was. He had never been treated so before. He was not proof against entreaty and submission, but I had neither supplicated nor submitted. The stuff that I was made of was at once damnably tough and devilishly pliant. When he thought of my impudence in staying in his house after he bade me leave it, he was tempted to resume his passion. When he reflected on my courage in making light of his anger, notwithstanding his own impetuosity and my personal inferiority, he could not withhold his esteem. But my patience under his rebukes, my unalterable equanimity, and my ready consent to the validity of his claims, soothed and propitiated him. An exemption from blows and abuse was all that I could gain from this man. I told him the truth, with regard to my own history, so far as it was connected with the Hadwins. I exhibited, in affecting colours, the helpless condition of Eliza, but could extort from him nothing but his consent that, if she chose, she might come and live with him. He would give her victuals and clothes for so much housework as she was able to do. If she chose to live elsewhere, he promised not to molest her or intermeddle in her concerns. The house and land were his by law, and he would have them. It was not my province to revile or expostulate with him. I stated what measures would be adopted by a man who regarded the interest of others more than his own, who was anxious for the welfare of an innocent girl, connected with him so closely by the ties of kindred, and who was destitute of what is called natural friends. If he did not cancel, for her sake, his bond and mortgage, he would at least afford her a frugal maintenance. He would extend to her, in all emergencies, his counsel and protection. After that, he said, was sheer nonsense. He could not sufficiently wonder at my folly in proposing to him to make a free gift of 100 rich acres to a girl, too, who scarcely knew her right hand from her left, whom from the first cunning young rogue like myself would chouse out of the whole, and take herself into the bargain. But my folly was even surpassed by my impudence, since, as the friend of this girl, I was merely petitioning on my own account. I had come to him whom I never saw before, on whom I had no claim, and who, as well as I knew, had reason to think me a sharper, and modestly said, "Here's a girl who has no fortune. I am greatly in want of one. Pray give her such an estate that you have in your possession. If you do, I'll marry her and take it into my own hands." I might be thankful that he did not answer such a petition with a horsewhipping. But if he did not give her his estate, he might extend to her, forsooth, his counsel and protection. "That I've offered to do so," continued he, "she may come and live in my house if she will. She may come to do some of the family work. I'll discharge the chambermaid to make room for her. Lizzie, if I remember right, has a pretty face. She can't have a better market for it than as a chambermaid to an inn. If she minds her P's and Q's, she may make up a handsome sum at the year's end." I thought it time to break off the conference, and, my dinner being finished, took my leave, leaving behind me the character of a queer sort of chap. I speeded to the prothonotari's office, which was kept in the village, and quickly ascertained the truth of Hadwin's pretensions. There existed a mortgage, with bond and warrant of attorney, to so great an amount as would swallow up everything at Malverton. Furnished with these tidings, I prepared, with a drooping heart, to return to Mr. Curling's. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 34. This incident necessarily produced a change in my view with regard to my friend. Her fortune consisted of a few hundreds of dollars, which, frugally administered, might procure decent accommodation in the country. When this was consumed, she must find subsistence in tending the big wheel or the milk pail, unless fortune should enable me to place her in a more favourable situation. This state was, in some respects, but little different from that in which she had spent the former part of her life, but in her father's house these employments were dignified by being in some degree voluntary, and relieved by frequent intervals of recreation and leisure. Now they were likely to prove irksome and servile in consequence of being performed for hire and imposed by necessity. Equality, parental solicitudes, and sisterly endearments would be wanting to lighten the yoke. These inconveniences, however, were imaginary. This was the school in which fortitude and independence were to be learned. Habit and the purity of rural manners would, likewise, create anew those ties which death had dissolved. The affections of parent and sister would be supplied by the fonder and more rational attachments of friendship. These toils were not detrimental to beauty or health. What was to be dreaded from them was their tendency to quench the spirit of liberal curiosity, to habituate the person to bodily rather than intellectual exertions, to supersede and create indifference or aversion to the only instruments of rational improvement, the pen and the book. This evil, however, was at some distance from Eliza. Her present abode was quiet and serene. Here she might enjoy domestic pleasures and opportunities of mental improvement for the coming 12-month at least. This period would, perhaps, be sufficient for the formation of studious habits. What schemes should be adopted for this end would be determined by the destiny to which I myself should be reserved. My path was already chalked out, and my fancy now pursued it with uncommon pleasure. To reside in your family, to study your profession, to pursue some subordinate or casual mode of industry, by which I might purchase leisure for medical pursuits, for social recreations, and for the study of mankind on your busy and thronged stage, was the scope of my wishes. This destiny would not hinder punctual correspondence and occasional visits to Eliza. Her pen might be called into action, and her mind be awakened by books, and every hour be made to add to her stores of knowledge and enlarge the bounds of her capacity. I was spiritless and gloomy when I left blank, but reflections on my future lot and just views of the situation of my friend insensibly restored my cheerfulness. I arrived at Mr. Curling's in the evening and hastened to impart to Eliza the issue of my commission. It gave her uneasiness merely as it frustrated the design on which she had fondly mused of residing in the city. She was somewhat consoled by my promises of being her constant correspondent and occasional visitor. Next morning I set out on my journey hither on foot. The way was not long. The weather, though cold, was wholesome and serene. My spirits were high, and I saw nothing in the world before me but sunshine and prosperity. I was conscious that my happiness depended not on the revolutions of nature or the caprice of man. All without was, indeed, vicissitude and uncertainty, but within my bosom was a centre not to be shaken or removed. My purposes were honest and steadfast. Every sense was the inlet of pleasure, because it was the avenue of knowledge, and my soul brooded over the world to ideas, and glowed with exultation at the grandeur and beauty of its own creations. This felicity was too rapturous to be of long duration. I gradually descended from these heights, and the remembrance of past incidents, connected with the images of your family, to which I was returning, led my thoughts into a different channel. Welbeck and the unhappy girl whom he had betrayed, Mrs. Villars and Wallace, were recollected anew. The views which I had formed for determining the fate and affording assistance to Clemenza were recalled. My former resolutions with regard to her had been suspended by the uncertainty in which the fate of the Hadwins was at that time wrapped. Had it not become necessary wholly to lay aside these resolutions? That, indeed, was an irksome conclusion. No wonder that I struggled to repel it, that I fostered the doubt whether money was the only instrument of benefit, whether caution and fortitude and knowledge were not the genuine preservatives from evil. Had I not the means in my hands of dispelling her fatal ignorance of Welbeck and of those with whom she resided? Was I not authorized by my previous, though slender intercourse, to seek her presence? Suppose I should enter Mrs. Villars' house, desire to be introduced to the lady, accost her with affectionate simplicity, and tell her the truth. Why be anxious to smooth the way? Why deal in apologies, circuities, and innuendos? All these are feeble and perverse refinements, unworthy of an honest purpose and an erect spirit. To believe her inaccessible to my visit was absurd. To wait for the permission of those whose interest it might be to shut out visitants was cowardice. This was an infringement of her liberty, which equity and law equally condemned. By what right could she be restrained from intercourse with others? Doors and passages may be between her and me. With a purpose such as mine, no one had a right to close the one or obstruct the other. Away with cowardly reluctances and clownish scruples, and let me hasten this moment to her dwelling. Mrs. Villars is the portress of the mansion. She will probably present herself before me, and demand the reason of my visit. What shall I say to her? The truth. To falter or equivocate or dissemble to this woman would be wicked. Perhaps her character has been misunderstood and maligned. Can I render her a greater service than to apprise her of the aspersions that have rested on it, and afford her the opportunity of vindication? Perhaps she is indeed selfish and profligate, the betrayer of youth, and the agent of lasciviousness. Does she not deserve to know the extent of her errors and the ignominy of her trade? Does she not merit the compassion of the good and the rebukes of the wise? To shrink from the task would prove me cowardly and unfirm. Thus far, at least, let my courage extend. Alas! Clemenza is unacquainted with my language. My thoughts cannot make themselves apparent but by words, and to my words she will be able to affix no meaning. Yet is not that a hasty decision? The version from the dramas of Zeno which I found in her toilet was probably hers, and proves her to have a speculative knowledge of our tongue. Near half a year has since elapsed, during which she has dwelt with talkers of English, and consequently could not fail to have acquired it. This conclusion is somewhat dubious, but experiment will give it certainty. Hitherto I had strolled along the path at a lingering pace. Time enough, methought, to reach your threshold between sunrise and moonlight, if my way had been 3 times longer than it was. You were the pleasing phantom that hovered before me and beckoned me forward. What a total revolution had occurred in the course of a few seconds! For thus long did my reasonings with regard to Clemenza and the Villars require to pass through my understanding and escape in half-muttered soliloquy from my lips. My muscles trembled with eagerness, and I bounded forward with impetuosity. I saw nothing but a vista of catalpas, leafless, loaded with icicles, and terminating in 4 chimneys and a painted roof. My fancy outstripped my footsteps, and was busy in picturing faces and rehearsing dialogues. Presently I reached this new object of my pursuit, darted through the avenue, noticed that some windows of the house were unclosed, drew thence a hasty inference that the house was not without inhabitants, and knocked quickly and loudly for admission. Some one within crept to the door, opened it with seeming caution, and just far enough to allow the face to be seen. It was the timid, pale, and unwashed face of a girl who was readily supposed to be a servant, taken from a cottage and turned into a bringer of wood and water, and scourer of tubs and trenches. She waited in timorous silence the delivery of my message. Was Mrs. Villars at home? No, she's gone to town. Were any of her daughters within? She could not tell. She believed, she thought, which did I want, Miss Hetty or Miss Sally? Let me see Miss Hetty. Saying this, I pushed gently against the door. The girl, half reluctant, yielded way. I entered the passage, and, putting my hand on the lock of a door that seemed to lead into a parlour, "Is Miss Hetty in this room?" No, there was nobody there. Go call her, then. Tell her there is one who wishes to see her on important business. I will wait for her coming in this room. So saying, I opened the door and entered the apartment, while the girl withdrew to perform my message. The parlour was spacious and expensively furnished, but an air of negligence and disorder was everywhere visible. The carpet was wrinkled and unswept. A clock on the table, in a glass frame, so streaked and spotted with dust as scarcely to be transparent, and the index motionless, and pointing at 4 instead of 9, embers scattered on the marble hearth, and tongs lying on the fender with the handle in the ashes, a harpsichord uncovered, one end loaded with scores, tumbled together in a heap, and the other with volumes of novels and plays, some on their edges, some on their backs, gaping open by the scorching of their covers, rent, blurred, stained, blotted, dog-eared, tables awry, chairs crowding each other, in short, no object but indicated the neglect or the ignorance of domestic neatness and economy. My leisure was employed in surveying these objects, and in listening for the approach of Miss Hetty. Some minutes elapsed, but no one came. A reason for delay was easily imagined, and I summoned patience to wait. I opened a book, touched the instrument, surveyed the vases on the mantel-tree, the figures on the hangings, and the print of Apollo and the Sibyl, taken from Salvator and hung over the chimney. I eyed my own shape and garb in the mirror, and asked how my rustic appearance would be regarded by that supercilious and voluptuous being to whom I was about to present myself. Presently the latch of the door was softly moved. It opened, and the simpleton, before described, appeared. She spoke, but her voice was so full of hesitation, and so near a whisper, that much attention was needed to make out her words. Miss Hetty was not at home. She was gone to town with her mistress. This was a tale not to be credited. How was I to act? She persisted in maintaining the truth of it. Well, then, said I, at length, tell Miss Sally that I wish to speak with her. She will answer my purpose just as well. Miss Sally was not at home neither. She had gone to town too. They would not be back, she did not know when, not till night, she supposed. It was so indeed. None of them wasn't at home, none but she and Nanny in the kitchen. Indeed there wasn't. Go tell Nanny to come here. I will leave my message with her. She withdrew, but Nanny did not receive the summons, or thought proper not to obey it. All was vacant and still. My state was singular and critical. It was absurd to prolong it, but to leave the house with my errand unexecuted would argue imbecility and folly. To ascertain Clemenza's presence in this house and to gain an interview were yet in my power. Had I not boasted of my intrepidity in braving denials and commands when they endeavoured to obstruct my passage to this woman? But here were no obstacles nor prohibition. Suppose the girl had said truth, that the matron and her daughters were absent, and that Nanny and herself were the only guardians of the mansion. So much the better. My design will not be opposed. I have only to mount the stair and go from one room to another till I find what I seek. There was hazard as well as plausibility in this scheme. I thought it best once more to endeavour to extort information from the girl, and persuade her to be my guide to whomsoever the house contained. I put my hand to the bell and rung a brisk peal. No one came. I passed into the entry to the foot of a staircase and to a back window. Nobody was within hearing or sight. Once more I reflected on the rectitude of my intentions, on the possibility that the girl's assertions might be true, on the benefits of expedition, and of gaining access to the object of my visit without interruption or delay. To these considerations was added a sort of charm, not easily explained, and by no means justifiable, produced by the very temerity and hazardness accompanying this attempt. I thought with scornful emotions on the bars and hindrances which pride and caprice and delusive maxims of decorum raise in the way of human intercourse. I spurned at these semblances and substitutes of honesty, and delighted to shake such fetters into air and trample such impediments to dust. I wanted to see a human being in order to promote her happiness. It was doubtful whether she was within 20 paces of the spot where I stood. The doubt was to be solved. How? By examining the space. I forthwith proceeded to examine it. I reached the second story. I approached a door that was closed. I knocked. After a pause, a soft voice said, "Who is there?" The accents were as musical as those of Clemenza, but were in other respects different. I had no topic to discuss with this person. I answered not, yet hesitated to withdraw. Presently the same voice was again heard. "What is it you want? Why don't you answer? Come in." I complied with the command and entered the room. It was deliberation and foresight that led me hither, and not chance or caprice. Hence, instead of being disconcerted or vanquished by the objects that I saw, I was tranquil and firm. My curiosity, however, made me a vigilant observer. Two females, arrayed with voluptuous negligence, in a manner adapted to the utmost seclusion, and seated in a careless attitude on a sofa, were now discovered. Both darted glances at the door. One, who appeared to be the youngest, no sooner saw me than she shrieked, and, starting from her seat, betrayed in the looks which she successively cast upon me, on herself, and on the chamber, whose apparatus was in no less confusion than that of the apartment below, her consciousness of the unseasonableness of this meeting. The other shrieked likewise, but in her it seemed to be the token of surprise rather than that of terror. There was probably somewhat in my aspect and garb that suggested an apology for this intrusion, as arising from simplicity and mistake. She thought proper, however, to assume the air of one offended, and looking sternly, "How now, fellow," she said, "what is this? Why come you hither?" This questioner was of mature age, but had not passed the period of attractiveness and grace. All the beauty that nature had bestowed was still retained, but the portion had never been great. What she possessed was so modelled and embellished by such carriage and dress as to give it most power over the senses of the gazer. In proportion, however, as it was intended and adapted to captivate those who know none but physical pleasures, it was qualified to breed distaste and aversion in me. I am sensible how much error may have lurked in this decision. I had brought with me the belief of their being unchaste, and seized, perhaps with too much avidity, any appearance that coincided with my prepossessions. Yet the younger by no means inspired the same disgust, though I had no reason to suppose her more unblemished than the elder. Her modesty seemed unaffected, and was by no means satisfied, like that of the elder, with defeating future curiosity. The consciousness of what had already been exposed filled her with confusion, and she would have flown away if her companion had not detained her by some degree of force. "What ails the girl? There's nothing to be frightened at. Fellow," she repeated, "what brings you here?" I advanced and stood before them. I looked steadfastly, but, I believe, with neither effrontery nor anger, on the one who addressed me. I spoke in a tone serious and emphatical. "I come for the sake of speaking to a woman who formerly resided in this house, and probably resides here still. Her name is Clemenza Lodi. If she be here, I request you to conduct me to her instantly." Methought I perceived some inquietude, a less imperious and more inquisitive air in this woman, on hearing the name of Clemenza. It was momentary, and gave way to peremptory looks. "What is your business with her, and why did you adopt this mode of inquiry? A very extraordinary intrusion. Be good enough to leave the chamber. Any questions proper to be answered will be answered below." I meant not to intrude or offend. It was not an idle or impertinent motive that led me hither. I waited below for some time after soliciting an audience of you through the servant. She assured me you were absent, and laid me under the necessity of searching for Clemenza Lodi myself, and without a guide. I am anxious to withdraw, and request merely to be directed to the room which she occupies." "I direct you," replied she, in a more resolute tone, "to quit the room and the house." "Impossible, madam," I replied, still looking at her earnestly. "Leave the house without seeing her. You might as well enjoin me to pull the Andes on my head, to walk barefoot to Peking. Impossible." Some solicitude was now mingled with her anger. "This is strange insolence, unaccountable behaviour. Begone from my room. Will you compel me to call the gentleman?" "Be not alarmed," said I, with augmented mildness. There was, indeed, compassion and sorrow at my heart, and these must have somewhat influenced my looks. "Be not alarmed. I came to confer a benefit, not to perpetrate an injury. I came not to censure or expostulate with you, but merely to counsel and aid a being that needs both. All I want is to see her. In this chamber I sought not you, but her. Only lead me to her, or tell me where she is. I will then rid you of my presence." "Will you compel me to call those who will punish this insolence as it deserves?" "Dearest madam, I compel you to nothing. I merely supplicate. I would ask you to lead me to these gentlemen, if I did not know that there are none but females in the house. It is you who must receive and comply with my petition. Allow me a moment's interview with Clemenza Lodi. Compliance will harm you not, but will benefit her. What is your objection?" "This is the strangest proceeding, the most singular conduct. Is this a place fit to parley with you? I warn you of the consequence of staying a moment longer. Depend upon it, you will sorely repent it." "You are obdurate," said I, and turned towards the younger, who listened to this discourse in tremors and panic. I took her hand with an air of humility and reverence. "Here," said I, "there seems to be purity, innocence, and condescension. I took this house to be the temple of voluptuousness. Females I expected to find in it, but such only as traded in licentious pleasures, specious, perhaps not destitute of talents, beauty, and address, but dissolute and wanton, sensual and avaricious. Yet in this countenance and carriage there are tokens of virtue. I am born to be deceived, and the semblance of modesty is readily assumed. Under this veil, perhaps, lurk a tainted heart and depraved appetites. Is it so?" She made me no answer, but somewhat in her looks seemed to evince that my favourable prepossessions were just. I noticed likewise that the alarm of the elder was greatly increased by this address to her companion. The thought suddenly occurred that this girl might be in circumstances not unlike those of Clemenza Lodi, that she was not apprised of the character of her associates, and might by this meeting be rescued from similar evils. This suspicion filled me with tumultuous feelings. Clemenza was for a time forgotten. I paid no attention to the looks or demeanour of the elder, but was wholly occupied in gazing on the younger. My anxiety to know the truth gave way to pathos and energy to my tones while I spoke. "Who, where, what are you? Do you reside in this house? Are you a sister or daughter in this family, or merely a visitant? Do you know the character, profession, and views of your companions? Do you deem them virtuous, or know them to be profligate? Speak, tell me, I beseech you." The maiden confusion which had just appeared in the countenance of this person now somewhat abated. She lifted her eyes, and glanced by turns at me and at her who sat by her side. An air of serious astonishment overspread her features, and she seemed anxious for me to proceed. The elder meanwhile betrayed the utmost alarm, again upbraided my audacity, commanded me to withdraw, and admonished me of the danger I incurred by lingering. I noticed not her interference, but again entreated to know of the younger her true state. She had no time to answer me, supposing her not to want the inclination, for every pause was filled by the clamorous importunities and menaces of the other. I began to perceive that my attempts were useless to this end, but the chief and most estimable purpose was attainable. It was in my power to state the knowledge I possessed through your means of Mrs. Villars and her daughters. This information might be superfluous, since she to whom it was given might be one of this licentious family. The contrary, however, was not improbable, and my tidings therefore might be of the utmost moment to her safety. A resolute and even impetuous manner reduced my incessant interrupter to silence. What I had to say I compressed in a few words, and adhered to perspicuity and candour with the utmost care. I still held the hand that I had taken, and fixed my eyes upon her countenance with a steadfastness that hindered her from lifting her eyes. Whether you be dissolute or chaste, I cannot tell. In either case, however, what I am going to say will be useful. Let me faithfully repeat what I have heard. It is mere rumour, and I vouch not for its truth. Rumour as it is, I submit it to your judgment, and hope that it may guide you into paths of innocence and honour. Mrs. Villars and her 3 daughters are Englishwomen who supported for a time an unblemished reputation, but who at length were suspected of carrying on in the trade of prostitution. This secret could not be concealed forever. The profligates who frequented their house betrayed them. One of them, who died under their roof, after they had withdrawn from it to the country, disclosed to his kinsmen, who attended his deathbed, their genuine character. The dying man likewise related incidents in which I am deeply concerned. I have been connected with one by name Welbeck. In this house I met an unfortunate girl who was afterwards removed to Mrs. Villars. Her name was Clemenza Lodi. Residence in this house, under the control of a woman like Mrs. Villars and her daughters, must be injurious to her innocence, and from this control I now come to rescue her. I turned to the elder and continued, "By all that is sacred, I adjure you to tell me whether Clemenza Lodi be under this roof. If she be not, whither has she gone? To know this I came hither, and any difficulty or reluctance in answering will be useless. Till an answer be obtained, I will not go hence." During this speech, anger had been kindling in the bosom of this woman. It now burst upon me in a torrent of opprobrious epithets. I was a villain, a calumniator, a thief. I had lurked about the house till those whose sex and strength enabled them to cope with me had gone. I had entered these doors by fraud. I was a wretch, guilty of the last excesses of insolence and insult. To repel these reproaches or endure them was equally useless. The satisfaction that I sought was only to be gained by searching the house. I left the room without speaking. Did I act illegally in passing from one story and one room to another? Did I really deserve the imputations of rashness and insolence? My behaviour, I well know, was ambiguous and hazardous, and perhaps wanting in discretion, but my motives were unquestionably pure. I aimed at nothing but the rescue of a human creature from distress and dishonour. I pretend not to the wisdom of experience and age, to the praise of forethought or subtlety. I choose the obvious path, and pursue it with headlong expedition. Good intentions, unaided by knowledge, will, perhaps, produce more injury than benefit, and therefore knowledge must be gained, but the acquisition is not momentary, is not bestowed unasked and untoiled for. Meanwhile, we must not be inactive because we are ignorant. Our good purposes must hurry to performance, whether our knowledge be greater or less. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 35. To explore the house in this manner was so contrary to ordinary rules that the design was probably wholly unsuspected by the women whom I had just left. My silence at parting might have been ascribed by them to the intimidating influence of invectives and threats. Hence I proceeded in my search without interruption. Presently I reached a front chamber in the 3rd story. The door was ajar. I entered it on tiptoe. Sitting on a low chair by the fire, I beheld a female figure, dressed in a negligent but not indecent manner. Her face in the posture in which she sat was only half seen. Its hues were sickly and pale, and in mournful unison with a feeble and emaciated form. Her eyes were fixed upon a babe that lay stretched upon a pillow at her feet. The child, like its mother, for such she was readily imagined to be, was meagre and cadaverous. Either it was dead or could not be very distant from death. The features of Clemenza were easily recognized, though no contrast could be greater in habit and shape and complexion than that which her present bore to her former appearance. All her roses had faded, and her brilliancies vanished. Still, however, there was somewhat fitted to awaken the tenderest emotions. There were tokens of inconsolable distress. Her attention was wholly absorbed by the child. She lifted not her eyes till I came close to her and stood before her. When she discovered me, a faint start was perceived. She looked at me for a moment, then, putting one spread hand before her eyes, she stretched out the other towards the door, and waving it in silence, as if to admonish me to depart. This motion, however emphatical, I could not obey. I wished to obtain her attention, but knew not in what words to claim it. I was silent. In a moment she removed her hand from her eyes, and looked at me with new eagerness. Her features bespoke emotions which, perhaps, flowed from my likeness to her brother, joined with the memory of my connection with Welbeck. My situation was full of embarrassment. I was by no means certain that my language would be understood. I knew not in what light the policy and dissimulation of Welbeck might have taught her to regard me. What proposal, conducive to her comfort and safety, could I make to her? Once more she covered her eyes, and exclaimed in a feeble voice, "Go away, be gone." As if satisfied with this effort, she resumed her attention to her child. She stooped and lifted it in her arms, gazing meanwhile on its almost lifeless features with intense anxiety. She crushed it to her bosom, and again looking at me, repeated, "Go away, go away, be gone." There was somewhat in the lines of her face, in her tones and gestures, that pierced to my heart. Added to this was my knowledge of her condition, her friendlessness, her poverty, the pangs of unrequited love, and her expiring infant. I felt my utterance choked, and my tears struggling for passage. I turned to the window, and endeavoured to regain my tranquillity. "What was it," said I, "that brought me hither? The perfidy of Welbeck must surely have long since been discovered. What can I tell her of the Villars which she does not already know, or of which the knowledge will be useful? If their treatment has been just, why should I detract from their merit? If it has been otherwise, their own conduct will have disclosed their genuine character. Though voluptuous themselves, it does not follow that they have laboured to debase this creature. Though wanton, they may not be inhuman. I can propose no change in her condition for the better. Should she be willing to leave this house, whither is it in my power to conduct her? Oh, that I were rich enough to provide food for the hungry, shelter for the houseless, and raiment for the naked." I was roused from these fruitless reflections by the lady whom some sudden thought induced to place the child in its bed, and, rising, to come towards me. The utter dejection which her features lately betrayed was now changed for an air of anxious curiosity. "Where," said she in her broken English, "where is Signor Welbeck?" "Alas," returned I know not. That question might, I thought, with more propriety be put to you than me." "I know where he be. I fear where he be." So saying, the deepest sighs burst from her heart. She turned from me, and going to the child, took it again into her lap. Its pale and sunken cheek was quickly wet with the mother's tears, which, as she silently hung over it, dropped fast from her eyes. This demeanour could not but awaken curiosity, while it gave a new turn to my thoughts. I began to suspect that in the tokens which I saw there was not only distress for her child, but concern for the fate of Welbeck. "Know you," said I, "where Mr. Welbeck is? Is he alive? Is he near? Is he in calamity?" "I do not know if he be alive. He be sick. He be in prison. They will not let me go to him. And Here her attention and mine was attracted by the infant, whose frame, till now motionless, began to be tremulous. Its features sunk into a more ghastly expression. Its breathings were difficult, and every effort to respire produced a convulsion harder than the last. The mother easily interpreted these tokens. The same mortal struggle seemed to take place in her features as in those of her child. At length her agony found way in a piercing shriek. The struggle in the infant was past. Hope looked in vain for a new motion in its heart or its eyelids. The lips were closed, and its breath was gone forever. The grief which overwhelmed the unhappy parent was of that outrageous and desperate kind which is wholly incompatible with thinking. A few incoherent motions and screams that rent the soul were followed by a deep swoon. She sunk upon the floor, pale and lifeless as her babe. I need not describe the pangs which such a scene was adapted to produce in me. These were rendered more acute by the helpless and ambiguous situation in which I was placed. I was eager to bestow consolation and succour, but was destitute of all means. I was plunged into uncertainties and doubts. I gazed alternately at the infant and its mother. I sighed, I wept, I even sobbed. I stooped down and took the lifeless hand of the sufferer. I bathed it with my tears, and exclaimed, "Ill-fated woman, unhappy mother, what shall I do for thy relief? How shall I blunt the edge of this calamity, and rescue thee from new evils?" At this moment the door of the apartment was opened, and the younger of the women whom I had seen below entered. Her looks betrayed the deepest consternation and anxiety. Her eyes in a moment were fixed by the decayed form and the sad features of Clemenza. She shuddered at this spectacle, but was silent. She stood in the midst of the floor, fluctuating and bewildered. I dropped the hand that I was holding and approached her. "You have come," said I, "in good season. I know you not, but will believe you to be good. You have a heart, it may be, not free from corruption, but it is still capable of pity for the miseries of others. You have a hand that refuses not its aid to the unhappy. See, there is an infant dead. There is a mother whom grief has, for a time, deprived of life. She has been oppressed and betrayed, been robbed of property and reputation, but not of innocence. She is worthy of relief. Have you arms to receive her? Have you sympathy, protection, and a home to bestow upon a forlorn, betrayed, and unhappy stranger? I know not what this house is. I suspect it to be no better than a brothel. I know not what treatment this woman has received. When her situation and wants are ascertained, will you supply her wants? Will you rescue her from the evils that may attend her continuance here?" She was disconcerted and bewildered by this address. At length she said, "All that has happened, all that I have heard and seen is so unexpected, so strange, that I am amazed and distracted. Your behaviour I cannot comprehend, nor your motive for making this address to me. I cannot answer you, except in one respect. If this woman has suffered injury, I have had no part in it. I knew not of her existence nor her situation till this moment, and whatever protection or assistance she may justly claim, I am both able and willing to bestow. I do not live here, but in the city. I am only an occasional visitant in this house." "What then?" I exclaimed with sparkling eyes and a rapturous accent. "You are not profligate, are a stranger to the manners of this house, and a detester of these manners? Be not a deceiver, I entreat you. I depend only on your looks and professions, and these may be dissembled." These questions, which indeed argued a childish simplicity, excited her surprise. She looked at me, uncertain whether I was in earnest or in jest. At length she said, "Your language is so singular that I am at loss how to answer it. I shall take no pains to find out its meaning, but leave you to form conjectures at leisure. Who is this woman, and how can I serve her?" After a pause, she continued, "I cannot afford her any immediate assistance, and shall not stay a moment longer in this house. There," putting a card in my hand, "is my name and place of abode. If you shall have any proposals to make respecting this woman, I shall be ready to receive them in my own house." So saying, she withdrew. I looked wistfully after her, but could not but assent to her assertion that her presence here would be more injurious to her than beneficial to Clemenza. She had scarcely gone when the elder woman entered. There was rage, sullenness, and disappointment in her aspect. These, however, were suspended by the situation in which she discovered the mother and child. It was plain that all the sentiments of woman were not extinguished in her heart. She summoned the servants, and seemed preparing to take such measures as the occasion prescribed. I now saw the folly of supposing that these measures would be neglected, and that my presence could not essentially contribute to the benefit of the sufferer. Still, however, I lingered in the room till the infant was covered with a cloth, and the still senseless parent was conveyed into an adjoining chamber. The woman then, as if she had not seen me before, fixed scowling eyes upon me, and exclaimed, "Thief! Villain! Why do you stay here?" "I mean to go," said I, "but not till I express my gratitude and pleasure at the sight of your attention to this sufferer. You deem me insolent and perverse, but I am not such, and hope that the day will come when I shall convince you of my good intentions." "Begone," interrupted she, in a more angry tone. "Begone this moment, or I will treat you as a thief." She now drew forth her hand from under her gown, and showed a pistol. "You shall see," she continued, "that I will not be insulted with impunity. If you do not vanish, I will shoot you as a robber." This woman was far from wanting a force and intrepidity worthy of a different sex. Her gestures and tones were full of energy. They denoted a haughty and indignant spirit. It was plain that she conceived herself deeply injured by my conduct, and was it absolutely certain that her anger was without reason? I had loaded her house with atrocious imputations, and these imputations might be false. I had conceived them upon such evidence as chance had provided, but this evidence, intricate and dubious as human actions and motives are, might be void of truth. "Perhaps," said I, in a sedate tone, "I have injured you. I have mistaken your character. You shall not find me less ready to repair than to perpetrate this injury. My error was without malice, and—" I had not time to finish the sentence when this rash and enraged woman thrust the pistol close to my head and fired it. I was wholly unaware that her fury would lead her to this excess. It was a sort of mechanical impulse that made me raise my hand and attempt to turn aside the weapon. I did this deliberately and tranquilly, and without conceiving that anything more was intended by her movement than to intimidate me. To this precaution, however, I was indebted for life. The bullet was diverted from my forehead to my left ear, and made a slight wound upon the surface, from which the blood gushed in a stream. The loudness of this explosion and the shock which the ball produced in my brain sunk me into a momentary stupor. I reeled backward, and should have fallen, had I not supported myself against the wall. The sight of my blood instantly restored her reason. Her rage disappeared, and was succeeded by terror and remorse. She clasped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh, what have I done? My frantic passion has destroyed me." I needed no long time to show me the full extent of the injury which I had suffered, and the conduct which it became me to adopt. For a moment I was bewildered and alarmed, but presently perceived that this was an incident more productive of good than of evil. It would teach me caution in contending with the passions of another, and showed me that there is a limit which the impetuosities of anger will sometimes overstep. Instead of reviling my companion, I addressed myself to her thus: "Be not frighted. You have done me no injury, and, I hope, will derive instruction from this event. Your rashness had like to have sacrificed the life of one who is your friend, and to have exposed yourself to infamy and death, or, at least, to the pangs of eternal remorse. Learn from hence to curb your passions, and especially to keep at a distance from every murderous weapon, on occasions when rage is likely to take place of reason. I repeat that my motives in entering this house were connected with your happiness, as well as that of Clemenza Lodi. If I have erred in supposing you a member of a vile and pernicious trade, that error was worthy of being rectified, but violence and invective tend only to confirm it. I am incapable of any purpose that is not beneficent, but in the means that I use, and in the evidence on which I proceed, I am liable to 1,000 mistakes. Point out to me the road by which I can do you good, and I will cheerfully pursue it." Finding that her fears had been groundless as to the consequences of her rashness, she renewed, though with less vehemence than before, her imprecations on my intermeddling and audacious folly. I listened till the storm was nearly exhausted, and then, declaring my intention to revisit the house if the interest of Clemenza should require it, I resumed my way to the city. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown. Chapter 36. "Why," said I, as I hasted forward, "is my fortune so abundant in unforeseen occurrences? Is every man who leaves his cottage and the impressions of his infancy behind him ushered into such a world of revolutions and perils as have trammelled my steps? Or is my scene indebted for variety and change to my propensity to look into other people's concerns, and to make their sorrows and their joys mine? To indulge an adventurous spirit, I left the precincts of the barn door, enlisted in the service of a stranger, and encountered 1,000 dangers to my virtue under the disastrous influence of Welbeck. Afterwards my life was set at hazard in the cause of Wallace, and now I am loaded with the province of protecting the helpless Eliza Hadwin and the unfortunate Clemenza. My wishes are fervent, and my powers shall not be inactive in their defence, but how slender are these powers! In the offers of the unknown lady there is, indeed, some consolation for Clemenza. It must be my business to lay before my friend Stevens the particulars of what has befallen me, and to entreat his directions how this disconsolate girl may be most effectually succoured. It may be wise to take her from her present abode and place her under some chaste and humane guardianship, where she may gradually lose remembrance of her dead infant and her specious betrayer. The barrier that severs her from Welbeck must be high as heaven and insuperable as necessity. But soft, talked she not of Welbeck? Said she not that he was in prison and was sick? Poor wretch! I thought thy course was at an end, that the penalty of guilt no longer weighed down thy heart, that thy misdeeds and thy remorses were buried in a common and obscure grave. But it seems thou art still alive. Is it rational to cherish the hope of thy restoration to innocence and peace? Thou art no obdurate criminal. Hadst thou less virtue, thy compunctions would be less keen. Wert thou deaf to the voice of duty, thy wanderings into guilt and folly would be less fertile of anguish. The time will perhaps come when the measure of thy transgressions and calamities will overflow, and the folly of thy choice will be too conspicuous to escape thy discernment. Surely even for such transgressors as thou, There is a salutary power in the precepts of truth and the lessons of experience. But thou art imprisoned and art sick. This perhaps is the crisis of thy destiny. Indigence and dishonour were the evils to shun which thy integrity and peace of mind have been lightly forfeited. Thou hast found that the price was given in vain, that the hollow and deceitful enjoyments of opulence and dignity were not worth the purchase, and that frivolous and unsubstantial as they are, the only path that leads to them is that of honesty and diligence. Thou art in prison and art sick, and there is none to cheer thy hour with offices of kindness, or uphold thy fainting courage by the suggestions of good counsel. For such as thou the world has no compassion. Mankind will pursue thee to the grave with execrations. Their cruelty will be justified or palliated, since they know thee not. They are unacquainted with the goadings of thy conscience, and the bitter retributions which thou art daily suffering. They are full of their own wrongs, and think only of those tokens of exultation and complacency which thou wast studious of assuming in thy intercourse with them. It is I only that thoroughly know thee, and can rightly estimate thy claims to compassion. I have somewhat partaken of thy kindness, and thou meritest some gratitude at my hands. Shall I not visit and endeavour to console thee in thy distress? Let me at least ascertain thy condition, and be the instrument in repairing the wrongs which thou hast inflicted. Let me gain, from the contemplation of thy misery, new motives to sincerity and rectitude. While occupied by these reflections, I entered the city. The thoughts which engrossed my mind related to Welbeck. It is not my custom to defer till tomorrow what can be done today. The destiny of man frequently hangs upon the lapse of a minute. I will stop, said I, at the prison, and since the moment of my arrival may not be indifferent, I will go thither with all possible haste. I did not content myself with walking, but, regardless of the comments of passengers, hurried along the way at full speed. Having inquired for Welbeck, I was conducted through a dark room, crowded with beds, to a staircase. Never before had I been in a prison. Never had I smelt so noisome an odour, or surveyed faces so begrimed with filth and misery. The walls and floors were alike squalid and detestable. It seemed that in this house existence would be bereaved of all of its attractions, and yet those faces, which could be seen through the obscurity that encompassed them, were either void of care or distorted with mirth. This, said I, as I followed my conductor, is the residence of Welbeck. What contrasts are these to the repose and splendour, pictured walls, glossy hangings, gilded sofas, mirrors that occupied from ceiling to floor, carpets of Taurus, and the spotless and transcendent brilliancy of coverlets and napkins in thy former dwelling. Here brawling and the shuffling of rude feet are eternal. The air is loaded with the exhalations of disease and the fumes of debauchery. Thou art cooped up in airless space, and, perhaps, compelled to share thy narrow cell with some stupid ruffian. Formerly the breezes were courted by thy lofty windows. Aromatic shrubs were scattered on thy hearth. Menials, splendid in apparel, showed their faces with diffidence in thy apartment, trod lightly on thy marble floor, and suffered not the sanctity of silence to be troubled by a whisper. Thy lamp shot its rays through the transparency of alabaster, and thy fragrant lymph flowed from vases of porcelain. Such were formerly the decorations of thy hall, the embellishments of thy existence, but now, alas! We reached a chamber in the second story. My conductor knocked on the door. No one answered. Repeated knocks were unheard or unnoticed by the person within. At length, lifting a latch, we entered together. The prisoner lay upon the bed with his face turned from the door. I advanced softly, making a sign to the keeper to withdraw. Welbeck was not asleep, but merely buried in reverie. I was unwilling to disturb his musing, and stood with my eyes fixed upon his form. He appeared unconscious that anyone had entered. At length, uttering a deep sigh, he changed his posture, and perceived me in my motionless and gazing attitude. Recollect in what circumstances we had last parted. Welbeck had, no doubt, carried away with him from that interview a firm belief that I should speedily die. His prognostic, however, was fated to be contradicted. His first emotions were those of surprise. These gave place to mortification and rage. After eyeing me for some time, he averted his glances, and that effort which is made to dissipate some obstacle to breathing showed me that his sensations were of the most excruciating kind. He laid his head upon the pillow and sunk into his former musing. He disdained or was unable to utter a syllable of welcome or contempt. In the opportunity that had been afforded me to view his countenance, I had observed tokens of a kind very different from those which used to be visible. The gloomy and malignant were most conspicuous. Health had forsaken his cheeks, and taken along with it those flexible parts which formerly enabled him to cover his secret torments and insidious purposes beneath a veil of benevolence and cheerfulness. "Alas," said I, loud enough for him to hear me, "here is a monument of ruin. Despair and mischievous passions are too deeply rooted in this heart for me to tear them away." These expressions did not escape his notice. He turned once more and cast sullen looks upon me. There was somewhat in his eyes that made me shudder. They denoted that his reverie was not that of grief, but of madness. I continued in a less steadfast voice than before. "Unhappy Clemenza, I have performed thy message. I have visited him that is sick and in prison. Thou hadst cause for anguish and terror, even greater cause than thou imagined. Would to God that thou wouldst be contented with the report which I shall make, that thy misguided tenderness would consent to leave him to his destiny, would suffer him to die alone. But that is a forbearance which no eloquence that I possess will induce thee to practice. Thou must come and witness for thyself." In speaking thus, I was far from foreseeing the effects which would be produced on the mind of Welbeck. I was far from intending to instill into him a belief that Clemenza was near at hand, and was preparing to enter his apartment, yet no other images but these would, perhaps, have roused him from his lethargy, and awakened that attention which I wished to awaken. He started up and gazed fearfully at the door. "What?" he cried. "What, is she here? Ye powers that have scattered woes in my path, spare me the sight of her. But from this agony I will rescue myself. The moment she appears I will pluck out these eyes and dash them at her feet." So saying, he gazed with augmented eagerness upon the door. His hands were lifted to his head as if ready to execute his frantic purpose. I seized his arm and besought him to lay aside his terror, for that Clemenza was far distant. She had no intention, and besides was unable to visit him. "Then I am respited. I breathe again. No, keep her from a prison. Drag her to the wheel or to the scaffold. Mangle her with stripes. Torture her with famine. Strangle her child before her face, and cast it to the hungry dogs that are howling at the gate. But keep her from a prison. Never let her enter these doors." There he stopped, his eyes being fixed on the floor, and his thoughts once more buried in reverie. I resumed. "She is occupied with other griefs than those connected with the fate of Welbeck. She is not unmindful of you. She knows you to be sick and in prison, and I came to do for you whatever office your condition might require, and I came at her suggestion. She, alas, has full employment for her tears in watering the grave of her child." He started. "What? Dead? Say you that the child is dead?" "It is dead. I witnessed its death. I saw it expire in the arms of its mother, that mother whom I formerly met under your roof, blooming and gay, but whom calamity has tarnished and withered. I saw her in the raiment of poverty, under an accursed roof, desolate, alone, unsolaced by the countenance or sympathy of human beings, approached only by those who mock at her distress, set snares for her innocence, and push her to infamy. I saw her leaning over the face of her dying babe." Welbeck put his hands to his head and exclaimed, "Curses on thy lips, infernal messenger! Chant elsewhere thy rueful ditty. Vanish, vanish! If thou wouldst not feel in thy heart fangs red with blood less guilty than thine." Till this moment the uproar in Welbeck's mind appeared to hinder him from distinctly recognizing his visitant. Now it seemed as if the incidents of our last interview suddenly sprung up in his remembrance. "What! This is the villain that rifled my cabinet, the maker of my poverty and of all the evils which it has since engendered, that has led me to a prison. Execrable fool! You are the author of the scene that you describe, and of horrors without number and name. To whatever crimes I have been urged since that interview, and the fit of madness that made you destroy my property, they spring from your act. They flowed from necessity, which, had you held your hand at that fateful moment, would never have existed. How dare you thrust yourself upon my privacy? Why am I not alone? Fly, and let my miseries want at least the aggravation of beholding their author. My eyes loathe the sight of thee. My heart would suffocate thee with its own bitterness. Begone!" "I know not," I answered, "why innocence should tremble at the ravings of a lunatic, why it should be overwhelmed by unmerited reproaches, why it should not deplore the errors of its foe, labored to correct those errors, and—" "Thank thy fate, youth, that my hands are tied up by scorn. Thank thy fate that no weapon is within reach. Much has passed since I saw thee, and I am a new man. I am no longer inconstant and cowardly. I have no motives but contempt to hinder me from expiating the wrongs which thou hast done me in thy blood. I disdain to take thy life. Go, and let thy fidelity, at least, to the confidence which I have placed in thee, be inviolate. Thou hast done me harm enough, but canst do, if thou wilt, still more. Thou canst betray the secrets that are lodged in thy bosom, and rob me of the comfort of reflecting that my guilt is known to but one among the living." This suggestion made me pause and look back upon the past. I had confided this man's tale to you. The secrecy on which he so fondly leaned was at an end. Had I acted culpably or not? But why should I ruminate with anguish and doubt upon the past? The future was within my power, and the road of my duty was too plain to be mistaken. I would disclose to Welbeck the truth, and cheerfully encounter every consequence. I would summon my friend to my aid, and take his counsel in the critical emergency in which I was placed. I ought not to rely upon myself alone in my efforts to benefit this being, when another was so near whose discernment and benevolence, and knowledge of mankind, and power of affording relief, were far superior to mine. Influenced by these thoughts, I left the apartment without speaking, and, procuring pen and paper, dispatched to you the billet which brought about our meeting. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 37. Mervyn's auditors allowed no pause in their attention to this story. Having ended, a deep silence took place. The clock which stood on the mantel had sounded twice the customary alarm, but had not been heard by us. It was now struck a third time. It was 1. Our guest appeared somewhat startled at this signal, and looked with a mournful sort of earnestness at the clock. There was an air of inquietude about him which I had never observed in an equal degree before. I was not without much curiosity respecting other incidents than those which had just been related by him, but after so much fatigue as he had undergone, I thought it improper to prolong the conversation. "Come," said I, "my friend, let us to bed. This is a drowsy time, and after so much exercise of mind and body, you cannot but need some repose. Much has happened in your absence, which is proper to be known to you, but our discourse will be best deferred till tomorrow. I will come into your chamber by day dawn, and unfold to you particulars." "Nay," said he, "withdraw not on my account. If I go to my chamber, it will not be to sleep, but to meditate, especially after your assurance that something of moment has occurred in my absence. My thoughts, independently of any cause of sorrow or fear, have received an impulse which solitude and darkness will not stop. It is impossible to know too much for our safety and integrity, or to know it too soon. What has happened?" I did not hesitate to comply with his request, for it was not difficult to conceive that, however tired the limbs might be, the adventures of this day would not easily be expelled from the memory at night. I told him the substance of the conversation with Mrs. Althorpe. He smiled at those parts of the narrative which related to himself, but when his father's depravity and poverty were mentioned, he melted into tears. "Poor wretch! I, that knew thee in thy better days, might have easily divined this consequence. I foresaw thy poverty and degradation in the same hour that I left thy roof. My soul drooped at the prospect, but I said, it cannot be prevented, and this reflection was an antidote to grief. But now that thy ruin is complete, it seems as if some of it were imputable to me, who forsook thee when the succour and counsel of a son were most needed. Thou art ignorant and vicious, but thou art my father still. I see that the sufferings of a better man than thou art would less afflict me than thine. Perhaps it is still in my power to restore thy liberty and good name, and yet that is a fond wish. Thou art past the age when the ignorance and grovelling habits of a human being are susceptible of a cure." There he stopped, and, after a gloomy pause, continued. "I am not surprised or afflicted at the misconceptions of my neighbours with relation to my own character. Men must judge from what they see. They must build their conclusions on their knowledge. I never saw in the rebukes of my neighbours anything but laudable abhorrence of vice. They were too eager to blame, to collect materials of censure rather than of praise. It was not me whom they hated and despised. It was the phantom that passed under my name, which existed only in their imagination, and which was worthy of all their scorn and all their enmity. What I appeared to be in their eyes was as much the object of my own disapprobation as of theirs. Their reproaches only evinced the rectitude of their decisions, as well as of my own. I drew from them new motives to complacency. They fortified my perseverance in the path which I had chosen as best. They raised me higher in my own esteem. They heightened the claims of the reproachers themselves to my respect and my gratitude. They thought me slothful, incurious, destitute of knowledge and all thirst of knowledge, insolent and profligate. They say that in the treatment of my father I have been ungrateful and inhuman. I have stolen his property and deserted him in his calamity. Therefore they hate and revile me. It is well. I love them for these proofs of their discernment and integrity. Their indignation at wrong is the truest test of their virtue. It is true that they mistake me, but that arises from the circumstances of our mutual situation. They examined what was exposed to their view, they grasped at what was placed within their reach. To decide contrary to appearances, to judge from what they knew not, would prove them to be brutish and not rational, would make their decision of no worth, and render them in their turn objects of neglect and contempt. It is true that I hated school, that I sought occasions of absence, and finally, on being struck by the master, determined to enter his presence no more. I loved to leap, to run, to swim, to climb trees, and to clamber up rocks, to shroud myself in thickets and stroll among woods, to obey the impulse of the moment, and to prate or be silent, just as my humour prompted me. All this I loved more than to go to and fro in the same path, and at stated hours to look off and on a book, to read just as much and of such a kind, to stand up and to be seated, just as another thought proper to direct. I hated to be classed, cribbed, rebuked, and feruled at the pleasure of one who, as it seemed to me, knew no guide in his rewards but caprice, and no prompter in his punishments but passion. It is true that I took up the spade and the hoe as rarely, and for as short a time as possible. I preferred to ramble in the forest and loiter on the hill, perpetually to change the scene, to scrutinize the endless variety of objects, to compare one leaf and pebble with another, to pursue those trains of thought which their resemblances and differences suggested, to inquire what it was that gave them this place, structure, and form, were more agreeable employments than ploughing and threshing. My father could well afford to hire labour. What my age and my constitution enabled me to do could be done by a sturdy boy, and half the time, with half the toil, and with none of the reluctance. The boy was a bond servant, and the cost of his clothing and food was next to nothing. True it is that my service would have saved him even this expense, but my motives for declining the effort were not hastily weighed or superficially examined. These were my motives. My frame was delicate and feeble. Exposure to wet blasts and vertical suns was sure to make me sick. My father was insensible to this consequence, and no degree of diligence would please him but that which would destroy my health. My health was dearer to my mother than to me. She was more anxious to exempt me from possible injuries than the reason justified, but anxious she was, and I could not save her from anxiety but by almost wholly abstaining from labour. I thought her peace of mind was of some value, and that, if the inclination of either of my parents must be gratified at the expense of the other, the preference was due to the woman who bore me, who nursed me in disease, who watched over my safety with incessant tenderness, whose life and whose peace were involved in mine. I should have deemed myself brutish and obdurately wicked to have loaded her with fears and cares merely to smooth the brow of a forward old man, whose avarice called on me to sacrifice my ease and my health, and who shifted to other shoulders the province of sustaining me when sick, and of mourning for me when dead. I likewise believed that it became me to reflect upon the influence of my decision on my own happiness, and to weigh the profits flowing to my father from my labour against the benefits of mental exercise, the pleasures of the woods and streams, healthful sensations, and the luxury of musing. The pecuniary profit was petty and contemptible. It obviated no necessity. It purchased no rational enjoyment. It merely provoked, by furnishing the means of indulgence, an appetite from which my father was not exempt. It cherished the seeds of depravity in him, and lessened the little stock of happiness belonging to my mother. I did not detain you long, my friends, in portraying my parents and recounting domestic incidents when I first told you my story. What had no connection with the history of Welbeck and with the part that I have acted upon this stage, I thought it proper to omit. My omission was likewise prompted by other reasons. My mind is enervated and feeble, like my body. I cannot look upon the sufferings of those I love without exquisite pain. I cannot steel my heart by the force of reason and by submission to necessity, and therefore too frequently employ the cowardly expedient of endeavouring to forget what I cannot remember without agony. I told you that my father was sober and industrious by habit, but habit is not uniform. There were intervals when his plodding and tame spirit gave place to the malice and fury of a demon. Liquors were not sought by him, but he could not withstand entreaty, and a potion that produced no effect upon others changed him into a maniac. I told you that I had a sister whom the arts of a villain destroyed. Alas, the work of her destruction was left unfinished by him. The blows and contumelies of a misjudging and implacable parent who scrupled not to thrust her, with her newborn infant, out of doors, the curses and taunts of unnatural brothers, left her no alternative but death. But I must not think of this. I must not think of the wrongs which my mother endured in the person of her only and darling daughter. My brothers were the copyists of the father whom they resembled in temper and person. My mother doted on her own image in her daughter and in me. This daughter was ravished from her by self-violence, and her other children by disease. I only remained to appropriate her affections and fulfill her hopes. This alone had furnished a sufficient reason why I should be careful of my health and my life, but my father's character supplied me with a motive infinitely more cogent. It is almost incredible, but nevertheless true, that the only being whose presence and remonstrances had any influence on my father, at moments when his reason was extinct, was myself. As to my personal strength, it was nothing, yet my mother's person was rescued from brutal violence. He was checked in the midst of his ferocious career by a single look or exclamation from me. The fear of my rebukes had even some influence in enabling him to resist temptation. If I entered the tavern at the moment when he was lifting the glass to his lips, I never weighed the injunctions of decorum, but, snatching the vessel from his hand, I threw it on the ground. I was not deterred by the presence of others, and their censures on my want of filial respect and duty were listened to with unconcern. I chose not to justify myself by expatiating on domestic miseries and by calling down that pity on my mother which I knew would only have increased her distress. The world regarded my deportment as insolent and perverse to a degree of insanity. To deny my father an indulgence which they thought harmless, and which indeed was harmless in its influence on other men, to interfere thus publicly with his social enjoyments, and expose him to mortification and shame, was loudly condemned. But my duty to my mother debarred me from eluding this censure on the only terms on which it could have been eluded. Now it has ceased to be necessary to conceal what passed in domestic retirements, and I should willingly confess the truth before any audience. At first, my father imagined that threats and blows would intimidate his monitor. In this he was mistaken, and the detection of this mistake impressed him with an involuntary reverence for me, which set bounds to those excesses which disdained any other control. Hence I derived new motives for cherishing a life which was useful in so many ways to my mother. My condition is now changed. I am no longer on that field to which the law, as well as reason, must acknowledge that I had some right, while there was any in my father. I must hazard my life, if need be, in the pursuit of the means of honest subsistence. I never spared myself in the service of Mr. Hadwin, and, at a more inclement season, should probably have incurred some hazard by my diligence. These were the motives of my idleness, for my abstaining from the common toils of the farm passed by in that name among my neighbours, though, in truth, my time was far from being wholly unoccupied by manual employments, but these required less exertion of body or mind, or were more connected with intellectual efforts. They were pursued in the seclusion of my chamber, or the recesses of a wood. I did not labour to conceal them, but neither was I anxious to attract notice. It was sufficient that the censure of my neighbours was unmerited to make me regard it with indifference. I sought not the society of persons my own age, not from sullen or unsociable habits, but merely because those around me were totally unlike myself. Their tastes and occupations were incompatible with mine. In my few books, in my pen, in the vegetable and animal existences around me, I found companions who adapted their visits and intercourse to my convenience and caprice, and with whom I was never tired of communing. I was not unaware of the opinion which my neighbours had formed of my being improperly connected with Betty Lawrence. I am not sorry that I fell into company with that girl. Her intercourse has instructed me in what some would think impossible to be attained by one who had never haunted the impure recesses of licentiousness in a city. The knowledge which a residence in this town for 10 years gave her audacious and inquisitive spirit, she imparted to me. Her character, profligate and artful, libidinous and impudent, and made up of the impressions which a city life had produced on her coarse but active mind, was open to my study, and I studied it. I scarcely know how to repel the charge of illicit conduct, and to depict the exact species of intercourse subsisting between us. I always treated her with freedom, and sometimes with gaiety. I had no motives to reserve. I was so formed that a creature like her had no power over my senses. That species of temptation adapted to entice me from the true path was widely different from the artifices of Betty. There was no point at which it was possible for her to get possession of my fancy. I watched her while she practised all her tricks and blandishments, as I regarded a similar deportment in the animal Salax ignavumque, who inhabits the sty. I made efforts to pursue my observations unembarrassed, but my efforts were made not to restrain desire, but to suppress disgust. The difficulty lay not in withholding my caresses, but in forbearing to repulse her with rage. Decorum, indeed, was not outraged, and all limits were not overstepped at once. Dubious advances were employed, but when found unavailing were displaced by more shameless and direct proceedings. She was too little versed in human nature to see that her last expedient was always worse than the preceding, and that, in proportion as she lost sight of decency, she multiplied the obstacles to her success. Betty had many enticements in person and air. She was ruddy, smooth, and plump. To these she added, I must not say what, for it is strange to what lengths a woman destitute of modesty will sometimes go, but all her artifices availing her not at all in the contest with my insensibilities, she resorted to extremes which it would serve no good purpose to describe in this audience. They produced not the consequences she wished, but they produced another which was by no means displeasing to her. An incident one night occurred, from which a sagacious observer deduced the existence of an intrigue. It was useless to attempt to rectify his mistake by explaining appearances in a manner consistent with my innocence. This mode of explication implied a continence in me which he denied to be possible. The standard of possibilities, especially in vice and virtue, is fashioned by most men after their own character. A temptation which this judge of human nature knew that he was unable to resist, he sagely concluded to be irresistible by any other man, and quickly established the belief among my neighbors that the woman who married the father had been prostituted to the son. Though I never admitted to the truth of this aspersion, I believed it useless to deny, because no one would credit my denial, and because I had no power to disprove it. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 38. What other inquiries were to be resolved by our young friend we were now, at this late hour, obliged to postpone till the morrow. I shall pass over the reflections which a story like this would naturally suggest, and hasten to our next interview. After breakfast next morning, the subject of last night's conversation was renewed. I told him that something had occurred in his absence in relation to Mrs. Wentworth and her nephew that had perplexed us not a little. My information is obtained, continued I, from Wortley, and it is nothing less than that young Clavering, Mrs. Wentworth's nephew, is at this time actually alive. Surprise, but none of the embarrassment of guilt, appeared in his countenance at these tidings. He looked at me as if desirous that I should proceed. It seems, added I, that a letter was lately received by this lady from the father of Clavering, who is now in Europe. The letter reports that this son was lately met with in Charleston, and relates the means which old Mr. Clavering had used to prevail upon his son to return home, means of the success of which he entertained well-grounded hopes. What think you? I can only reject it, said he, after some pause, as untrue. The father's correspondent may have been deceived. The father may have been deceived, or the father may conceive it necessary to deceive the aunt, or some other supposition as to the source of the error may be true, but an error it surely is. Clavering is not alive. I know the chamber where he died, and the withered pine under which he lies buried. If she be deceived, said I, it will be impossible to rectify her error. I hope not. An honest front and a straight story will be sufficient. How do you mean to act? Visit her without doubt and tell her the truth. My tale will be too circumstantial and consistent to permit her to disbelieve. She will not hearken to you. She is too strongly prepossessed against you to admit you even to a hearing. She cannot help it. Unless she lock her door against me or stuff her ears with wool, she must hear me. Her prepossessions are reasonable, but are easily removed by telling the truth. Why does she suspect me of artifice? Because I seemed to be allied to Welbeck, and because I disguised the truth. That she thinks ill of me is not her fault, but my misfortune, and, happily for me, a misfortune easily removed. Then you will try to see her? I will see her, and the sooner the better. I will see her today, this morning, as soon as I have seen Welbeck, whom I shall immediately visit in his prison. There are other embarrassments and dangers of which you are not aware. Welbeck is pursued by many persons whom he has defrauded of large sums. By these persons you are deemed an accomplice in his guilt, and a warrant is already in the hands of officers for arresting you wherever you are found. In what way, said Mervyn sedately, do they imagine me a partaker of his crime? I know not. You lived with him, you fled with him, you aided and connived at his escape. Are these crimes? I believe not, but they subject you to suspicion. To arrest and to punishment? To detention for a while, perhaps, but these alone cannot expose you to punishment." "I thought so. Then I have nothing to fear." "You have imprisonment and obloquy, at least, to dread." "True, but they cannot be avoided but by my exile and skulking out of sight, evils infinitely more formidable. I shall, therefore, not avoid them. The sooner my conduct is subjected to scrutiny, the better. Will you go with me to Welbeck?" "I will go with you." Inquiring for Welbeck of the keeper of the prison, we were informed that he was in his own apartment, very sick. The physician attending the prison had been called, but the prisoner had preserved an obstinate and scornful silence, and had neither explained his condition nor consented to accept any aid. We now went alone into his apartment. His sensibility seemed fast ebbing, yet an emotion of joy was visible in his eyes at the appearance of Mervyn. He seemed likewise to recognize in me his late visitant, and made no objection to my entrance. "How are you this morning?" said Arthur, seating himself on the bedside and taking his hand. The sick man was scarcely able to articulate his reply. "I shall soon be well. I have longed to see you. I want to leave with you a few words." He now cast his languid eyes on me. "You are his friend," he continued. "You know all. You may stay." There now succeeded a long pause, during which he closed his eyes, and resigned himself as if to an oblivion of all thought. His pulse under my hand was scarcely perceptible. From this in some minutes he recovered, and, fixing his eyes on Mervyn, resumed in a broken and feeble accent. "Clemenza, you have seen her. Weeks ago I left her in an accursed house, yet she has not been mistreated. Neglected and abandoned, indeed, but not mistreated. Save her, Mervyn. Comfort her. Awaken charity for her sake. I cannot tell you what has happened. The tale would be too long, too mournful, yet in justice to the living I must tell you something. My woes and my crimes will be buried with me. Some of them, but not all. Ere this I should have been many leagues upon the ocean, had not a newspaper fallen into my hands while on the eve of embarkation. By that I learned that a treasure was buried with the remains of the ill-fated Watson. I was destitute. I was unjust enough to wish to make this treasure my own. Prone to think I was forgotten or numbered with the victims of pestilence, I ventured to return under a careless disguise. I penetrated to the vaults of that deserted dwelling by night. I dug up the bones of my friend, and found the girdle and its valuable contents, according to the accurate description that I had read. I hastened back with my prize to Baltimore, but my evil destiny overtook me at last. I was recognized by emissaries of Jameson, arrested and brought hither, and here I shall consummate my fate, and defeat the rage of my creditors by death. But first—" Here Welbeck stretched out his left hand to Mervyn, and after some reluctance showed a roll of lead. "Receive this," said he. "In the use of it be guided by your honesty and by the same advertisement that furnished me the clue by which to recover it. That being secured, the world and I will part forever. Withdraw, for your presence can help me nothing." We were unwilling to comply with his injunction, and continued some longer time in his chamber, but our kind intent availed nothing. He quickly relapsed into insensibility, from which he recovered not again, but next day expired. Such, in the flower of his age, was the fate of Thomas Welbeck. Whatever interest I might feel in accompanying the progress of my young friend, a sudden and unforeseen emergency compelled me again to leave the city. A kinsman, to whom I was bound by many obligations, was suffering a lingering disease, and, imagining, with some reason, his dissolution to be not far distant, he besought my company and my assistance, to soothe at least the agonies of his last hour. I was anxious to clear up the mysteries which Arthur's conduct had produced, and to shield him, if possible, from the evils which I feared awaited him. It was impossible, however, to decline the invitation of my kinsman, as his residence was not a day's journey from the city. I was obliged to content myself with occasional information, imparted by Mervyn's letters or those of my wife. Meanwhile, on leaving the prison, I hasted to inform Mervyn of the true nature of the scene which had just passed. By this extraordinary occurrence, the property of the Morrises was now in honest hands. Welbeck, stimulated by selfish motives, had done that which any other person would have found encompassed with formidable dangers and difficulties. How this attempt was suggested or executed he had not informed us, nor was it desirable to know. It was sufficient that the means of restoring their own to a destitute and meritorious family were now in our possession. Having returned home, I unfolded to Mervyn all the particulars respecting Williams and the Morrises which I had lately learned from Wortley. He listened with deep attention, and, my story being finished, he said, "In this small compass, then, is the patrimony and subsistence of a numerous family. To restore it to them is the obvious proceeding, but how? Where do they abide? Williams and Watson's wife live in Baltimore, and the Morrises live near that town. The advertisements alluded to by Wortley, and which are to be found in any newspaper, will inform us. But first, are we sure that any or all of these bills are contained in this covering?" The lead was now unrolled, and the bills which Williams had described were found enclosed. Nothing appeared to be deficient. Of this, however, we were scarcely qualified to judge. Those that were the property of Williams might not be entire, and what would be the consequence of presenting them to him if any had been embezzled by Welbeck? This difficulty was obviated by Mervyn, who observed that the advertisement describing these bills would afford us ample information on this head. Having found out where the Morrises and Mrs. Watson live, nothing remains but to visit them and put an end, as far as lies in my power, to their inquietudes. "What? Would you go to Baltimore?" "Certainly. Can any other expedient be proper? How shall I otherwise ensure the safe conveyance of these papers?" "You may send them by post." "But why not go myself?" "I can hardly tell, unless your appearance on such an errand may be suspected likely to involve you in embarrassments." "What embarrassments? If they receive their own, ought they not to be satisfied?" "The inquiry will naturally be made as to the manner of gaining possession of these papers. They were lately in the hands of Watson, but Watson has disappeared. Suspicions are awake respecting the cause of his disappearance. These suspicions are connected with Welbeck, and Welbeck's connection with you is not unknown." "These are evils, but I see not how an ingenious and open conduct is adapted to increase these evils. If they come, I must endure them." "I believe your decision is right. No one is so skilful an advocate in a cause as he whose cause it is. I rely upon your skill and address, and shall leave you to pursue your own way. I must leave you for a time, but shall expect to be punctually informed of all that passes." With this agreement we parted, and I hastened to perform my intended journey. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown. Chapter 39. I am glad, my friend, thy nimble pen has got so far upon its journey. What remains of my story may be dispatched in a trice. I have just now some vacant hours which might possibly be more usefully employed, but not in an easier manner or more pleasant. So let me carry on thy thread. First, let me mention the resolutions I had formed at the time I parted with my friend. I had several objects in view. One was a conference with Mrs. Wentworth, another was an interview with her whom I met with at Villars's. My heart melted when I thought upon the desolate condition of Clemenza, and determined me to direct my first efforts for her relief. For this end I was to visit the female who had given me a direction to her house. The name of this person is Asha Fielding, and she lived, according to her own direction, at No. 40 Walnut Street. I went thither without delay. She was not at home. Having gained information from the servant as to when she might be found, I proceeded to Mrs. Wentworth's. In going thither, my mind was deeply occupied in meditation, and, with my usual carelessness of forms, I entered the house and made my way to the parlour, where an interview had formerly taken place between us. Having arrived, I began, though somewhat unseasonably, to reflect upon the topics with which I should introduce my conversation, and particularly the manner in which I should introduce myself. I had opened doors without warning, and traversed passages without being noticed. This had arisen from my thoughtlessness. There was no one within hearing or sight. What was next to be done? Should I not return softly to the outer door, and summon the servant by knocking? Preparing to do this, I heard a footstep in the entry which suspended my design. I stood in the middle of the floor, attentive to these movements, when presently the door opened, and there entered the apartment Mrs. Wentworth herself. She came, as it seemed, without expectation of finding any one there. When, therefore, the figure of a man caught her vagrant attention, she started and cast a hasty look towards me. "Pray," in a peremptory tone, "how came you here, sir, and what is your business?" Neither arrogance on the one hand, nor humility on the other, had any part in modelling my deportment. I came not to deprecate anger or exult over distress. I answered, therefore, distinctly, firmly, and erectly, "I came to see you, madam, and converse with you, but, being busy with other thoughts, I forgot to knock at the door. No evil was intended by my negligence, though propriety has certainly not been observed. Will you pardon this intrusion, and condescend to grant me your attention?" "To what? What have you to say to me? I know you only as the accomplice of a villain in an attempt to deceive me. There is nothing to justify your coming hither, and I desire you to leave the house with as little ceremony as you entered it." My eyes were lowered at this rebuke, yet I did not obey the command. "Your treatment of me, madam, is such as I appear to you to deserve. Appearances are unfavourable to me, but those appearances are false. I have concurred in no plot against your reputation or your fortune. I have told you nothing but the truth. I came hither to promote no selfish or sinister purpose. I have no favour to entreat, and no petition to offer, but that you will suffer me to clear up those mistakes which you have harboured respecting me. I am poor. I am destitute of fame and of kindred. I have nothing to console me in obscurity and indigence, but the approbation of my own heart and the good opinion of those who know me as I am. The good may be led to despise and condemn me. Their aversion and scorn shall not make me unhappy, but it is my interest and my duty to rectify their error if I can. I regard your character with esteem. You have been mistaking and condemning me as a liar and impostor, and I came to remove this mistake. I came, if not to procure your esteem, at least to take away hatred and suspicion. But this is not all my purpose. You are in an error in relation not only to my character, but to the situation of your nephew Clavering. I formerly told you that I saw him die, that I assisted at his burial, but my tale was incoherent and imperfect, and you have since received intelligence to which you think proper to trust, and which assures you that he is still living. All I now ask is your attention, while I relate the particulars of my knowledge. Proof of my veracity or innocence may be of no value in your eyes, but the fate of your nephew ought to be known to you. Certainty on this head may be of much importance to your happiness and to the regulation of your future conduct. To hear me patiently can do you no injury and may benefit you much. Will you permit me to go on?" During this address, little abatement of resentment and scorn was visible in my companion. "I will hear you," she replied. "Your invention may amuse if it does not edify. But I pray you, let your story be short." I was obliged to be content with this ungraceful concession, and proceeded to begin my narration. I described the situation of my father's dwelling. I mentioned the year, month, day, and hour of her nephew's appearance among us. I expatiated minutely on his form, features, dress, sound of his voice, and repeated his words. His favourite gestures and attitudes were faithfully described. I had gone but a little way in my story, when the effects were visible in her demeanour which I expected from it. Her knowledge of the youth, and of the time and manner of his disappearance, made it impossible for me, with so minute a narrative, to impose upon her credulity. Every word, every incident related, attested my truth by their agreement with what she herself previously knew. Her suspicious and angry watchfulness was quickly exchanged for downcast looks, and stealing tears, and sighs difficultly repressed. Meanwhile I did not pause, but described the treatment he received from my mother's tenderness, his occupations, the freaks of his insanity, and, finally, the circumstances of his death and funeral. Thence I hastened to the circumstances which brought me to the city, which placed me in the service of Welbeck, and obliged me to perform so ambiguous a part in her presence. I left no difficulty to be solved, and no question unanticipated. "I have now finished my story," I continued, "and accomplished my design in coming hither. Whether I have vindicated my integrity from your suspicions, I know not. I have done what in me lay to remove your error, and in that have done my duty. What more remains? Any inquiries you are pleased to make, I am ready to answer. If there be none to make, I will comply with your former commands, and leave the house with as little ceremony as I entered it." "Your story," she replied, "has been unexpected. I believe it fully, and I am sorry for the hard thoughts which past appearances have made me entertain concerning you." Here she sunk into mournful silence. "The information," she at length resumed, "which I have received from another quarter respecting that unfortunate youth astonishes and perplexes me. It is inconsistent with your story, but it must be founded on some mistake which I am, at present, unable to unravel. Welbeck, whose connection has been so unfortunate to you—" "Unfortunate? Dear madam, how unfortunate? It has done away a part of my ignorance of the world in which I live. It has led me to the situation in which I am now placed. It has introduced me to the knowledge of many good people. It has made me the witness and the subject of many acts of beneficence and generosity. My knowledge of Welbeck has been useful to me. It has enabled me to be useful to others. I look back upon that allotment of my destiny which first led me to his door with gratitude and pleasure. Would to heaven," continued I, somewhat changing my tone, "intercourse with Welbeck had been as harmless to all others as it has been to me. That no injury to fortune and fame, and innocence and life had been incurred by others greater than has fallen upon my head. There is one being whose connection with him has not been utterly dissimilar in its origin and circumstances to mine, though the catastrophe has, indeed, been widely and mournfully different. And yet, within this moment, a thought has occurred from which I derive some consolation and some hope. You, dear madam, are rich. These spacious apartments, this plentiful accommodation are yours. You have enough for your own gratification and convenience, and somewhat to spare. Will you take into your protecting arms, to your hospitable roof, an unhappy girl whom the arts of Welbeck have robbed of fortune, reputation, and honour, who is now languishing in poverty, weeping over the lifeless remains of her babe, surrounded by the agents of vice and trembling on the verge of infamy?" "What can this mean?" replied the lady. "Of whom do you speak?" "You shall know her. You shall be apprised of her claims to your compassion. Her story, as far as is known to me, I will faithfully repeat to you. She is a stranger, an Italian. Her name is Clemenza Lodi." "Clemenza Lodi! Good heaven!" exclaimed Mrs. Wentworth. "Why, surely it cannot be. And yet, is it possible that you are that person?" "I do not comprehend you, madam." "A friend has related a transaction of a strange sort. It is scarcely an hour since she told it me. The name of Clemenza Lodi was mentioned in it, and a young man of a most singular deportment was described. But tell me how you were engaged on Thursday morning." "I was coming to this city from a distance. I stopped 10 minutes at the house of—" "Mrs. Villars?" "The same. Perhaps you know her and her character. Perhaps you can confirm or rectify my present opinions concerning her. It is there that the unfortunate Clemenza abides. It is thence that I wish her to be speedily removed." "I have heard of you, of your conduct upon that occasion." "Of me?" answered I eagerly. "Do you know that woman?" So saying, I produced the card which I had received from her, and on which her name was written. "I know her well. She is my countrywoman and my friend." "Your friend? Then she is good, she is innocent, she is generous. Will she be a sister, a protectress to Clemenza? Will you exhort her to a deed of charity? Will you be yourself an example of beneficence? Direct me to Miss Fielding, I beseech you. I have called on her already, but in vain, and there is no time to be lost." "Why are you so precipitate? What would you do?" "Take her away from that house instantly, and bring her hither. Place her under your protection. Give her Mrs. Wentworth for a counsellor, a friend, a mother. Shall I do this? Shall I hie hither to-day, this very hour, now? Give me your consent, and she shall be with you before noon." "By no means," replied she, with earnestness. "You are too hasty. An affair of so much importance cannot be dispatched in a moment. There are many difficulties and doubts to be first removed. Let them be reserved for the future. Withhold not your helping hand till the struggle has disappeared for ever. Think on the gulf that is already gaping to swallow her. This is no time to hesitate and falter. I will tell you her story, but not now. We will postpone it till tomorrow, and first secure her from impending evils. She shall tell it to you herself. In an hour I will bring her hither, and she herself shall recount to you her sorrows. Will you let me?" "Your behaviour is extraordinary. I can scarcely tell whether this simplicity be real or affected. One would think that your common sense would show you the impropriety of your request. To admit under my roof a woman notoriously dishonoured, and from an infamous house. My dearest madam, how can you reflect upon the situation without irresistible pity? I see that you are thoroughly aware of her past calamity and her present danger. Do not these urge you to make haste to her relief? Can any lot be more deplorable than hers? Can any state be more perilous? Poverty is not the only evil that oppresses or threatens her. The scorn of the world and her own compunction, the death of the fruit of her error, and the witness of her shame are not the worst. She is exposed to the temptations of the profligate while she remains with Mrs. Villars. Her infamy accumulates. Her further debasement is facilitated. Her return to reputation and to virtue is obstructed by new bars. How know I that her debasement is not already complete and irremediable? She is a mother, but not a wife. How came she thus? Is her being Welbeck's prostitute no proof of her guilt? Alas, I know not. I believe her not very culpable. I know her to be unfortunate, to have been robbed and betrayed. You are a stranger to her history. I am myself imperfectly acquainted with it, but let me tell you the little that I know. Perhaps my narrative may cause you to think of her as I do." She did not object to this proposal, and I immediately recounted all that I had gained from my own observations, or from Welbeck himself, respecting this forlorn girl. Having finished my narrative, I proceeded thus. "Can you hesitate to employ that power which was given you for good ends, to rescue this sufferer? Take her to your home, to your bosom, to your confidence. Keep aloof those temptations which beset her in her present situation. Restore her to that purity which her desolate condition, her ignorance, her misplaced gratitude, and the artifices of a skilful dissembler have destroyed, if it be destroyed. For how know we under what circumstances her ruin was accomplished? With what pretences or appearances or promises she was won to compliance? True, I confess my ignorance, but ought not that ignorance to be removed before she makes part of my family? Oh no, it may be afterwards removed. It cannot be removed before. By bringing her hither you shield her, at least, from future and possible evils. Here you can watch her conduct and sift her sentiments conveniently and at leisure. Should she prove worthy of your charity, how justly may you congratulate yourself on your seasonable efforts in her cause. If she prove unworthy, you may then demean yourself according to her demerits. I must reflect upon it. Tomorrow, let me prevail on you to admit her at once and without delay. This very moment may be the critical one. Today we may exert ourselves with success, but tomorrow all our efforts may be fruitless. Why fluctuate, why linger, when so much good may be done, and no evil can possibly be incurred? It requires but a word from you. You need not move a finger. Your house is large, you have chambers vacant and convenient. Consent only that your door shall not be barred against her, that you will treat her with civility, to carry your kindness into effect, to persuade her to attend me hither, and to place herself in your care, shall be my province." These, and many similar entreaties and reasonings, were ineffectual. Her general disposition was kind, but she was unaccustomed to strenuous or sudden exertions. To admit the persuasions of such an advocate to so uncommon a scheme as that of sharing her house with a creature thus previously unknown to her, thus loaded with suspicion and with obloquy, was not possible. I at last forbore importunity, and requested her to tell me when I might expect to meet with Mrs. Fielding at her lodgings. Inquiry was made to what end I sought an interview. I made no secret of my purpose. "Are you mad, young man?" she exclaimed. "Mrs. Fielding has already been egregiously imprudent. On the faith of an ancient slight acquaintance with Mrs. Villars in Europe, she suffered herself to be decoyed into a visit. Instead of taking warning by numerous tokens of the real character of that woman, in her behaviour and in that of her visitants, she consented to remain there one night. The next morning took place that astonishing interview with you, which she has since described to me. She is now warned against the like indiscretion. And pray, what benevolent scheme would you propose to her? Has she property? Is she rich?" "She is. Unhappily, perhaps, for her, she is absolute mistress of her fortune, and has neither guardian nor parent to control her in the use of it." "Has she virtue? Does she know the value of affluence and fair fame? And will she not devote a few dollars to rescue a fellow creature from indigence and infamy and vice? Surely she will. She will hazard nothing by the boon. I will be her almoner. I will provide the wretched stranger with food and raiment and dwelling. I will pay for all if Mrs. Fielding, from her superfluity, will supply the means. Clemenza shall owe life and honour to your friend till I am able to supply the needful sum from my own stock." While thus speaking, my companion gazed at me with steadfastness. "I know not what to make of you. Your language and ideas are those of a lunatic. Are you acquainted with Mrs. Fielding?" "Yes, I have seen her 2 days ago. She has invited me to see her again." "And on the strength of this acquaintance you expect to be her almoner? To be the medium of her charity?" "I desire to save her trouble, to make charity as light and as easy as possible. 'Twill be better if she perform those offices herself. 'Twill redound more to the credit of her reason and her virtue, but I solicit her benignity only in the cause of Clemenza. For her only do I wish at present to call forth her generosity and pity. And do you imagine she will entrust her money to one of your age and sex, whom she knows so imperfectly, to administer to the wants of one whom she found in a house such as Mrs. Villars's? She never will. She mentioned her imprudent engagement to meet you, but she is now warned against the folly of such confidence. You have told me plausible stories of yourself and of this Clemenza. I cannot say I disbelieve them, but I know the ways of the world too well to bestow implicit faith so easily. You are an extraordinary young man. You may possibly be honest. Such a one as you, with your education and address, may possibly have passed all your life in a hovel, but it is scarcely credible, let me tell you. I believe most of the facts respecting my nephew, because my knowledge of him before his flight would enable me to detect your falsehood, but there must be other proofs besides an innocent brow and a voluble tongue to make me give full credit to your pretensions. I have no claim upon Welbeck which can embarrass you. On that score you are free from any molestation from me or my friends. I have suspected you of being an accomplice in some vile plot, and am now inclined to acquit you, but that is all you must expect from me, till your character be established by other means than your own assertions. I am engaged at present, and must therefore request you to put an end to your visit." This strain was much unlike the strain which preceded it. I imagined, by the mildness of her tone and manners, that her unfavourable prepossessions were removed, but they seemed to have suddenly regained their pristine force. I was somewhat disconcerted by this unexpected change. I stood for a minute silent and irresolute. Just then a knock was heard at the door, and presently entered that very female whom I had met with at Mrs. Villars'. I caught her figure as I glanced through the window. Mrs. Wentworth darted at me many significant glances. Which commanded me to withdraw, but, with this object in view, it was impossible. As soon as she entered, her eyes were fixed upon me. Certain recollections naturally occurred at that moment, and made her cheeks glow. Some confusion reigned for a moment, but that was quickly dissipated. She did not notice me, but exchanged salutations with her friend. All this while I stood near the window, in a situation not a little painful. Certain tremors which I had not been accustomed to feel, and which seemed to possess a mystical relation to the visitant, disabled me at once from taking my leave, or from performing any useful purpose by staying. At length, struggling for composure, I approached her, and, showing her the card she had given me, said, "Agreeably to this direction, I called an hour ago at your lodgings. I found you not. I hope you will permit me to call once more. When shall I expect to meet you at home?" Her eyes were cast on the floor. A kind of indirect attention was fixed on Mrs. Wentworth, serving to intimidate and check her. At length she said, in an irresolute voice, "I shall be home this evening." "And this evening," replied I will call to see you." So saying, I left the house. This interval was tedious, but was to be endured with equanimity. I was impatient to be gone to Baltimore, and hoped to be able to set out by dawn of the next day. Meanwhile, I was necessarily to perform something with respect to Clemenza. After dinner I accompanied Mrs. Stevens to visit Miss Carleton. I was eager to see a woman who could bear adversity in the manner which my friend had described. She met us at the door of her apartment. Her seriousness was not abated by her smiles of affability and welcome. "My friend," whispered I, "how truly lovely is this Miss Carleton! Are the heart and the intelligence within worthy of these features?" "Yes, they are. The accounts of her employments, of her resignation to the ill fate of the brother whom she loves, proves that they are." My eyes were riveted to her countenance and person. I felt uncontrollable eagerness to speak to her and to gain her good opinion. "You must know this young man, my dear Miss Carleton," said my friend, looking at me. "He is my husband's friend, and professes a great desire to be yours. You must not treat him as a mere stranger, for he knows your character and situation already, as well as that of your brother." She looked at me with benignity. "I accept his friendship willingly and gratefully, and shall endeavour to convince him that his good opinion is not misplaced." There now ensued a conversation somewhat general, in which this young woman showed a mind vigorous from exercise and unembarrassed by care. She affected no concealment of her own condition, of her wants, or her comforts. She laid no stress upon misfortunes, but contrived to deduce some beneficial consequence to herself, and some motive for gratitude to Heaven, from every wayward incident that had befallen her. This demeanour emboldened me at length to inquire into the cause of her brother's imprisonment and the nature of his debt. She answered frankly and without hesitation. "It is a debt of his father's, for which he made himself responsible during his father's life. The act was generous but imprudent, as the event has shown, though, at the time, the unhappy effects could not be foreseen. My father," continued she, "was arrested by his creditor at a time when the calmness and comforts of his own dwelling were necessary to his health. The creditor was obdurate, and would release him upon no condition but that of receiving a bond from my brother, by which he engaged to pay the debt at several successive times and in small portions. All these instalments were discharged with great difficulty indeed, but with sufficient punctuality, except the last, to which my brother's earnings were not adequate." "How much is the debt?" $400. "And is the state of the creditor such as to make the loss of $400 of more importance to him than the loss of liberty to your brother?" She answered, smiling, "That is a very abstract view of things. On such a question you and I might, perhaps, easily decide in favour of my brother, but would there not be some danger of deciding partially? His conduct is a proof of his decision, and there's no power to change it." "Will not argument change it? Methinks in so plain a case I should be able to convince him. You say he is rich and childless. His annual income is 10 times more than this sum. Your brother cannot pay the debt while in prison, whereas if at liberty he might slowly and finally discharge it. If his humanity would not yield, his avarice might be brought to acquiesce. But there is another passion which you would find it somewhat harder to subdue, and that is his vengeance. He thinks himself wronged, and imprisons my brother, not to enforce payment, but to inflict misery. If you could persuade him that there is no hardship in imprisonment, you would speedily gain the victory, but that could not be attempted consistently with truth. In proportion to my brother's suffering is his gratification." "You draw an odious and almost incredible portrait." "And yet such a one would serve for the likeness of almost every second man we meet." "And is such your opinion of mankind? Your experience must surely have been of a rueful tenor to justify such hard thoughts of the rest of your species." By no means. It has been what those whose situation disables them from looking further than the surface of things would regard as unfortunate, but if my goods and evils were equitably balanced, the former would be the weightiest. I have found kindness and goodness in great numbers, but have likewise met prejudice and rancour in many. My opinion of Farquhar is not lightly taken up. I saw him yesterday, and the true nature of his motives in the treatment of my brother was plain enough. Here the topic was succeeded by others, and the conversation ceased not till the hour had arrived on which I had preconcerted to visit Mrs. Fielding. I left my two friends for this purpose. I was admitted to Mrs. Fielding's presence without scruple or difficulty. There were two females in her company, and one of the other sex, well-dressed, elderly, and sedate persons. Their discourse turned upon political topics, with which, as you know, I have but slight acquaintance. They talked of fleets and armies, of Robespierre and Pitt, of whom I had only a newspaper knowledge. In a short time the women rose, and, huddling on their cloaks, disappeared in company with the gentlemen. Being thus left alone with Mrs. Fielding, some embarrassment was mutually betrayed. With much hesitation, which, however, gradually disappeared, my companion at length began the conversation. "You met me lately in a situation, sir, on which I look back with trembling and shame, but not with any self-condemnation. I was led into it without any fault, unless a too hasty confidence may be styled a fault. I had known Mrs. Villars in England, where she lived with an untainted reputation at least, and the sight of my countrywoman in a foreign land awakened emotions in the indulgence of which I did not imagine there was either any guilt or any danger. She invited me to see her at her house with so much urgency and warmth, and solicited me to take a place immediately in a chaise in which she had come to the city, that I too incautiously complied. You are a stranger to me, and I am unacquainted with your character. What little I have seen of your deportment, and what little I have lately heard concerning you from Mrs. Wentworth, do not produce unfavourable impressions. But the apology I have made was due to my own reputation, and should have been offered to you whatever your character had been." There she stopped. "I came not hither," said I, "to receive an apology. Your demeanour on our first interview shielded you sufficiently from any suspicions or surmises that I could form. What you have now mentioned was likewise mentioned by your friend, and was fully believed upon her authority. My purpose in coming related not to you but to another. I desired merely to interest your generosity and justice on behalf of one whose destitute and dangerous condition may lay claim to your compassion and your succour." "I comprehend you," said she, with an air of some perplexity. "I know the claims of that person." "And will you comply with them?" "In what manner can I serve her?" "By giving her the means of living." "Does she not possess them already?" "She is destitute. Her dependence was wholly placed upon one that is dead, by whom her person was dishonoured and her fortune embezzled." "But she still lives. She is not turned into the street. She is not destitute of home." "But what a home!" "Such as she may choose to remain in." "She cannot choose it. She must not choose it. She remains through ignorance, or through the incapacity of leaving it." "But how shall she be persuaded to a change?" "I will persuade her. I will fully explain her situation. I will supply her with a new home." "You will persuade her to go with you, and to live at a home of your providing and on your bounty?" "Certainly." "Would that change be worthy of a cautious person? Would it benefit her reputation? Would it prove her love of independence?" "My purposes are good. I know not why she should suspect them, but I am only anxious to be the instrument. Let her be indebted to one of her own sex, of unquestionable reputation. Admit her into this house, Invite her to your arms. Cherish and console her as your sister. Before I am convinced that she deserves it, and even then, what regard shall I, young, unmarried, independent, affluent, pay to my own reputation in harboring a woman in these circumstances? But you need not act yourself. Make me your agent and almoner. Only supply her with the means of subsistence through me. Would you have me act a clandestine part, hold meetings with one of your sex, and give him money for a purpose which I must hide from the world? Is it worth while to be a dissembler and impostor? And will not such conduct incur more dangerous surmises and suspicions than would arise from acting openly and directly? You will forgive me for reminding you, likewise, that it is particularly incumbent upon those in my situation to be circumspect in their intercourse with men and with strangers. This is the second time that I have seen you. My knowledge of you is extremely dubious and imperfect, and such as would make the conduct you prescribe to me in a high degree rash and culpable. You must not therefore expect me to pursue it." These words were delivered with an air of firmness and dignity. I was not insensible to the truth of her representations. "I confess," said I, "what you have said makes me doubt the propriety of my proposal, yet I would fain be of service to her. Can you not point out some practicable method?" She was silent and thoughtful, and seemed indisposed to answer my question. "I had set my heart upon success in this negotiation," continued I, "and could not imagine any obstacle to its success. But I find my ignorance of the world's ways much greater than I had previously expected. You defraud yourself of all the happiness redounding from the act of making others happy. You sacrifice substance to show, and are more anxious to prevent unjust aspersions from lighting on yourself than to rescue a fellow creature from guilt and infamy. You are rich and abound in all the conveniences and luxuries of life. A small portion of your superfluity would obviate the wants of a being not less worthy than yourself. It is not avarice or aversion to labour that makes you withhold your hand. It is dread of the sneers and surmises of malevolence and ignorance. I will not urge you further at present. Your determination to be wise should not be hasty. Think upon the subject calmly and sedately, and form your resolution in the course of 3 days. At the end of that period I will visit you again." So saying, and without waiting for comment or answer, I withdrew. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown. Chapter 40. I mounted the stagecoach at daybreak the next day, in company with a sallow Frenchman from Santo Domingo, his fiddle-case, an ape, and 2 female blacks. The Frenchman, after passing the suburbs, took out his violin and amused himself with humming to his own tweedle-tweedle. The monkey now and then munched an apple, which was given to him from a basket by the blacks, who gazed with stupid wonder and an exclamatory "la la" upon the passing scenery, or chattered to each other in a sort of open-mouthed, half-articulate, monotonous sing-song jargon. The man looked seldom either on this side or that, and spoke only to rebuke the frolics of the monkey with a "Tenez, Dominique, prenez garde, diable noir." As to me, my thought was busy in 1,000 ways. I sometimes gazed at the faces of my 4 companions, and endeavoured to discern the differences and samenesses between them. I took an exact account of the features, proportions, looks, and gestures of the monkey, the Congolese, and the Creole Gaul. I compared them together and examined them apart. I looked at them in 1,000 different points of view and pursued, untired and unsatiated, those trains of reflections which began at each change of tone, feature, and attitude. I marked the country as it successively arose before me, and found endless employment in examining the shape and substance of the fence, the barn, and the cottage, the aspect of the earth and of heaven. How great are the pleasures of health and of mental activity! My chief occupation, however, related to the scenes into which I was about to enter. My imaginations were, of course, crude and inadequate, and I found an uncommon gratification in comparing realities, as they successively occurred, with the pictures which my wayward fancy had depicted. I will not describe my dreams. My proper task is to relate the truth. Neither shall I dwell upon the images suggested by the condition of the country through which I passed. I will confine myself to mentioning the transactions connected with the purpose of my journey. I reached Baltimore at night. I was not so fatigued but that I could ramble through the town. I intended at present merely the gratification of a stranger's curiosity. My visit to Mrs. Watson and her brother I designed should take place on the morrow. The evening of my arrival I deemed an unseasonable time. While roving about, however, it occurred to me that it might not be impolitic to find the way to their habitation even now. My purposes of general curiosity would equally be served whichever way my steps were bent, and to trace the path to their dwelling would save me the trouble of inquiries and interrogations tomorrow. When I looked forward to an interview with the wife of Watson, and to the subject which would necessarily be discussed at that interview, I felt a trembling and misgiving at my heart. Surely, thought I, it will become me to exercise immeasurable circumspection and address, and yet how little are these adapted to the impetuosity and candour of my nature! How am I to introduce myself? What am I to tell her? That I was a sort of witness to the murder of her husband? That I received from the hand of his assassin the letter which I afterwards transmitted to her, and from the same hands the bills contained in his girdle? How will she start and look aghast? What suspicions will she harbour? What inquiries shall be made of me? How shall they be disarmed and eluded or answered? Deep consideration will be necessary before I trust myself to such an interview. The coming night shall be devoted to reflection upon this subject. From these thoughts I proceeded to inquiries for the street mentioned in the advertisement where Mrs. Watson was said to reside. The street and, at length, the habitation was found. Having reached a station opposite, I paused and surveyed the mansion. It was a wooden edifice of 2 stories, humble but neat. You ascended to the door by several stone steps. Of the 2 lower windows, the shutters of one were closed, but those of the other were open. Though late in the evening, there was no appearance of light or fire within. Beside the house was a painted fence, through which was a gate leading to the back of the building. Guided by the impulse of the moment, I crossed the street to the gate, and, lifting the latch, entered the paved alley, on one side of which was a paled fence, and on the other the house, looking through 2 windows into the alley. The first window was dark like those in the front, but at the second a light was discernible. I approached it, and, looking through, beheld a plain but neat apartment, in which parlour, kitchen, and nursery seemed to be united. A fire burned cheerfully in the chimney, over which was a tea-kettle. On the hearth sat a smiling and playful cherub of a boy, tossing something to a black girl who sat opposite, and whose innocent and regular features wanted only a different hue to make them beautiful. Near it, in a rocking chair with a sleeping babe in her lap, sat a female figure in plain but neat and becoming attire. Her posture permitted half her face to be seen, and saved me from any danger of being observed. This countenance was full of sweetness and benignity, but the sadness that veiled its lustre was profound. Her eyes were now fixed upon the fire, and were moist with the tears of remembrance, while she sung, in low and scarcely audible strains, an artless lullaby. This spectacle exercised a strange power over my feelings. While occupied in meditating on the features of the mother, I was unaware of my conspicuous situation. The black girl, having occasion to change her situation in order to reach the ball which was thrown at her, unluckily caught a glance of my figure through the glass. In a tone of half surprise and half terror, she cried out, "Oh, see there, a man!" I was tempted to draw suddenly back, but on second thought showed me the impropriety of departing thus abruptly and leaving behind me some alarm. I felt a sort of necessity for apologizing for my intrusion into these precincts, and hastened to a door that led into the same apartment. I knocked. A voice, somewhat confused, bade me enter. It was not till I opened the door and entered the room that I fully saw in what embarrassments I had incautiously involved myself. I could scarcely obtain sufficient courage to speak, and gave a confused assent to the question, "Have you business with me, sir?" She offered me a chair, and I sat down. She put the child, not yet awakened, into the arms of the black, who kissed it and rocked it in her arms with great satisfaction, and, resuming her seat, looked at me with inquisitiveness mingled with complacency. After a moment's pause, I said, "I was directed to this house as the abode of Mr. Ephraim Williams. Can he be seen, madam?" "He is not in town at present. If you will leave a message with me, I will punctually deliver it." The thought suddenly occurred whether any more was needful than merely to leave the bills suitably enclosed, as they already were, in a packet. Thus, all painful explanations might be avoided, and I might have reason to congratulate myself on his seasonable absence. Actuated by these thoughts, I drew forth the packet and put it into her hand, saying, "I will leave this in your possession, and must earnestly request you to keep it safe until you can deliver it into his own hands." Scarcely had I said this before new suggestions occurred. Was it right to act in this clandestine and mysterious manner? Should I leave these persons in uncertainty respecting the fate of a husband and a brother? What perplexities, misunderstandings, and suspenses might not grow out of this uncertainty? And ought they not to be precluded at any hazard to my own safety or good name? These sentiments made me involuntarily stretch forth my hand to retake the packet. This gesture, and other significances in my manners, joined to a trembling consciousness in herself, filled my companion with all the tokens of confusion and fear. She alternately looked at me and at the paper. Her trepidation increased, and she grew pale. These emotions were counteracted by a strong effort. At length she said, falteringly, "I will take good care of them, and will give them to my brother." She rose and placed them in a drawer, after which she resumed her seat. On this occasion all my wariness forsook me. I cannot explain why my perplexity and the trouble of my thoughts were greater upon this than upon similar occasions. However it be, I was incapable of speaking, and fixed my eyes upon the floor. A sort of electrical sympathy pervaded my companion, and terror and anguish were strongly manifested in the glances which she sometimes stole at me. We seemed fully to understand each other without the aid of words. This imbecility could not last long. I gradually recovered my composure and collected my scattered thoughts. I looked at her with seriousness and steadfastly spoke. "Are you the wife of Amos Watson?" She started. "I am indeed. Why do you ask? Do you know anything of—" There her voice failed. I replied with quickness, "Yes, I am fully acquainted with his destiny." "Good God!" she exclaimed in a paroxysm of surprise, and bending eagerly forward. "My husband is then alive! This packet is from him. Where is he? When have you seen him?" "'Tis a long time since." "But where is he now? Is he well? Will he return to me?" "Never." "Merciful Heaven!" Looking upwards and clasping her hands, "I thank thee at least for his life. But why has he forsaken me? Why will he not return?" "For a good reason," said I, with augmented solemnity. "He will never return to thee. Long ago was he laid in the cold grave." She shrieked, and at the next moment sunk in a swoon upon the floor. I was alarmed. The 2 children shrieked, and ran about the room terrified and unknowing what they did. I was overwhelmed with somewhat like terror, yet I involuntarily raised the mother in my arms, and cast about for the means of recalling her from this fit. Time to effect this had not elapsed, when several persons, apparently Mrs. Watson's neighbours, and raised by the outcries of the girls, hastily entered the room. They looked at me with mingled surprise and suspicion, but my attitude being not that of an injurer but helper, my countenance, which showed the pleasure at their entrance at this critical moment, afforded me, and my words, in which I besought their assistance, and explained in some degree and briefly the cause of those appearances, removed their ill thoughts. Presently the unhappy woman, being carried by the newcomers into a bedroom adjoining, recovered her sensibility. I only waited for this. I had done my part. More information would be useless to her, and not to be given by me, at least in the present audience, without embarrassment and peril. I suddenly determined to withdraw, and this, the attention of the company being otherwise engaged, I did without notice. I returned to my inn, and shut myself up in my chamber. Such was the change which, undesigned, unforeseen, half an hour had wrought in my situation. My cautious projects had perished in their conception. That which I had deemed so arduous, to require such circumspect approaches, such well-concerted speeches, was done. I had started up before this woman as if from the pores of the ground. I had vanished with the same celerity, but had left her in possession of proofs sufficient that I was neither spectre nor demon. "I will visit her," said I, "again. I will see her brother, and know the full effect of my disclosure. I will tell them all that I myself know. Ignorance would be no less injurious to them than to myself, but first I will see the Morrises." End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 41. Next morning I arose betimes, and equipped myself without delay. I had 8 or 10 miles to walk, so far from the town being the residence of these people, and I forthwith repaired to their dwelling. The persons whom I desired to see were known to me only by name, and by their place of abode. It was a mother and her 3 daughters, to whom I now carried the means not only of competence but riches, means which they, no doubt, had long ago despaired of regaining, and which, among all possible messengers, one of my age and guise would be the least suspected of being able to restore. I arrived through intricate ways at 11 o'clock at the house of Mrs. Morris. It was a neat dwelling, in a very fanciful and rustic style, in the bosom of a valley, which, when decorated by the verdure and blossoms of the coming season, must possess many charms. At present it was naked and dreary. As I approached it through a long avenue, I observed 2 female figures, walking arm and slowly to and fro in the path in which I now was. "These," said I, "are daughters of the family. Graceful, well-dressed, fashionable girls they seem at this distance. May they be deserving of the good tidings which I bring." Seeing them turn towards the house, I mended my pace that I might overtake them and request their introduction of me to their mother. As I more nearly approached, they again turned, and, perceiving me, they stood as if in expectation of my message. I went up to them. A single glance cast at each made me suspect that they were not sisters, but somewhat to my disappointment there was nothing highly prepossessing in the countenance of either. They were what is every day met with, though less embellished by brilliant drapery and turban, in markets and streets. An air somewhat haughty, somewhat supercilious, lessened still more their attractions. These defects, however, were nothing to me. I inquired of her that seemed to be the elder of the 2 for Mrs. Morris. "She is indisposed," was the cold reply. "That is unfortunate. Is it not possible to see her?" "No," with still more gravity. I was somewhat at a loss how to proceed. A pause ensued. At length the same lady resumed, "What's your business? You can leave your message with me." "With nobody but her, if she be not very indisposed." "She is very indisposed," interrupted she, peevishly. "If you cannot leave your message, you may take it back again, for she must not be disturbed." This was a singular reception. I was disconcerted and silent. I knew not what to say. "Perhaps," I at last observed, "some other time." "No," with increasing heat, "no other time. She is more likely to be worse than better. Come, Betsy," said she, taking hold of her companion's arm, and, hieing into the house, shut the door after her and disappeared. I stood at the bottom of the steps, confounded at such strange and unexpected treatment. I could not withdraw till my purpose was accomplished. After a moment's pause, I stepped to the door and pulled the bell. A negro came, of a very unpropitious aspect, and, opening the door, looked at me in silence. To my question, was Mrs. Morris to be seen, he made some answer in a jargon which I could not understand, but his words were immediately followed by an unseen person within the house. "Mrs. Morris can't be seen by anybody. Come in, Cato, and shut the door." This injunction was obeyed by Cato without ceremony. Here was a dilemma. I came with 10,000 pounds in my hands, to bestow freely on these people, and such was the treatment I received. "I must adopt," said I, "a new mode." I lifted the latch without a second warning, and, Cato having disappeared, went into a room, the door of which chanced to be open on my right hand. I found within the 2 females whom I had accosted in the portico. I now addressed myself to the younger. This intrusion, when I have explained the reason of it, will, I hope, be forgiven. "I come, madam—" "Yes," interrupted the other, with a countenance suffused by indignation. "I know very well whom you come from, and what it is that prompts this insolence, but your employer shall see that we have not sunk so low as he imagines. Cato! Bob! I say!" "My employer, madam? I see you labour under some great mistake. I have no employer. I come from a great distance. I come to bring intelligence of the utmost importance to your family. I come to benefit and not to injure you." By this time Bob and Cato, 2 sturdy blacks, entered the room. "Turn this person," said the imperious lady, regardless of my explanations, "out of the house. Don't you hear me?" she continued, observing that they looked one upon the other and hesitated. "Surely, madam," said I, "you are precipitate. You are treating like an enemy one who will prove himself your mother's best friend." "Will you leave the house?" she exclaimed, quite beside herself with anger. "Villains, why don't you do as I bid you?" The blacks looked upon each other as if waiting for an example. Their habitual deference for everything white, no doubt, held their hands from what they regarded as a profanation. At least Bob said, in a whining, beseeching tone, "Why, missy, Massa Buckra wanna go for do. Dan he wanna go for we." The lady now burst into tears of rage. She held out her hand menacingly. "Will you leave the house?" "Not willingly," said I, in a mild tone. "I came too far to return with the business that brought me unperformed. I am persuaded, madam, you mistake my character and my views. I have a message to deliver your mother, which deeply concerns her and your happiness if you are her daughter. I merely wished to see her and leave her with a piece of important news in which her fortune is deeply interested." The words had a wonderful effect upon the young lady. Her anger was checked. "Good God!" she exclaimed. "Are you Watson?" "No, I am only Watson's representative, and could come to do all that Watson could do if he were present." She was now importunate to know my business. "My business lies with Mrs. Morris. Advertisements which I have seen direct me to her and to this house, and to her only shall I deliver my message." "Perhaps," said she, with a face of apology, "I have mistaken you. Mrs. Morris is my mother. She is really indisposed, but I can stand in her place on this occasion." "You cannot represent her in this instance. If I cannot have access to her now, I must go, and shall return when you are willing to grant it." "Nay," replied she is not, perhaps, so very sick but that I will go, and see if she will admit you." So saying, she left me for 3 minutes, and, returning, said her mother wished to see me. I followed upstairs at her request, and, entering an ill-furnished chamber, found, seated in an armchair, a lady seemingly in years, pale and visibly infirm. The lines of her countenance were far from laying claim to my reverence. It was too much like the daughter's. She looked at me, at my entrance, with great eagerness, and said in a sharp tone, "Pray, friend, what is it that you want with me? Make haste, tell your story, and be gone." "My story is a short one, and easily told. Amos Watson was your agent in Jamaica. He sold an estate belonging to you, and received the money." "He did?" said she, attempting ineffectually to rise from her seat, and her eyes beaming with a significance that shocked me. "He did, the villain, and purloined the money, to the ruin of me and my daughters. But if there be justice on earth, it will overtake him. I trust I shall have the pleasure one day. I hope to hear he's hanged. Well, but go on, friend. He did sell it, I tell you." "He sold it for £10,000, I resumed, "and invested this sum in bills of exchange. Watson is dead. These bills came into my hands. I was lately informed by the public papers who were the real owners, and have come from Philadelphia with no other view than to restore them to you. There they are," continued I, placing them in her lap, entire and untouched. She seized the papers, and looked at me and her daughter by turns, with an air of one suddenly bewildered. She seemed speechless, and, growing suddenly more ghastly pale, leaned her head back upon the chair. The daughter screamed, and hastened to support the languid parent, who difficultly articulated, "Oh, I am sick, sick to death. Put me on the bed." I was astonished and affrighted at this scene. Some of the domestics of both colours entered, and gazed at me with surprise. Involuntarily I withdrew, and returned to the room below, into which I had first entered, and which I now found deserted. I was for some time at a loss to guess at the cause of these appearances. At length it occurred to me that joy was the source of the sickness that had seized Mrs. Morris. The abrupt recovery of what had probably been deemed irretrievable would naturally produce this effect on a mind of a certain texture. I was deliberating whether to stay or go when the daughter entered the room, and, after expressing some surprise at seeing me, whom she supposed to have retired, told me that her mother wished to see me again before my departure. In this request there was no kindness. All was cold, supercilious, and sullen. I obeyed the summons without speaking. I found Mrs. Morris seated in her armchair, much in her former guise. Without desiring me to be seated, or relaxing aught in her asperity of looks and tones, "Pray, friend, how did you come by these papers?" "I assure you, madam, they were honestly come by," answered I, sedately and with half a smile. "But if the whole is there that was missing, the mode and time in which they came to me is a matter of concern only to myself. Is there any deficiency?" "I am not sure. I don't know much of these matters. There may be less. I dare say there is. I shall know that soon. I expect a friend of mine every minute, who will look them over. I don't doubt you can give a good account of yourself." "I doubt not but I can, to those who have a right to demand it. In this case, curiosity must be very urgent indeed before I shall consent to gratify it." "You must know this is a suspicious case. Watson, to be sure, embezzled the money. To be sure, you are his accomplice." "Certainly," said I, "my conduct on this occasion proves that. What I have brought to you of my own accord, what I have restored to you, fully and unconditionally, it is plain Watson embezzled, and that I was aiding in the fraud. To restore what was never stolen always betrays the thief. To give what might be kept without suspicion is, without doubt, arrant knavery. To be serious, madam, in coming thus far for this purpose I have done enough, and must now bid you farewell." "Nay, don't go yet. I have something more to say to you. My friend, I'm sure, will be here presently. There he is," noticing a peal upon the bell. "Polly, go down and see if that's Mr. Somers. If it is, bring him up." The daughter went. I walked to the window, absorbed in my own reflections. I was disappointed and dejected. The scene before me was the unpleasing reverse of all that my fancy, while coming hither, had foreboded. I expected to find virtuous indigence and sorrow lifted, by my means, to affluence and exultation. I expected to witness the tears of gratitude and the caresses of affection. What had I found? Nothing but sordidness, stupidity, and illiberal suspicion. The daughter stayed much longer than the mother's patience could endure. She knocked against the floor with her heel. A servant came up. "Where's Polly, you slut? It was not you, hussy, that I wanted. It was her." "She is talking in the parlour with a gentleman." "Mr. Somers, I suppose, hey, fool? Run with my compliments to him, wench. Tell him, please walk up." "It is not Mr. Somers, ma'am." "No? Who then, saucebox? What gentleman can have anything to do with Polly?" "I don't know, ma'am." "Who said you did, impertinence? Run and tell her I want her this instant." The summons was not delivered, or Polly did not think proper to obey it. Full 10 minutes of thoughtful silence on my part, and of muttered vexation and impatience on that of the old lady, elapsed before Polly's entrance. As soon as she appeared, the mother began to complain bitterly of her inattention and neglect; but Polly, taking no notice of her, addressed herself to me, and told me that a gentleman below wished to see me. I hastened down, and found a stranger of a plain appearance in the parlour. His aspect was liberal and ingenuous, and I quickly collected from his discourse that this was the brother-in-law of Watson, and the companion of his last voyage. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 42. My eyes sparkled with pleasure at this unexpected interview, and I willingly confessed my desire to communicate all the knowledge of his brother's destiny which I possessed. He told me that, returning late to Baltimore on the last evening, he found his sister in much agitation and distress, which, after a time, she explained to him. She likewise put the packets I had left into his hands. "I leave you to imagine," continued he, "my surprise and curiosity at this discovery. I was, of course, impatient to see the bearer of such extraordinary tidings. This morning, inquiring for one of your appearance at the taverns, I was, at length, informed of your arrival yesterday in the stage, of your going out alone in the evening, of your subsequent return, and of your early departure this morning. Accidentally I lighted on your footsteps, and by suitable inquiries on the road have finally traced you hither. You told my sister her husband was dead. You left with her papers that were probably in his possession at the time of his death. I understand from Miss Morris that the bills belonging to her mother have just been delivered to her. I presume you have no objection to clear up this mystery. To you I am anxious to unfold everything, at this moment or at any time, but the sooner the more agreeable to me I will do it. This," said he, looking around him, "is no place. There is an inn, not 100 yards from this gate, where I have left my horse. Will you go thither?" I readily consented, and, calling for a private apartment, I laid before this man every incident of my life connected with Welbeck and Watson. My full, circumstantial, and explicit story appeared to remove every doubt which he might have entertained of my integrity. In Williams I found a plain, good man, of a temper confiding and affectionate. My narration being finished, he expressed, by unaffected tokens, his wonder and his grief on account of Watson's destiny. To my inquiries, which were made with frankness and fervour respecting his own and his sister's condition, he said that the situation of both was deplorable till the recovery of this property. They had been saved from utter ruin, from beggary and a jail, only by the generosity and lenity of his creditors, who did not suffer the suspicious circumstances attending Watson's disappearance to outweigh former proofs of his probity. They had never relinquished the hopes of receiving some tidings of their kinsman. I related what had just passed in the house of Mrs. Morris, and requested to know from him the history and character of this family. "They have treated you," he answered, "exactly as any one who knew them would have predicted. The mother is narrow, ignorant, bigoted, and avaricious. The eldest daughter whom you saw resembles the old lady in many things. Age, indeed, may render the similitude complete. At present, pride and ill-humour are her chief characteristics. The youngest daughter has nothing in mind or person in common with her family. Where they are irascible, she is patient. Where they are imperious, she is humble. Where they are covetous, she is liberal. Where they are ignorant and indolent, she is studious and skilful. It is rare, indeed, to find a young lady more amiable than Miss Fanny Morris, or has had more crosses and afflictions to sustain. The eldest daughter always extorted the supply of her wants from her parents by threats and importunities, but the younger could never be prevailed upon to employ the same means, and hence she suffered inconveniences which, to any other girl born to an equal rank, would have been, to the last degree, humiliating and vexatious. To her they only afforded new opportunities for the display of her most shining virtues, fortitude and charity. No instance of their sordidness or tyranny ever stole a murmur from her. For what they had given, existence and a virtuous education, she said they were entitled to gratitude. What they withheld was their own, in the use of which they were not accountable to her. She was not ashamed to owe her subsistence to her own industry, and was only held by the pride of her family. In this instance their pride was equal to their avarice, from seeking out some lucrative kind of employment. Since the shock which their fortune sustained by Watson's disappearance, she has been permitted to pursue this plan, and she now teaches music in Baltimore for a living. No one, however, in the highest rank can be more generally respected and caressed than she is. But will not the recovery of this money make a favourable change in her condition? I can hardly tell, but I am inclined to think it will not. It will not change her mother's character. Her pride may be awakened anew, and she may oblige Miss Fanny to relinquish her new profession, and that will be a change to be deplored. What good has been done, then, by restoring this money? If pleasure be good, you must have conferred a great deal on the Morrises, upon the mother and 2 of the daughters at least, the only pleasure, indeed, which their natures can receive. It is less than if you had raised them from absolute indigence, which has not been the case, since they had wherewithal to live upon, besides their Jamaica property. But how, continued Williams, suddenly recollecting himself, have you claimed the reward promised to him who should restore these bills? What reward? No less than $1,000. It was publicly promised under the hands of Mrs. Morris and of Hemmings, her husband's executor. Really? Said I. That circumstance escaped my attention, and I wonder that it did, but is it too late to repair the evil? Then you have no scruple to accept the reward? Certainly not. Could you suspect me of so strange a punctilio as that? Yes, but I know not why. The story you have just finished taught me to expect some unreasonable refinement upon that head. To be hired, to be bribed, to do our duty is supposed by some to be degrading. This is no such bribe to me. I should have acted just as I have done, had no recompense been promised. In truth, this has been my conduct, for I never once thought of the reward, but now that you remind me of it, I would gladly see it bestowed. To fulfill their engagements in this respect is no more than justice in the Morrises. To one in my condition, the money will be highly useful. If these people were poor, or generous and worthy, or if I myself were already rich, I might less repine at their withholding it. But things being as they are with them and with me, it would, I think, be gross injustice in them to withhold, and in me to refuse. That injustice, said Williams, will, on their part, I fear, be committed. 'Tis pity you first applied to Mrs. Morris. Nothing can be expected from her avarice unless it be wrested from her by a lawsuit. That is a force which I shall never apply. Had you gone first to Hemmings, you might, I think, have looked for payment. He is not a mean man. $1,000 he must know is not much to give for 40,000. Perhaps, indeed, it may not yet be too late. I am well known to him, and, if you please, will attend you to him in the evening and state your claim. I thankfully accepted this offer, and went with him accordingly. I found that Hemmings had been with Mrs. Morris in the course of the day, had received from her intelligence of this transaction, and had entertained the expectation of a visit from me for this very purpose. While Williams explained to him the nature of my claim, he scanned me with great intentness. His austere and inflexible brow afforded me little room to hope for success, and this hopelessness was confirmed by his silence and perplexity when Williams had made an end. To be sure, he said after some pause, the contract was explicit. To be sure, the conditions on Mr. Mervyn's side have been performed.
Certain it is, the bills are entire and complete, but Mrs. Morris will not consent to do her part, and Mrs. Morris, to whom the papers were presented, is the person by whom, according to the terms of the contract, the reward must be paid." "But Mrs. Morris, you know, sir, may be legally compelled to pay," said Williams. "Perhaps she may, but I tell you plainly that she never will do the thing without compulsion. Legal process, however, in this case will have other inconveniences besides delay. Some curiosity will naturally be excited as to the history of these papers. Watson disappeared a 12-month ago. Who can avoid asking, where have these papers been deposited all this while, and how came this person in possession of them?" "That kind of curiosity," said I, "is natural and laudable, and gladly I would gratify it. Disclosure or concealment in that case, however, would nowise affect my present claim. Whether a bond, legally executed, shall be paid, does not depend upon determining whether the payer is fondest of boiled mutton or roast beef. Truth in the first case has no connection with truth in the second. So far from eluding this curiosity, so far from studying concealment, I am anxious to publish the truth." "You are right, to be sure," said Hemmings. "Curiosity is a natural, but only an incidental consequence in this case. I have no reason for desiring that it should be an unpleasant consequence to you." "Well, sir," said Williams, "you think that Arthur Mervyn has no remedy in this case but the law?" "Mrs. Morris, to be sure, will never pay but on compulsion. Mervyn should have known his own interest better. While his left hand was stretched out to give, his right should have been held forth to receive. As it is, he must be contented with the aid of law. Any attorney will prosecute on condition of receiving half the sum when recovered." We now rose to take our leave, when Hemmings, desiring us to pause a moment, said, "To be sure, in the utmost strictness of the terms of our promise, the reward was to be paid by the person who received the papers, but it must be owned that your claim at any rate is equitable. I have money of the deceased Mr. Morris in my hands. These very bills are now in my possession. I will therefore pay you your due, and take the consequences of an act of justice on myself. I was prepared for you. Sign that receipt, and there is a check for the amount." End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 43. This unexpected and agreeable decision was accompanied by an invitation to supper, at which we were treated by our host with much affability and kindness. Finding me the author of William's good fortune, as well as Mrs. Morris's, and being assured by the former of his entire conviction of the rectitude of my conduct, he laid aside all reserve and distance with regard to me. He inquired into my prospects and wishes, and professed his willingness to serve me. I dealt with equal unreserve and frankness. "I am poor," said I. "Money for my very expenses hither I have borrowed from a friend, to whom I am, in other respects, much indebted, and whom I expect to compensate only by gratitude and future services. In coming hither I expected only an increase of my debts, to sink still deeper into poverty, but happily the issue has made me rich. This hour has given me competence at least." "What? Call you $1,000 competence?" "More than competence, I call it an abundance. My own ingenuity, while I enjoy health, will enable me to live. This I regard as a fund, first to pay my debts, and next to supply deficiencies occasioned by untoward accidents or ill health, during the ensuing 3 or 4 years at least." We parted with this new acquaintance at a late hour, and I accepted William's invitation to pass the time I should spend at Baltimore under his sister's roof. There were several motives for prolonging this stay. What I had heard of Miss Fanny Morris excited strong wishes to be personally acquainted with her. This young lady was affectionately attached to Mrs. Watson, by whose means my wishes were easily accomplished. I never was in habits of reserve, even with those I had no reason to esteem. With those who claimed my admiration and affection, it was impossible to be incommunicative. Before the end of my second interview, both these women were mistresses of every momentous incident of my life, and of the whole chain of my feelings and opinions in relation to every subject, and particularly in relation to themselves. Every topic disconnected with these is comparatively lifeless and inert. I found it easy to win their attention and to render them communicative in their turn. As full disclosures as I had made without condition or request, my inquiries and example easily obtained from Mrs. Watson and Miss Morris. The former related every event of her youth and the circumstances leading to her marriage. She depicted the character of her husband, and the whole train of suspenses and inquietudes occasioned by his disappearance. The latter did not hide from me her opinions on any important subject, and made me thoroughly acquainted with her actual situation. This intercourse was strangely fascinating. My heart was buoyed up by a kind of intoxication. I now found myself exalted to my genial element, and began to taste the delights of existence. In the intercourse of ingenuous and sympathetic minds, I found a pleasure which I had not previously conceived. The time flew swiftly away, and a fortnight passed almost before I was aware that a day had gone by. I did not forget the friends whom I had left behind, but maintained a punctual correspondence with Stevens, to whom I imparted all occurrences. The recovery of my friend's kinsman allowed him in a few days to return home. His first object was the consolation and relief of Carleton, whom, with much difficulty, he persuaded to take advantage of the laws in favour of insolvent debtors. Carleton's only debt was owing to his uncle, and by rendering up every species of property except his clothes and the implements of his trade, he obtained a full discharge. In conjunction with his sister, he once more assumed the pen, and, being no longer burdened with debts he was unable to discharge, he resumed, together with his pen, his cheerfulness. Their mutual industry was sufficient for their decent and moderate subsistence. The chief reason for my hasty return was my anxiety respecting Clemenza Lodi. This reason was removed by the activity and benevolence of my friend. He paid this unfortunate stranger a visit at Mrs. Villars. Access was easily obtained, and he found her sunk into the deepest melancholy. The recent loss of her child, the death of Welbeck, of which she was soon apprised, her total dependence upon those with whom she was placed, who, however, had always treated her without barbarity or indecorum, were the calamities that weighed down her spirits. My friend easily engaged her confidence and gratitude, and prevailed upon her to take refuge under his own roof. Mrs. Wentworth's scruples, as well as those of Mrs. Fielding, were removed by his arguments and entreaties, and they consented to take upon themselves and divide between them the care of her subsistence and happiness. They condescended to express much curiosity respecting me, and some interest in my welfare, and promised to receive me on my return on the footing of a friend. With some reluctance, I at length bade my new friends farewell, and returned to Philadelphia. Nothing remained before I should enter on my projected scheme of study and employment under the guidance of Stevens, but to examine the situation of Eliza Hadwin with my own eyes, and, if possible, to extricate my father from his unfortunate situation. My father's state had given me the deepest concern. I figured to myself his condition, besotted by brutal appetites, reduced to beggary, shut up in a noisome prison, and condemned to that society which must foster all his depraved propensities. I revolved various schemes for his relief. A few hundreds would take him from prison, but how should he be afterwards disposed of? How should he be cured of his indolent habits? How should he be screened from the contagion of vicious society? By what means, consistently with my own wants and the claims of others, should I secure to him an acceptable subsistence? Exhortation and example were vain. Nothing but restraint would keep him at a distance from the haunts of brawling and debauchery. The want of money would be no obstacle to prodigality and waste. Credit would be resorted to as long as it would answer his demand. When that failed, he would once more be thrown into a prison, the same means to extricate him would have to be repeated, and money be thus put into the pockets of the most worthless of mankind, the agents of drunkenness and blasphemy, without any permanent advantage to my father, the principal object of my charity. Though unable to fix on any plausible mode of proceeding, I determined at least to discover his present condition. Perhaps something might suggest itself upon the spot suited to my purpose. Without delay, I proceeded to the village of Newtown, and, alighting at the door of the prison, inquired for my father. "Sawney Mervyn you want, I suppose," said the keeper. "Poor fellow! He came into limbo in a crazy condition and has been a burden on my hands ever since. After lingering along for some time, he was at last kind enough to give us the slip. It is just a week since he drank his last pint and died." I was greatly shocked at this intelligence. It was some time before my reason came to my aid, and showed me that this was an event, on the whole, and on a disinterested and dispassionate view, not unfortunate. The keeper knew not my relation to the deceased, and readily recounted the behaviour of the prisoner and the circumstances of his last hours. I shall not repeat the narrative. It is useless to keep alive the sad remembrance. He was now beyond the reach of my charity or pity, and since reflection could answer no beneficial end to him, it was my duty to divert my thoughts into different channels, and live henceforth for my own happiness and that of those who were within the sphere of my influence. I was now alone in the world, so far as the total want of kindred creates solitude. Not one of my blood, nor even of my name, was to be found in this quarter of the world. Of my mother's kindred I knew nothing. So far as friendship or service might be claimed from them, to me they had no existence. I was destitute of all those benefits which flow from kindred in relation to protection, advice, or property. My inheritance was nothing. Not a single relic or trinket in my possession constituted a memorial of my family. The scenes of my childish and juvenile days were dreary and desolate. The fields which I was wont to traverse, the room in which I was born, retained no traces of the past. They were the property and residence of strangers, who knew nothing of the former tenants, and who, as I was now told, had hastened to new model and transform everything within and without the habitation. These images filled me with melancholy, which, however, disappeared in proportion as I approached the abode of my beloved girl. Absence had endeared the image of my Bess, I loved to call her so, to my soul. I could not think of her without a melting softness at my heart, and tears in which pain and pleasure were unaccountably mingled. As I approached Curling's house, I strained my sight in hopes of distinguishing her form through the evening dusk. I had told her of my purpose by letter. She expected my approach at this hour, and was stationed, with a heart throbbing with impatience, at the roadside near the gate. As soon as I alighted, she rushed into my arms. I found my sweet friend less blithesome and contented than I wished.
Her situation, in spite of the parental and sisterly regards which she received from the Curlings, was mournful and dreary to her imagination. Rural business was irksome and insufficient to fill up her time. Her life was tiresome and uniform and heavy. I ventured to blame her discontent, and pointed out the advantages of her situation. "Whence," said I, "can these dissatisfactions and repinings arise?" "I cannot tell," said she. "I don't know how it is with me. I am always sorrowful and thoughtful. Perhaps I think too much of my poor father and of Susan, and yet that can't be it neither, for I think of them but seldom, not half as much as I ought, perhaps. I think of nobody almost but you. Instead of minding my business, or chatting and laughing with Peggy Curling, I love to get by myself, to read over and over your letters, or to think how you were employed just then, and how happy I should be if I were in Fanny Morris's place. But it is all over now. This visit rewards me for everything. I wonder how I could ever be sullen or mopeful. I will behave better, indeed I will, and be always, as now, a most happy girl." The greater part of 3 days was spent in the society of my friend, in listening to her relation of all that had happened during my absence, and in communicating, in my turn, every incident which had befallen myself. After this, I once more returned to the city. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 44. I now set about carrying my plan of life into effect. I began with ardent zeal and unwearied diligence the career of medical study. I bespoke the counsels and instructions of my friend, attended him on his professional visits, and acted, in all practicable cases, as his substitute. I found this application of time more pleasurable than I had imagined. My mind gladly expanded itself, as it were, for the reception of new ideas. My curiosity grew more eager in proportion as it was supplied with food, and every day added strength to the assurance that I was no insignificant and worthless being, that I was destined to be something in this scene of existence, and might some time lay claim to the gratitude and homage of my fellow men. I was far from being, however, monopolized by these pursuits. I was formed on purpose for the gratification of social intercourse. To love and to be loved, to exchange hearts and mingle sentiments with all the virtuous and amiable whom my good fortune had placed within the circuit of my knowledge, I always esteemed my highest enjoyment and my chief duty. Carleton and his sister, Mrs. Wentworth, and Asha Fielding, were my most valuable associates beyond my own family. With all these my correspondence was frequent and unreserved, but chiefly with the latter. This lady had dignity and independence, a generous and enlightened spirit beyond what her education had taught me to expect. She was circumspect and cautious in her deportment, and was not prompt to make advances or accept them. She withheld her esteem and confidence until she had full proof of their being deserved. I am not sure that her treatment of me was fully conformable to her rules. My manners, indeed, as she once told me, she had never met with in another. Ordinary rules were so totally overlooked in my behaviour that it seemed impossible for anyone who knew me to adhere to them. No option was left but to admit my claims to friendship and confidence instantly, or to reject them altogether. I was not conscious of this singularity. The internal and undiscovered character of another weighed nothing with me in the question whether they should be treated with frankness or reserve. I felt no scruple on any occasion to disclose every feeling and every event. Anyone who could listen found me willing to talk. Every talker found me willing to listen. Everyone had my sympathy and kindness without claiming it,
but I claimed the kindness and sympathy of everyone. Asha Fielding's countenance bespoke, I thought, a mind worthy to be known and to be loved. The first moment I engaged her attention, I told her so. I related the little story of my family, spread out before her all my reasonings and determinations, my notions of right and wrong, my fears and wishes. All this was done with sincerity and fervour, with gestures, actions, and looks, in which I felt as if my whole soul was visible. Her superior age, sedateness, and prudence gave my deportment a filial freedom and affection, and I was fond of calling her mamma. I particularly dwelt upon the history of my dear country girl, painted her form and countenance, recounted our dialogues, and related all my schemes for making her wise and good and happy. On these occasions my friend would listen to me with the mutest attention. I showed her the letters I received, and offered her for her perusal those which I wrote in answer before they were sealed and sent. On these occasions she would look by turns on my face and away from me. A varying hue would play upon her cheek, and her eyes were fuller than was common of meaning. "Such and such," I once said, "are my notions. Now, what do you think?" "Think?" emphatically, and turning somewhat aside, she answered, "that you are the most strange of human creatures." "But tell me," I resumed, following and searching her averted eyes, "am I right? Would you do thus? Can you help me to improve my girl? I wish you knew the bewitching little creature. How would that heart overflow with affection and with gratitude towards you? She should be your daughter. No, you are too nearly of an age for that. A sister, her elder sister you should be. That, when there is no other relation, includes them all. Fond sisters you would be, and I the fond brother of you both." My eyes glistened as I spoke. In truth, I am in that respect a mere woman. My friend was more powerfully moved. After a momentary struggle she burst into tears. "Good heaven!" said I, "what ails you? Are you not well?" Her looks betrayed an unaccountable confusion, from which she quickly recovered. "It was folly to be thus affected. Something ailed me, I believe, but it is past. But come, you want some lines of finishing the description of the boa in La Cepide." "True, and I have 20 minutes to spare. Poor Franks is very ill indeed, but he cannot be seen till 9. We'll read till then." Thus, on the wings of pleasure and improvement, passed my time, not without some hues occasionally of a darker tint. My heart was now and then detected in sighing. This occurred when my thoughts glanced at the poor Eliza, and measured, as it were, the interval between us. We are too far apart, thought I. The best solace on these occasions was the company of Mrs. Fielding, her music, her discourse, or some book which she set me to rehearsing to her. One evening, when preparing to pay her a visit, I received the following letter from my Bess. To A. Mervyn, Curlings, May 6th, 1794. Where does this letter you promised me stay all this while? Indeed, Arthur, you torment me more than I deserve, and more than I could ever find it in my heart to do to you. You treat me cruelly. I must say so, though I offend you. I must write, though you do not deserve that I should, and though I fear I am in a humour not very fit for writing. I had better go to my chamber and weep. Weep at your unkindness, I was going to say, but perhaps it is only forgetfulness. And yet what can be more unkind than forgetfulness? I am sure I have never forgotten you. Sleep itself, which wraps all other images in forgetfulness, only brings you nearer, and makes me see you more distinctly. But where can this letter stay? Oh, that... Hush, foolish girl, if a word of that kind escape thy lips, Arthur will be angry with thee, and then indeed thou mightest weep in earnest. Then thou wouldst have some cause for thy tears. More than once already has he almost broken thy heart with his reproaches. Sore and weak as it is now, any new reproaches would assuredly break it quite. I will be content. I will be as good a housewife and dairywoman, stir about as briskly and sing as merrily as Peggy Curling. Why not? I am as young, as innocent, and enjoy as good health. Alas, she has reason to be merry. She has father, mother, brothers, but I have none. And he that was all these, and more than all these to me, has forgotten me. But perhaps it is some accident that hinders. Perhaps Oliver left the market earlier than he used to do, or you mistook the house, or perhaps some poor creature was sick, was taken suddenly ill, and you were busy in chafing his clay-cold limbs. It fell to you to wipe the clammy drops from his brow. Such things often happen, don't they, Arthur, to people of your trade, and some such thing has happened now, and that was the reason you did not write. And if so, shall I repine at your silence? Oh, no, at such a time the poor Bess might easily be, and ought to be, forgotten. She would not deserve your love if she could repine at a silence brought about this way. And oh, may it be so. May there be nothing worse than this. If the sick man— See, Arthur, how my hand trembles. Can you read this scrawl? What is always bad, my fears make worse than ever. I must not think that. And yet, if it be so, if my friend himself be sick, what will become of me? Of me that ought to cherish you and comfort you, that ought to be your nurse. Endure you for your sickness when she cannot remove it. Oh, that— I will speak out. Oh, that this strange scruple had never possessed you. Why should I not be with you? Who can love you and serve you as well as I? In sickness and health I will console and assist you. Why will you deprive yourself of such a comforter and such an aid as I would be to you? Dear Arthur, think better of it. Let me leave this dreary spot where, indeed, as long as I am thus alone, I can enjoy no comfort. Let me come to you. I will put up with anything for the sake of seeing you, though it be but once a day. Any garret or cellar in the dirtiest lane or darkest alley will be good enough for me. I will think it a palace, so that I can but see you now and then. Do not refuse, do not argue with me, so fond you always are of arguing. My heart is set upon your compliance, and yet, dearly as I prize your company, I would not ask it if I thought there was anything improper. You say there is, and you talk about it in a way that I do not understand. For my sake, you tell me you refuse, but let me entreat you to comply for my sake. Your pen cannot teach me like your tongue. You write me long letters, and tell me a great deal in them, but my soul droops when I call to mind your voice and your looks, and think how long a time must pass before I see you and hear you again. I have no spirit to think upon the words and paper before me. My eye and thought wander far away. I bethink me how many questions I might ask you, how many doubts you might clear up if you were but within hearing. If you were but close to me, but I cannot ask them here. I am too poor a creature at the pen, and somehow or another it always happens, I can only write about myself or about you. By the time I have said all this, I have tired my fingers, and when I set about telling you how this poem and that story have affected me, I am at a loss for words. I am bewildered and bemazed, as it were. It is not so when we talk to one another. With your arm about me and your sweet face close to mine, I can prattle forever. Then my heart overflows at my lips. After hours thus spent, it seems as if there were 1,000 things still to be said. Then I can tell you what the book has told me. I can repeat scores of verses by heart, though I heard them only once read, but it is because you have read them to me. Then there is nobody here to answer my questions. They never look into books. They hate books. They think it a waste of time to read. Even Peggy, who you say has a naturally strong mind, wonders what I can find to amuse myself in a book. In her playful mood she is always teasing me to lay it aside. I do not mind her, for I like to read, but if I did not like it before, I could not help doing so ever since you told me that nobody could gain your love who was not fond of books. And yet, though I like it on that account more than I did, I don't read somehow so earnestly and understand so well as I used to, when my mind was all at ease, always frolicsome, and ever upon tiptoe, as I may say. How strangely, have you not observed it, I am altered of late. I, that was ever light of heart, the very soul of gaiety, brimful of glee, am now demure as our old Tabby, and not half as wise. Tabby had wit enough to keep her paws out of the coals, whereas poor I have... But no matter what. It will never come to pass, I see that. So many reasons for everything. Such looking forward. Arthur, are not men sometimes too wise to be happy? I am now so grave. Not one smile can Peggy sometimes get from me, though she tries for it the whole day. But I know how it comes. Strange indeed if losing father and sister, and thrown upon the wide world, penniless and friendless too, now that you forget me, I should continue to smile. No, I shall never smile again. At least while I stay here, I never shall, I believe. If a certain somebody suffer me to live with him, near him I mean, perhaps the sight of him as he enters the door, perhaps the sound of his voice asking, "Where is my Bess?" might produce a smile. Such a one as the very thought produces now, yet not, I hope, so transient and so quickly followed by a tear. Women are born, they say, to trouble, and tears are given them for their relief. 'Tis all very true. Let it be as I wish, will you? If Oliver bring not back good tidings, if he bring not a letter from thee, or thy letter still refuses my request, I don't know what may happen. Consent if you love your poor girl. E. H. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 45. The reading of this letter, though it made me mournful, did not hinder me from paying the visit I intended. My friend noticed my discomposure. "What, Arthur, thou art quite the penseroso to-night. Come, let me cheer thee with a song. Thou shalt have thy favourite ditty." She stepped to the instrument, and, with more than airy lightness, touched and sung. Now knit hands and beat the ground in a light fantastic round, till the telltale sun descry our concealed solemnity. Her music, though blithesome and aerial, was not sufficient for the end. My cheerfulness would not return even at her bidding. She again noticed my sedateness and inquired into the cause. "This girl of mine," said I, "has infected me with her own sadness. There is a letter I've just received." She took it and began to read. Meanwhile I placed myself before her and fixed my eyes steadfastly upon her features. There is no book in which I read with more pleasure than the face of a woman. That is generally more full of meaning, and of better meaning too, than the hard and inflexible lineaments of man, and this woman's face has no parallel. She read it with visible emotion. Having gone through it, she did not lift her eye from the paper, but continued silent as if buried in thought. After some time, for I would not interrupt the pause, she addressed me thus: "This girl seems to be very anxious to be with you." "As much as I am that she should be so." My friend's countenance betrayed some perplexity. As soon as I perceived it, I said, "Why are you thus grave?" Some little confusion appeared, as if she would not have her gravity discovered. "There again," said I, "new tokens in your face, my good mamma, of something which you will not mention. Yet, sooth to say, this is not your first perplexity. I have noticed it before and wondered. It happens only when my Bess is introduced. Something in relation to her it must be, but what, I cannot imagine. Why does her name particularly make you thoughtful, disturbed, dejected? There now, but I must know the reason. You don't agree with me in my notions of this girl, I fear, and you will not disclose your thoughts." By this time she had gained her usual composure, and, without noticing my comments on her looks, said, "Since you are both of one mind, why does she not leave the country?" "That cannot be, I believe. Mrs. Stevens said it would be disreputable." I am no proficient in etiquette, and must therefore in affairs of this kind be guided by those who are. But would to heaven I were truly her father or brother. Then all difficulties would be done away. "Can you seriously wish that?" "Why, no. I believe it would be more rational to wish that the world would suffer me to act the fatherly or brotherly part without the relationship." "And is that the only part you wish to act towards this girl?" "Certainly the only part." "You surprise me. Have you not confessed your love for her?" "I do love her. There is nothing upon earth more dear to me than my Bess." "But love is of different kinds. She was loved by her father." "Less than by me. He was a good man, but not of lively feelings. Besides, he had another daughter, and they shared his love between them, but she has no sister to share my love. Calamity, too, has endeared her to me. I am all her consolation, dependence, and hope, and nothing, surely, can induce me to abandon her." "Her reliance upon you for happiness," replied my friend, with a sigh, "is plain enough." "It is, but why that sigh? And yet I understand it. It remonstrates with me on my incapacity for her support. I know it well, but it is wrong to be cast down. I have youth, health, and spirits, and ought not to despair of living for my own benefit and hers. But you sigh again, and it is impossible to keep my courage when you sigh. Do tell me what you mean by it." "You partly guessed the cause. She trusts to you for happiness, but I somewhat suspect she trusts in vain." "In vain? I beseech you, tell me why you think so." "You say you love her. Why then not make her your wife?" "My wife? Surely her extreme youth and my destitute condition will account for that." "She is 15, the age of delicate fervour, of inartificial love, and suitable enough for marriage. As to your condition, you may live more easily together than apart. She has no false taste or perverse desires to gratify. She has been trained in simple modes and habits. Besides, that objection can be removed another way. But are these all your objections?" "Her youth I object to, merely in connection with her mind. She is too little improved to be my wife. She wants that solidity of mind, that maturity of intelligence, which 10 years more may possibly give her, but which she cannot have at this age." "You are a very prudential youth. Then you are willing to wait 10 years for a wife?" "Does that follow? Because my Bess will not be qualified for wedlock in less time, does it follow that I must wait for her?" "I spoke on the supposition that you loved her." "And that is true, but love is satisfied with studying her happiness as her father or brother. Some years hence, perhaps in half a year, for this passion called wedded or marriage-wishing love is of a sudden growth,
My mind may change, and nothing may content me but to have Bess for my wife. Yet I do not expect it." "Then you are determined against marriage with this girl?" "Of course, until that love comes which I feel not now, but which, no doubt, will come when Bess has had the benefit of 5 or 8 years more, unless previously excited by another." "All this is strange, Arthur. I have heretofore supposed that you actually loved, I mean with the marriage-seeking passion, your Bess." "I believe I once did. But it happened at a time when marriage was improper, in the life of her father and sister, and when I had never known in what female excellence consisted. Since that time my happier lot has cast me among women so far above Eliza Hadwin, so far above, and so widely different from anything which time is likely to make her, that I own nothing appears more unlikely than that I shall ever love her." "Are you not a little capricious in that respect, my good friend? You have praised your Bess as rich in natural endowments, as having an artless purity and rectitude of mind, which somewhat supersedes the use of formal education, as being full of sweetness and tenderness, and in her person a very angel of loveliness." "All that is true. I never saw features and shapes so delicately beautiful. I never knew so young a mind so quick-sighted and so firm, but nevertheless she is not the creature whom I would call my wife. My bosom slave, counsellor, friend, the mother, the pattern, the tutoress of my children, must be a different creature." "But what are the attributes of this desirable which Bess wants?" "Everything she wants. Age, capacity, acquirements, person, features, hair, complexion, all are different from this girl's." "And pray of what kind may they be?" "I cannot portray them in words, but yes, I can. The creature whom I shall worship, it sounds oddly, but I verily believe the sentiment which I shall feel for my wife will be more akin to worship than anything else. I shall never love but such a creature as I now image to myself, and such a creature will deserve, or almost deserve, worship. But this creature, I was going to say, must be the exact counterpart, my good mamma, of yourself." This was said very earnestly, and with eyes and manner that fully expressed my earnestness. Perhaps my expressions were unwittingly strong and emphatic, for she started and blushed, but the cause of her discomposure, whatever it was quickly removed, and she said, "Poor Bess, this will be sad news to thee." "Heaven forbid," said I. "Of what moment can my opinions be to her?" "Strange questioner that thou art! Thou knowest that her gentle heart is touched with love. See how it shows itself in the tender and inimitable strain of this epistle. Does not this sweet ingenuousness bewitch you?" "It does so, and I love beyond expression the sweet girl, but my love is, in some inconceivable way, different from the passion which that other creature will produce. She is no stranger to my thoughts. I will impart every thought over and over to her. I question not but I shall make her happy without forfeiting my own." "Would marriage with her be a forfeiture of your happiness?" "Not absolutely or forever, I believe. I love her company. Her absence for a long time is irksome. I cannot express the delight with which I see and hear her. To mark her features, beaming with vivacity, playful in her pleasures, to hold her in my arms and listen to her prattle, always musically voluble, always sweetly tender or artlessly intelligent, and this, you will say, is the dearest privilege of marriage. And so it is, and dearly should I prize it, and yet I fear my heart would droop as often as that other image should occur to my fancy. For then, you know, it would occur as something never to be possessed by me. Now, this image might, indeed, seldom occur. The intervals, at least, would be serene. It would be my interest to prolong these intervals as much as possible, and my endeavours to this end would, no doubt, have some effect. Besides, the bitterness of this reflection would be lessened by contemplating at the same time the happiness of my beloved girl. I should likewise have to remember that to continue unmarried would not necessarily secure me the possession of the other good. But these reflections, my friend, broke she in upon me, are of as much force to induce you to marry as to reconcile you to a marriage already contracted. Perhaps they are. Assuredly, I have not a hope that the fancied excellence will ever be mine. Such happiness is not the lot of humanity, and is least of all within my reach. Your diffidence, replied my friend in a timorous accent, has not many examples, but your character without doubt is all your own. Possessing all and disclaiming all is, in few words, your picture. I scarcely understand you. Do you think I ever shall be happy to that degree which I have imagined? Think you I shall ever meet with an exact copy of yourself? Unfortunate you will be if you do not meet with many better. Your Bess in personals is beyond measure my superior, and in mind, allowing for difference in years, quite as much so. But that, returned I with quickness and fervour, is not the object. The very counterpart of you I want, neither worse nor better, nor different in anything. Just such form, such features, such hues. Just that melting voice, and above all, the same habits of thinking and conversing. In thought, word, and deed, gesture, look, and form, that rare and precious creature whom I shall love must be your resemblance. Have done with these comparisons, interrupted she in some hurry, and let us return to the country girl, thy Bess. You once, my friend, wished me to treat this girl of yours as my sister. Do you know what the duties of a sister are? They imply no more kindness or affection than you already feel towards my Bess. Are you not her sister? I ought to have been so. I ought to have been proud of the relation you ascribe to me, but I have not performed any of its duties. I blush to think upon the coldness and perverseness of my heart. With such means as I possess of giving happiness to others, I have been thoughtless and inactive to a strange degree. Perhaps, however, it is not yet too late. Are you still willing to invest me with all the rights of an elder sister over this girl? And will she consent, think you? Certainly she will. She has. Then the first act of sistership will be to take her from the country, from persons on whose kindness she has no natural claim, whose manners and characters are unlike her own, and with whom no improvement can be expected, and bring her back to her sister's house and bosom, to provide for her subsistence and education, and watch over her happiness. I will not be a nominal sister. I will not be a sister by halves. All the rights of that relation I will have, or none. As for you, you have claims upon her on which I must be permitted to judge, as becomes the elder sister who, by the loss of all other relations, must occupy the place, possess the rights, and fulfill the duties of father, mother, and brother. She has now arrived at an age when longer to remain in a cold and churlish soil will stunt her growth and wither her blossoms. We must hasten to transplant her to a genial element and a garden well enclosed. Having so long neglected this charming plant, it becomes me henceforth to take her wholly to myself. And now, for it is no longer in her or your power to take back the gift, since she is fully mine, I will charge you with the office of conducting her hither. I grant it you as a favour. Will you go? Go? I will fly, I exclaimed in an ecstasy of joy, on pinions swifter than the wind. Not the lingering of an instant will I bear. Look, 1, 2, 3, 30 minutes after 9. I will reach Curling's Gate by the morn's dawn. I will put my girl into a chaise, and by noon she shall throw herself into the arms of her sister. But first, shall I not in some way manifest my gratitude?
My senses were bewildered, and I knew not what I did. I intended to kneel as to my mother or my deity, but instead of that I clasped her in my arms and kissed her lips fervently. I stayed not to discover the effects of this insanity, but left the room and the house, and, calling for a moment at Stephen's, left a word with the servant, my friend being gone abroad, that I should not return till the morrow. Never was a lighter heart, a gaiety more overflowing and more buoyant than mine. All cold from a boisterous night at a chilly season, all weariness from a rugged and miry road, were charmed away. I might have ridden, but I could not brook delay, even the delay of inquiring for and equipping a horse. I might thus have saved myself fatigue and have lost no time, but my mind was in too great a tumult for deliberation and forecast. I saw nothing but the image of my girl, whom my tidings would render happy. The way was longer than my fond imagination had foreseen. I did not reach Curling's till an hour after sunrise. The distance was full 35 miles. As I hastened up the green lane leading to the house, I spied my Bess passing through a covered way between the dwelling and the kitchen. I caught her eye. She stopped and held up her hands and then ran into my arms. What means my girl? Why this catching of the breath? Why this sobbing? Look at me, my love. It is Arthur, he who has treated you with forgetfulness, neglect, and cruelty. "Oh, do not," she replied, hiding her face with her hand. "One single reproach added to my own will kill me. That foolish, wicked letter. I could tear my fingers for writing it." "But," said I will kiss them, and put them to my lips. They have told me the wishes of my girl. They have enabled me to gratify her wishes. I have come to carry thee this very moment to town." "Lord bless me, Arthur," said she, lost in a sweet confusion, and her cheeks always glowing still more deeply. "Indeed, I did not mean, I meant only, I will stay here. I would rather stay." "It grieves me to hear that," said I with earnestness. "I thought I was studying our mutual happiness." "It grieves you? Don't say so. I would not grieve you for the world, but indeed, it is too soon. Such a girl as I am, not yet fit to live in your city." Again she hid her glowing face in my bosom. Sweet consciousness, heavenly innocence, thought I, may Ash's conjectures prove false. You have mistaken my design, for I do not intend to carry you to town with such a view as you have hinted, but merely to place you with a beloved friend, with Asha Fielding, of whom already you know so much, where we shall enjoy each other's company without restraint or intermission. I then proceeded to disclose to her the plan suggested by my friend, and to explain all the consequences that would flow from it. I need not say that she assented to the scheme. She was all rapture and gratitude. Preparations for departure were easily and speedily made. I hired a chaise of a neighbouring farmer, and according to my promise, by noon the same day, delivered the timid and bashful girl into the arms of her new sister. She was received with the utmost tenderness, not only by Mrs. Fielding, but by all my friends. Her affectionate heart was encouraged to pour forth all its feeling as into the bosom of a mother. She was re-inspired with confidence. Her want of experience was supplied by the gentlest admonitions and instructions. In every plan for her improvement suggested by her new mamma, for she never called her by any other name, she engaged with docility and eagerness, and her behaviour and her progress exceeded the most sanguine hopes that I had formed as to the softness of her temper and the acuteness of her genius. Those graces which a polished education and intercourse with the better classes of society are adapted to give, my girl possessed in some degree, by a native and intuitive refinement and sagacity of mind. All that was to be obtained from actual observation and instruction was obtained without difficulty, and in a short time nothing but the affectionate simplicity and unperverted feelings of the country girl bespoke the original condition. "What art so busy about, Arthur? Always at thy pen of late. Come, I must know the fruit of all this toil and all this meditation. I am determined to scrape acquaintance with Haller and Linnaeus. I will begin this very day. All one's friends, you know, should be ours. Love has made many a patient, and let me see if it cannot, in my case, make a physician. But first, what is all this writing about?" "Mrs. Wentworth has put me upon a strange task. Not disagreeable, however, but such as I should, perhaps, have declined, had not the absence of my Bess and her mamma made the time hang somewhat heavy. I have oftener than once, and far more circumstantially than now, told her my adventures, but she is not satisfied. She wants a written narrative, for some purpose which she tells me she will disclose to me hereafter. Luckily, my friend Stevens has saved me more than half the trouble. He has done me the favour to compile much of my history with his own hand. I cannot imagine what could prompt him to so wearisome an undertaking, but he says that adventures and a destiny so singular as mine ought not to be abandoned to forgetfulness, like any vulgar and everyday existence. Besides, when he wrote it, he suspected that it might be necessary to the safety of my reputation and my life, from the consequences of my connection with Welbeck. Time has annihilated that danger. All enmities and suspicions are buried with that ill-fated wretch. Wortley has been won by my behaviour, and confides in my integrity now as much as he formerly suspected it. I am glad, however, that the task was performed. It has saved me a world of writing. I had only to take up the broken thread and bring it down to the period of my present happiness, and this was done just as you tripped along the entry this morning. To bed, my friend, it is late, and this delicate frame is not half so able to encounter fatigue as a youth spent in a hayfield in the dairy might have been expected to be. I will, but let me take these sheets along with me. I will read them, that I am determined, before I sleep, and watch if you have told the whole truth. Do so if you please, but remember one thing. Mrs. Wentworth requested me to write not as if it were designed for her perusal, but for those who have no previous knowledge of her or me. 'Twas an odd request. I cannot imagine what she means by it, but she never acts without good reason, and I have done so. And now withdraw, my dear, and farewell. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 46. Move on, my quill, wait not for my guidance. Reanimated with thy master's spirit, all airy light, a heyday rapture, a mounting impulse sways him, lifts him from the earth. I must, cost what it will, rein in this upward pulling, forward going, what shall I call it? But there are times, and now is one of them, when words are poor. It will not do. Down this hill, up that steep, through this thicket, over that hedge, I have laboured to fatigue myself, to reconcile me to repose, to lolling on a sofa, to poring over a book, to anything that might win for my heart a respite from these throbs, to deceive me into a few tolerable moments of forgetfulness. Let me see. They tell me this is Monday night. Only 3 days yet to come. If thus restless to-day, if my heart thus bounds till its mansion scarcely can hold it, what must be my state to-morrow? What next day? What as the hour hastens on, as the sun descends, as my hand touches hers in sign of wedded unity, of love without interval, of concord without end? I must quell these tumults. They will disable me else. They will wear out all my strength. They will drain away life itself. But who could have thought so soon? Not 3 months since I first set eyes upon her. Not 3 weeks since our plighted love, and only 3 days to terminate suspense and give me all. I must compel myself to quiet, to sleep. I must find some refuge from anticipations so excruciating. All extremes are agonies. A joy like this is too big for this narrow tenement. I must thrust it forth, I must bar and bolt it out for a time, or these frail walls will burst asunder. The pen is a pacifier. It checks the mind's career, it circumscribes her wanderings. It traces out and compels us to adhere to one path. It ever was my friend. Often it has blunted my vexations, hushed my stormy passions, turned my peevishness to soothing, my fierce revenge to heart-dissolving pity. Perhaps it will befriend me now. It may temper my impetuous wishes, lull my intoxication, and render my happiness supportable, and, indeed, it has produced partly this effect already. My blood, within the few minutes thus employed, flows with less destructive rapidity. My thoughts range themselves in less disorder. And now, that the conquest is effected, what shall I say? I must continue at the pen, or shall immediately relapse. What shall I say? Let me look back upon the steps that led me hither. Let me recount the preliminaries. I cannot do better. And first as to Asha Fielding, to describe this woman. To recount in brief so much of her history as has come to my knowledge will best account for that zeal, almost to idolatry, with which she has, ever since I thoroughly knew her, been regarded by me. Never saw I one to whom the term lovely more truly belonged. And yet in stature she is too low, in complexion dark and almost sallow, and her eyes, though black and of piercing lustre, have a cast which I cannot well explain. It lessens without destroying their lustre and their force to charm, but all personal defects are outweighed by her heart and her intellect. There is the secret of her power to entrance the soul of the listener and beholder. It is not only when she sings that her utterance is musical. It is not only when the occasion is urgent and the topic momentous that her eloquence is rich and flowing. They are always so. I had vowed to love her and to serve her, and been her frequent visitant, long before I was acquainted with her past life. I had casually picked up some intelligence from others, or from her own remarks. I knew very soon that she was English by birth, and had been only a year and a half in America, that she had scarcely passed her 25th year, and was still embellished with all the graces of youth, that she had been a wife, but was uninformed whether the knot had been untied by death or divorce, that she possessed considerable and even splendid fortune, but the exact amount and all besides these particulars were unknown to me till some time after our acquaintance was begun. One evening she had been talking very earnestly on the influence annexed in Great Britain to birth, and had given me some examples of this influence. Meanwhile my eyes were fixed steadfastly on hers. The peculiarity in their expression never before affected me so strongly. A vague resemblance to something seen elsewhere on the same day occurred, and occasioned me to exclaim suddenly in a pause of her discourse, "As I live, my good mamma, those eyes of yours have told me a secret. I almost think they spoke to me, and I am not less amazed at the strangeness than at the distinctness of their story." "And, prithee, what have they said?" Perhaps I was mistaken. I might have been deceived by a fancied voice, or have confounded one word with another near akin to it. But let me die if I did not think that they said that you were a Jew. At this sound her features were instantly veiled with the deepest sorrow and confusion. She put her hand to her eyes, the tears started, and she sobbed. My surprise at this effect of my words was equal to my contrition. I besought her to pardon me for having thus unknowingly alarmed and grieved her. After she had regained some composure, she said, "You have not offended Arthur. Your surmise was just and natural, and could not always have escaped you. Connected with that word are many sources of anguish, which time has not and never will dry up, and the less I think of past events, the less will my peace be disturbed. I was desirous that you should know nothing of me but what you see, nothing but the present and the future, merely that no allusions might occur in our conversation which will call up sorrows and regrets that will avail nothing. I now perceive the folly of endeavouring to keep you in ignorance, and shall therefore, once for all, inform you of what has befallen me, that your inquiries and suggestions may be made and fully satisfied at once, and your curiosity have no motive for calling back my thoughts to what I ardently desire to bury in oblivion. My father was indeed a Jew, and one of the most opulent of his nation in London, a Portuguese by birth, but came to London when a boy. He had few of the moral or external qualities of Jews, for I suppose there is some justice in the obloquy that follows them so closely. He was frugal without meanness, and cautious in his dealings without extortion. I need not fear to say this, for it was the general voice. Me, an only child, and of course the darling of my parents, they trained up in the most liberal manner. My education was purely English. I learned the same things and of the same masters with my neighbours. Except frequenting their church and repeating their creed, and partaking of the same food, I saw no difference between them and me. Hence I grew more indifferent, perhaps, than was proper, to the distinctions of religion. They were never enforced upon me. No pains were taken to fill me with scruples and antipathies. They never stood, as I may say, upon the threshold. They were often thought upon, but were vague and easily eluded or forgotten. Hence it was that my heart too readily admitted impressions that more zeal and more parental caution would have saved me from. They could scarcely be avoided, as my society was wholly English, and my youth, my education, and my father's wealth made me an object of much attention. And the same causes that lulled to sleep my own watchfulness had the same effect upon that of others. To regret or to praise this remissness is now too late. Certain it is that my destiny, and not a happy destiny, was fixed by it. The fruit of this remissness was a passion for one who fully returned it. Almost as young as I, who was only 16, he knew as little as myself what obstacles the difference of our births was likely to raise between us. His father, Sir Ralph Fielding, a man nobly born, high in office, splendidly allied, could not be expected to consent to the marriage of his eldest son in such green youth to the daughter of an alien, a Portuguese, a Jew. But these impediments were not seen by my ignorance, and were overlooked by the youth's passion. But, strange to tell, what common prudence would have so confidently predicted did not happen. Sir Ralph had a numerous family, likely to be still more so, had but slender patrimony. The income of his offices nearly made up his all. The young man was headstrong, impetuous, and would probably disregard the inclinations of his family. Yet the father would not consent but on one condition, that of my admission to the English Church. No very strenuous opposition to these terms could be expected from me. At so thoughtless an age, with an education so unfavourable to religious impressions, swayed likewise by the strongest of human passions, made somewhat impatient by the company I kept, of the disrepute and scorn to which the Jewish nation are everywhere condemned, I could not be expected to be very averse to the scheme. My fears as to what my father's decision would be were soon at an end. He loved his child too well to thwart her wishes in so essential a point. Finding in me no scruples, no unwillingness, he thought it absurd to be scrupulous for me. My own heart having abjured my religion, it was absurd to make any difficulty about a formal renunciation. These were his avowed reasons for concurrence.
But time showed that he had probably other reasons, founded indeed in his regard for my happiness, but such as, if they had been known, would probably have strengthened into invincible the reluctance of my lover's family. No marriage was ever attended with happier presages. The numerous relations of my husband admitted me with the utmost cordiality among them. My father's tenderness was unabated by this change, and those humiliations to which I had been before exposed were now no more, and every tie was strengthened at the end of a year by the feelings of a mother. I had need, indeed, to know a season of happiness, that I might be fitted to endure the sad reverses that succeeded. One after the other my disasters came, each one more heavy than the last, and in such swift succession that they hardly left me time to breathe. I had scarcely left my chamber, I had scarcely recovered my usual health, and was able to press with true fervour the new and precious gift to my bosom, when melancholy tidings came. I was in the country at the seat of my father-in-law when the messenger arrived. A shocking tale it was, and told abruptly, with every unpitying aggravation. I hinted to you once my father's death. The kind of death, oh, my friend, it was horrible. He was then a placid, venerable old man, though many symptoms of disquiet had long before been discovered by my mother's watchful tenderness. Yet none could suspect him capable of such a deed, for no one, so carefully had he conducted his affairs, suspected the havoc that mischance had made of his property. I, that had so much reason to love my father, I will leave you to imagine how I was affected by a catastrophe so dreadful, so unlooked for. Much less could I suspect the cause of his despair, yet he had foreseen his ruin before my marriage, had resolved to defer it, for his daughter's and his wife's sake, as long as possible, but still had determined not to survive the day that should reduce him to indigence. The desperate act was thus preconcerted, thus deliberate. The true state of his affairs was laid open by his death. The failure of great mercantile houses at Frankfurt and Liège was the cause of his disasters. Thus were my prospects shut in. That wealth which, no doubt, furnished the chief inducement with my husband's family to concur in his choice, was now suddenly exchanged for poverty. Bred up as I had been in pomp and luxury, conscious that my wealth was my chief security from the contempt of the proud and bigoted, and my chief title to the station to which I had been raised, and which I the more delighted in, because it enabled me to confer so great obligations on my husband, what reverse could be harder than this, and how much bitterness was added by it to the grief occasioned by the violent death of my father? Yet loss of fortune, though it mortified my pride, did not prove my worst calamity. Perhaps it was scarcely to be ranked with evils, since it furnished a touchstone by which my husband's affections were to be tried, especially as the issue of the trial was auspicious, for my misfortune seemed only to heighten the interest which my character had made for me in the hearts of all that knew me. The paternal regards of Sir Ralph had always been tender, but that tenderness seemed now to be redoubled. New events made this consolation still more necessary. My unhappy mother. She was nearer to the dreadful scene when it happened, and no surviving object to beguile her sorrow was rendered by long habit more dependent upon fortune than her child. A melancholy, always mute, was the first effect upon my mother. Nothing could charm her eye or her ear. Sweet sounds that she once loved, especially when her darling child was the warbler, were heard no longer. How, with streaming eyes, I have sat and watched the dear lady, and endeavoured to catch her eye, to rouse her attention. But I must not think of these things. But even this distress was little in comparison with what was to come. A frenzy thus mute, motionless, and vacant was succeeded by fits, talkative, outrageous, requiring incessant superintendence, restraint, and even violence. Why led you me thus back to my sad remembrances? Excuse me for the present. I will tell you the rest some other time, tomorrow. Tomorrow, accordingly, my friend resumed her story. Let me now make an end, said she, of my mournful narrative, and never, I charge you, do anything to revive it again. Deep as was my despondency, occasioned by these calamities, I was not destitute of some joy. My husband and my child were lovely and affectionate. In their caresses, in their welfare, I found peace, and might still have found it had there not been. But why should I open afresh wounds which time has imperfectly closed? But the story must some time be told to you, and the sooner it is told and dismissed to forgetfulness, the better. My ill fate led me into company with a woman too well known in the idle and dissipated circles. Her character was not unknown to me. There was nothing in her features or air to obviate disadvantageous prepossessions. I sought not her intercourse, I rather shunned it as unpleasing and discreditable. But she would not be repulsed. Self-invited, she made herself my frequent guest, took unsolicited part in my concerns, did me many kind offices, and at length, in spite of my counter-inclination, won upon my sympathy and gratitude. No one in the world, did I fondly think, had I less reason to fear than Mrs. Waring. Her character excited not the slightest apprehension for my own safety. She was upwards of 40, nowise remarkable for grace or beauty, tawdry in her dress, accustomed to render more conspicuous the traces of age by her attempts to hide them, the mother of a numerous family, with a mind but slenderly cultivated, always careful to save appearances, studiously preserving distance with my husband, and he, like myself, enduring rather than wishing her society. What could I fear from the arts of such a one? But, alas, the woman had consummate address, patience, too, that nothing could tire, watchfulness that none could detect, insinuation the wiliest and most subtle. Thus wound she herself into my affections by an unexampled perseverance in seeming kindness, by tender confidence, by artful glosses of past misconduct, by self-rebukes and feigned contritions. Never were stratagems so intricate, dissimulation so profound. But still, that such a one should seduce my husband, young, generous, ambitious, impatient of contumely and reproach, and surely not indifferent, before this fatal intercourse, not indifferent to his wife and child, yet so it was. I saw his discontents, his struggles. I heard him curse this woman, and the more deeply for my attempts, unconscious as I was of her machinations, to reconcile them to each other, to do away with what seemed a causeless indignation or antipathy against her. How little I suspected the nature of the conflict in his heart, between a new passion and the claims of pride, of conscience and humanity, the claims of a child and a wife already in affliction, and placing all that remained of happiness in the firmness of his virtue, in the continuance of his love, a wife at the very hour of his meditated flight, full of terrors at the near approach of an event whose agonies demand a double share of a husband's supporting, encouraging love. Good heaven! For what evils are some of thy creatures reserved? Resignation to thy decree in the last and most cruel distress was indeed a hard task. He was gone. Some unavoidable engagement calling him to Hamburg was pleaded. Yet to leave me at such an hour! I dared not upbraid nor object. The tale was so specious. The fortunes of a friend depended on his punctual journey. The falsehood of his story too soon made itself known. He was gone in company with his detested paramour. Yet, though my vigilance was easily deceived, it was not so with others. A creditor, who had his bond for £3,000, pursued and arrested him at Harwich. He was thrown into prison, but his companion, let me at least say that in her praise, would not desert him. She took lodging near the place of his confinement, and saw him daily. That, had she not done it, and had my personal condition allowed, should have been my province. Indignation and grief hastened the painful crisis with me. I did not weep that the second fruit of this unhappy union saw not the light. I wept only that this hour of agony was not, to its unfortunate mother, the last. I felt not anger, I had nothing but compassion for Fielding. Gladly would I have recalled him to my arms and to virtue. I wrote, adjuring him, by all our past joys, to return, vowing only gratitude for his new affection, and claiming only the recompense of seeing him restored to his family, to liberty, to reputation. But, alas! Fielding had a good but a proud heart. He looked upon his error with remorse, with self-detestation, and with the fatal belief that it could not be retrieved. Shame made him withstand all my reasonings and persuasions, and, in the hurry of his feelings, he made solemn vows that he would, in the moment of restored liberty, abjure his country and his family forever. He bore indignantly the yoke of his new attachment, but he strove in vain to shake it off. Her behaviour, always yielding, doting, supplicative, preserved him in her fetters. Though upbraided, spurned, and banished from his presence, she would not leave him, but by new efforts and new artifices soothed, appeased, and won again and kept his tenderness. What my entreaties were unable to effect, his father could not hope to accomplish. He offered to take him from prison. The creditor offered to cancel the bond if he would return to me, but this condition he refused. All his kindred, and one who had been his bosom friend from childhood, joined in beseeching his compliance with these conditions. But his pride, his dread of my merited reproaches, the merits and dissuasions of his new companion, whose sacrifices for his sake had not been small, were obstacles which nothing could subdue. Far indeed was I from imposing these conditions. I waited only till, by certain arrangements, I could gather enough to pay his debts, to enable him to execute his vow. Empty would have been my claims to his affection if I could have suffered, with means of his deliverance in my hands, my husband to remain a moment in prison. The remains of my father's vast fortune was a jointure of £1,000 a year, settled on my mother, and, after her death, on me. My mother's helpless condition put this revenue into my disposal. By this means I was enabled, without the knowledge of my father-in-law or my husband, to purchase the debt, and dismiss him from prison. He set out instantly, in company with his paramour, to France. When somewhat recovered from the shock of this calamity, I took up my abode with my mother. What she had was enough, as you perhaps will think, for plentiful subsistence, but to us, with habits of a different kind, it was little better than poverty. That reflection, my father's memory, my mother's deplorable state, which every year grew worse, and the late misfortune were the chief companions of my thoughts. The dear child, whose smiles were uninterrupted by his mother's afflictions, was some consolation in my solitude. To his instruction and to my mother's wants all my hours were devoted. I was sometimes not without the hope of better days. Full as my mind was of Fielding's merits, convinced by former proofs of his ardent and generous spirit, I trusted that time and reflection would destroy that spell by which he was now bound. For some time the progress of these reflections was not known. In leaving England, Fielding dropped all correspondence and connection with his native country. He parted with the woman at Rouen, leaving no trace behind him by which she might follow him as she wished to do. She never returned to England, but died a 12-month afterwards in Switzerland. As to me, I had only to muse day and night upon the possible destiny of this beloved fugitive. His incensed father cared not for him. He had cast him out of his paternal affections, ceased to make inquiries respecting him, and even wished never to hear of him again. My boy succeeded to my husband's place in his grandfather's affections and in the hopes and views of the family, and his mother wanted nothing which their compassionate and respectful love could bestow. 3 long and tedious years passed away, and no tidings were received. Whether he were living or dead, nobody could tell. At length an English traveller, going out of the customary road from Italy, met with Fielding in a town in the Venaissin. His manners, habits, and language had become French. He seemed unwilling to be recognized by an old acquaintance, but, not being able to avoid this, and becoming gradually familiar, he informed the traveller of many particulars in his present situation. It appeared that he had made himself useful to a neighbouring seigneur, in whose chateau he had long lived on the footing of a brother. France he had resolved to make his future country, and among other changes for that end, he had laid aside his English name, and taken that of his patron, which was Perrin. He had endeavoured to compensate himself for all other privations by devoting himself to rural amusements and to study. He carefully shunned all inquiries respecting me, but when my name was mentioned by his friend, who knew well all that had happened, and my general welfare, together with that of his son, asserted, he showed deep sensibility, and even consented that I should be made acquainted with his situation. I cannot describe the effect of this intelligence on me. My hopes of bringing him back to me were suddenly revived. I wrote him a letter in which I poured forth my whole heart, but his answer contained avowals of all his former resolutions, to which time had only made his adherence more easy. A second and third letter were written, and an offer made to follow him to his retreat and share his exile, but all my efforts availed nothing. He solemnly and repeatedly renounced all the claims of a husband over me, and absolved me from every obligation as a wife. His part in this correspondence was performed without harshness or contempt. A strange mixture there was of pathos and indifference, of tenderness and resolution. Hence I continually derived hope, which time, however, brought no nearer to certainty. At the opening of the Revolution, the name of Perrin appeared among the deputies to the Constituent Assembly for the district in which he resided. He had thus succeeded in gaining all the rights of a French citizen, and the hopes of his return became almost extinct. But that, and every other hope respecting him, has since been totally extinguished by his marriage with Marguerite d'Almont, a young lady of great merit and fortune, and a native of Avignon. A long period of suspense was now at an end, and left me in a state almost as full of anguish as that which our first separation produced. My sorrows were increased by my mother's death, and, this incident freeing me from those restraints upon my motions which before existed, I determined to come to America. My son was now 8 years old, and, his grandfather claiming the province of his instruction, I was persuaded to part with him, that he might be sent to a distant school. Thus was another tie removed, and, in spite of the well-meant importunities of my friends, I persisted in my scheme of crossing the ocean. I could not help, at this part of her narration, expressing my surprise that any motives were strong enough to recommend this scheme. It was certainly a freak of despair. A few months would perhaps have allayed the fresh grief and reconciled me to my situation, but I would not pause or deliberate. My scheme was opposed by my friends with great earnestness. During my voyage, affrighted by the dangers which surrounded me, and to which I was wholly unused, I heartily repented of my resolution. But now, methinks, I have reason to rejoice at my perseverance. I have come into a scene and society so new, I have had so many claims made upon my ingenuity and fortitude, that my mind has been diverted in some degree from former sorrows. There are even times when I wholly forget them, and catch myself indulging in cheerful reveries. I have often reflected with surprise on the nature of my own mind. It is 8 years since my father's violent death. How few of my hours since that period have been blessed with serenity! How many nights and days, in hateful and lingering succession, have been bathed in tears and tormented with regrets! That I am still alive with so many causes of death, and with such a slow-consuming malady, is surely to be wondered at. I believe the worst foes of man, at least of men in grief, are solitude and idleness. The same eternally occurring round of objects feeds his disease, and the effects of mere vacancy and uniformity are sometimes mistaken for those of grief. Yes, I am glad I came to America. My relations are importunate for my return, and till lately I had some thoughts of it, but I think now I shall stay where I am for the rest of my days. Since I arrived, I am become more of a student than I used to be. I always loved literature, but never till of late had I a mind enough at ease to read with advantage. I now find pleasure in the occupation which I never expected to find. You see in what manner I live. The letters which I brought secured me a flattering reception from the best people in your country, but scenes of gay resort had nothing to attract me, and I quickly withdrew to that seclusion in which you now find me. Here, always at leisure, and mistress of every laudable means of gratification, I am not without the belief of serene days yet to come. I now ventured to inquire what were her latest tidings of her husband. At the opening of the Revolution, I told you, he became a champion of the people. By his zeal and his efforts, he acquired such importance as to be deputed to the National Assembly. In this post he was the adherent of violent measures till the subversion of monarchy, and then, when too late for his safety, he checked his career. And what has since become of him? She sighed deeply. You were yesterday reading a list of the proscribed under Robespierre. I checked you. I had good reason. But this subject grows too painful. Let us change it. Some time after, I ventured to renew this topic, and discovered that Fielding, under his new name of Perrin d'Almont, was among the outlawed deputies of last year, and had been slain in resisting the officers sent to arrest him. My friend had been informed that his wife, Marguerite d'Almont, whom she had reason to believe a woman of great merit, had eluded persecution and taken refuge in some part of America. She had made various attempts, but in vain, to find out her retreat. Ah, said I, you must commission me to find her. I will hunt her through the continent from Penobscot to Savannah. I will not leave a nook unsearched. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 47. None will be surprised that, to a woman thus unfortunate and thus deserving, my heart willingly rendered up all its sympathies; that, as I partook of all her grief, I hailed, with equal delight, those omens of felicity which now at length seemed to play in her fancy. I saw her often as my engagements would permit, and oftener than I allowed myself to visit any other. In this way I was partly selfish. So much entertainment, so much of the best instruction did her conversation afford me, that I never had enough of it. Her experience had been so much larger than mine, and so wholly different, and she possessed such unbounded facility of recounting all she had seen and felt, and absolute sincerity and unreserve in this respect were so fully established between us, that I can imagine nothing equally instructive and delightful with her conversation. Books are cold, jejune, vexatious in their sparingness of information at one time, and their impertinent loquacity at another. Besides, all they choose to give, they give at once. They allow no questions, offer no further explanations, and bend not to the caprices of our curiosity. They talk to us behind a screen. Their tone is lifeless and monotonous. They charm not our attention by mute significances of gestures and looks. They spread no light upon their meaning by cadences and emphasis and pause. How different was Mrs. Fielding's discourse! So versatile, so bending to the changes of the occasion, so obsequious to my curiosity, and so abundant in that very knowledge in which I was most deficient, and on which I set the most value, the knowledge of the human heart, of society as it existed in another world, more abundant in the varieties of customs and characters than I had ever had the power to witness. Partly selfish, I have said my motives were, but not so as long as I saw that my friend derived pleasure, in her turn, from my company. Not that I could add directly to her knowledge or pleasure, but that expansion of heart, that ease of utterance and flow of ideas which were always occasioned by my approach, were sources of true pleasure of which she had been long deprived, and for which her privation had given her a higher relish than ever. She lived in great affluence and independence, but made use of her privileges of fortune, chiefly to secure to herself the command of her own time. She had been long ago tired and disgusted with the dull and fulsome uniformity and parade of the playhouse and ballroom. Formal visits were endured as mortifications and penances, by which the delights of privacy and friendly intercourse were by contrast increased. Music she loved, but never sought it in places of public resort, or from the skill of mercenary performers, and books were not the least of her pleasures. As to me, I was wax in her hand. Without design and without effort, I was always of that form she wished me to assume. My own happiness became a secondary passion, and her gratification the great end of my being. When with her, I thought not of myself. I had scarcely a separate or independent existence, since my senses were occupied by her, and my mind was full of those ideas which her discourse communicated. To meditate on her looks and words, and to pursue the means suggested by my thoughts, or by her conducive in any way to her good, was all my business. "What a fate," said I, at the conclusion of one of our interviews, "has been yours! But, thank heaven, the storm has disappeared before the age of sensibility has gone past, and without drying up every source of happiness. You are still young, all your powers unimpaired, rich in the compassion and esteem of the world, wholly independent of the claims and caprices of others, amply supplied with that means of usefulness called money,
wise in that experience which only adversity can give. Past evils and sufferings, if incurred and endured without guilt, if called to view without remorse, make up the materials of present joy. They cheer our most dreary hours with the widespread accents of "well done," and they heighten our pleasures into somewhat of celestial brilliancy by furnishing a ruefully deep contrast. From this moment I will cease to weep for you. I will call you the happiest of women. I will share with you your happiness by witnessing it, but that shall not content me. I must some way contribute to it. Tell me how I shall serve you. What can I do to make you happier? Poor am I in everything but zeal, but still I may do something. What, pray tell me, can I do? She looked at me with sweet and solemn significance. What it was exactly I could not divine, yet I was strangely affected by it. It was but a glance instantly withdrawn. She made me no answer. You must not be silent. You must tell me what I can do for you. Hitherto I have done nothing. All the service is on your side. Your conversation has been my study, a delightful study, but the profit has only been mine. Tell me how I can be grateful. My voice and manner, I believe, seldom belie my feelings. At this time I had almost done what a second thought made me suspect to be unauthorized. Yet I cannot tell why. My heart had nothing in it but reverence and admiration. Was she not the substitute of my lost mamma? Would I not have clasped that beloved shade? Yet the two beings were not just the same, or I should not, as now, have checked myself and only pressed her hand to my lips. Tell me, repeated I, what can I do to serve you? I read to you a little now, and you are pleased with my reading. I copy for you when you want the time. I guide the reins for you when you choose to ride. Humble offices indeed, though perhaps all that a raw youth like me can do for you. But I can be still more assiduous. I can read several hours in the day instead of one. I can write 10 times as much as now. Are you not my lost mamma come back again? And yet not exactly her, I think. Something different, something better, I believe, if that be possible. At any rate, methinks I would be wholly yours. I shall be impatient and uneasy till every act, every thought, every minute some way does you good. How, said I. Her eye, still averted, seemed to hold back the tear with difficulty, and she made a motion as if to rise. Have I grieved you? Have I been importunate? Forgive me if I have offended you. Her eyes now overflowed without restraint. She articulated with difficulty. Tears are too prompt with me of late, but they did not upbraid you. Pain has often caused them to flow, but now it is pleasure. What a heart must be yours, I resumed. When susceptible of such pleasures, what pangs must formerly have rent it! But you are not displeased, you say, with my importunate zeal. You will accept me as your own in everything. Direct me. Prescribe to me. There must be something in which I can be still of more use to you, some way in which I can be wholly yours. Wholly mine, she repeated in a smothered voice and rising. Leave me, Arthur. It is too late for you to be here. It was wrong to stay so late. I have been wrong, but how too late? I entered but this moment. It is twilight still, is it not? No, it is almost 12. You have been here a long 4 hours. Short ones, I would rather say, but indeed you must go. What made me so thoughtless of the time? But I will go, yet not till you forgive me. I approached her with a confidence and for a purpose at which, upon reflection, I am not a little surprised, but the being called Mervyn is not the same in her company and in that of another. What is the difference, and whence comes it? Her words and looks engross me. My mind wants room for any other object. But why inquire whence the difference? The superiority of her merits and attractions to all those whom I knew would surely account for my fervour. Indifference, if I felt it, would be the only just occasion of wonder. The hour was, indeed, too late, and I hastened home. Stevens was waiting my return with some anxiety. I apologized for my delay, and recounted to him what had just passed. He listened with more than usual interest. When I had finished, "Mervyn," said he, "you seem not to be aware of your present situation. From what you now tell me, and from what you have formerly told me, one thing seems very plain to me. Prithee, what is it? Eliza Hadwin, do you could you bear to see her the wife of another? 5 years hence I will answer you. Then my answer may be, no, I wish her only to be mine. Till then I wish her only to be my pupil, my ward, my sister. But these are remote considerations. They are bars to marriage, but not to love. Would it not molest and disquiet you to observe in her a passion for another? It would, but only on her account, not on mine. At a suitable age it is very likely I may love her, because it is likely, if she holds on in her present career, that she will then be worthy. But at present, though I would die to ensure her happiness, I have no wish to ensure it by marriage with her. Is there no other whom you love? No, there is one worthier than all others, one whom I wish the woman who shall be my wife to resemble in all things. And who is this model? You know I can only mean Asha Fielding. If you love her likeness, why not love herself? I felt my heart leap. What a thought is that! Love her I do, as I love my God, as I love virtue. To love her in another sense would brand me for a lunatic. To love her as a woman, then, appears to you an act of folly. In me it would be worse than folly, 'twould be frenzy. And why? Why, really, my friend, you astonish me. Nay, you startle me, for a question like that implies a doubt in you whether I have not actually harbored the thought. No, said he, smiling. Presumptuous though you be, you have not, to be sure, reached so high a pitch. But still, though I think you innocent of so heinous an offence, there is no harm in asking why you might not love her, and even seek her for a wife. Asha Fielding, my wife, good heaven! The very sound threw my soul into unconquerable tumults. Take care, my friend, continued I, in beseeching accents. You may do me more injury than you conceive by even starting such a thought. True, said he. As long as such obstacles exist to your success, so many incurable objections, for instance, she is 6 years older than you. That is an advantage. Her age is what it ought to be. But she has been a wife and a mother already. That is likewise an advantage. She has wisdom because she has experience. Her sensibilities are stronger because they have been exercised and chastened. Her first marriage was unfortunate. The purer is the felicity she will taste in a second. If her second choice be propitious, the greater her tenderness and gratitude. But she is a foreigner, independent of control and rich. All which are blessings to herself and to him for whom her hand is reserved, especially if, like me, he is indigent. But then she is unsightly as a night hag, tawny as a Moor, the eye of a gypsy, low in stature, contemptibly diminutive, scarcely bulk enough to cast a shadow as she walks, less luxuriance than a charred log, fewer elasticities than a sheet pebble. Hush! Hush, blasphemer! And I put my hand before his mouth. Have I not told you that in mind, person, and condition she is the type after which my enamoured fancy has modelled my wife? Oh-ho! Then the objection does not lie with you. It lies with her, it seems. She can find nothing in you to esteem. And pray, for what faults do you think she would reject you? I cannot tell. That she can ever balance for a moment on such a question is incredible. Me, that Asha Fielding should think of me. Incredible indeed. You who are loathsome in your person, an idiot in your understanding, a villain in your morals, deformed, withered, vain, stupid, and malignant, that such a one should choose you for an idol. Pray, my friend, said I, anxiously, jest not. What mean you by a hint of this kind? I will not jest then, but will soberly inquire, what faults are they which make this lady's choice of you so incredible? You are younger than she, though no one who merely observed your manners and heard you talk would take you to be under 30. You are poor. Are these impediments? I should think not. I have heard her reason with admirable eloquence against the vain distinctions of property and nation and rank. They were once of moment in her eyes, but the sufferings, humiliations, and reflections of years have cured her of that folly. Her nation has suffered too much by the inhuman antipathies of religious and political faction. She herself has felt so often the contumelies of the rich, the high-born, and the bigoted, that— Prithee, then, what dost imagine her objections to be? Why, I don't know. The thought was so aspiring to call her my wife, was a height of bliss, the very far-off view of which made my head dizzy. A height, however, to attain which you suppose only her consent, her love, to be necessary? Without doubt, her love is indispensable. Sit down, Arthur, and let us no longer treat this matter lightly. I clearly see the importance of this moment to this lady's happiness and yours. It is plain that you love this woman. How could you help it? A brilliant skin is not hers, nor elegant proportions, nor majestic stature. Yet no creature had ever more power to bewitch. Her manners have grace and dignity that flow from exquisite feelings, delicate taste, and the quickest and keenest penetration. She has the wisdom of men and of books. Her sympathies are enforced by reason, and her charities regulated by knowledge. She has a woman's age, fortune more than you wish, and a spotless fame. How could you fail to love her? You, who are her chosen friend, who partake her pleasures and share her employments, on whom she almost exclusively bestows her society and confidence, and to whom she thus affords the strongest of all indirect proofs of impassioned esteem, how could you, with all that firmness of love, joined with all that discernment of her excellence, how could you escape the enchantment? You have not thought of marriage. You have not suspected your love. From the purity of your mind, from the idolatry with which this woman has inspired you, you have imagined no delight beyond that of enjoying her society as you do now, and have never fostered a hope beyond this privilege. How quickly would this tranquillity vanish and the true state of your heart be evinced if a rival should enter the scene and be entertained with preference! Then would the seal be removed and the spell be broken, and you would awaken to terror and to anguish. Of this, however, there is no danger. Your passion is not felt by you alone. From her treatment of you, your diffidence disables you from seeing, but nothing can be clearer to me than that she loves you. I started on my feet. A flush of scorching heat flowed to every part of my frame. My temples began to throb like my heart. I was half delirious, and my delirium was strangely compounded of fear and hope, of delight and terror. What have you done, my friend? You have overturned my peace of mind. Till now the image of this woman has been followed by complacency and sober rapture, but your words have dashed the scene with dismay and confusion. You have raised up wishes and dreams and doubts which possess me in spite of my reason, in spite of 1,000 proofs. Good God, you say she loves me. Me, a boy in age, bred in clownish ignorance, scarcely ushered into the world, more than childishly unlearned and raw, a barn-door simpleton, a plough-tail, kitchen-hearth, turnip-hoeing novice. She, thus splendidly endowed, thus allied to nobles, thus gifted with arts and adorned with graces, that she should choose me for the partner of her fortune, her affections, and her life? It cannot be. Yet if it were, if your guesses should prove, madman, to indulge in so fatal a chimera, so rash a dream? My friend, I feel that you have done me an irreparable injury. I can never more look in her face. I can never more frequent her society. These new thoughts will beset and torment me. My disquiet will chain up my tongue. That overflowing gratitude, that innocent joy, unconscious of offence, and knowing no restraint, which have hitherto been my titles to her favour, will fly from my features and manners. I shall be anxious, vacant, and unhappy in her presence. I shall dread to look at her, or to open my lips, lest my mad and unhallowed ambition should betray itself. Well, replied Stevens, this scene is quite new. I could almost find it in my heart to pity you. I did not expect this, and yet from my knowledge of your character I ought perhaps to have foreseen it. This is a necessary part of the drama. A joyous certainty on these occasions must always be preceded by suspenses and doubts, and the close will be joyous in proportion as the preludes are excruciating. Go to bed, my good friend, and think of this. Time and a few more interviews with Mrs. Fielding will, I doubt not, set all to rights. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of Arthur Mervyn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown, Chapter 48. I went to my chamber, but what different sensations did I carry into it from those with which I had left it a few hours before! I stretched myself on the mattress and put out the light, but the swarm of new images that rushed on my mind set me again instantly in motion. All was rapid, vague, and undefined, wearying and distracting my attention. I was roused as by a divine voice that said, "Sleep no more. Mervyn shall sleep no more." What chiefly occupied me was a nameless sort of terror. What shall I compare it to? Methinks that one falling from a tree overhanging a torrent, plunged into the whirling eddy, and gasping and struggling while he sinks to rise no more, would feel just as I did then. Nay, some such image actually possessed me. Such was one of my reveries in which I suddenly stretched my hand and caught the arm of a chair. This act called me back to reason, or rather gave my soul opportunity to roam into a new track equally wild. Was it the abruptness of this vision that thus confounded me? Was it a latent error in my moral constitution, which this new conjuncture drew forth into influence? These were all the tokens of a mind lost to itself, bewildered, unhinged, plunged into a drear insanity. Nothing less could have prompted so fantastically, for, midnight as it was, my chamber's solitude was not to be supported. After a few turns across the floor, I left the room and the house. I walked without design and in a hurried pace. I posted straight to the house of Mrs. Fielding. I lifted the latch, but the door did not open. It was, no doubt, locked. "How comes this?" said I, and looked around me. The hour and occasion were unthought of. Habituated to this path, I had taken it spontaneously. "How comes this?" repeated I. "Locked upon me? But I will summon them, I warrant me," and rung the bell, not timidly or slightly, but with violence. Someone hastened from above. I saw the glimmer of a candle through the keyhole. Strange, thought I, a candle at noonday. The door was opened, and my poor Bess, robed in a careless and hasty manner, appeared. She started at the sight of me, but merely because she did not, in a moment, recognize me. "Ah, Arthur, is it you? Come in. My mamma has wanted you these 2 hours. I was just going to dispatch Philip to tell you to come." "Lead me to her," said I. She led the way into the parlour. "Wait a moment here. I will tell her you are come." And she tripped away. Presently a step was heard. The door opened again, and then entered a man. He was tall, elegant, sedate to a degree of sadness, something in his dress and aspect that bespoke the foreigner, the Frenchman. "What," said he mildly, "is your business with my wife? She cannot see you instantly, and has sent me to receive your commands." "Your wife? I want Mrs. Fielding." "True, and Mrs. Fielding is my wife. Thank heaven I have come in time to discover her and claim her as such." I started back. I shuddered. My joints slackened, and I stretched my hand to catch something by which I might be saved from sinking on the floor. Meanwhile, Fielding changed his countenance into rage and fury. He called me villain, bade me avaunt, and drew a shining steel from his bosom, with which he stabbed me to the heart. I sunk upon the floor, and all for a time was darkness and oblivion. At length I returned, as it were, to life. I opened my eyes. The mists disappeared. I found myself stretched upon the bed in my own chamber. I remembered the fatal blow I had received. I put my hand upon my breast, the spot where the dagger entered. There were no traces of a wound. All was perfect and entire. Some miracle had made me whole. I raised myself up. I re-examined my body. All around me was hushed, till a voice from the pavement below proclaimed that it was past 3 o'clock. "What," said I, "has all this miserable pageantry, this midnight wandering, and this ominous interview been no more than a dream?" It may be proper to mention, in explanation of this scene, and to show the thorough perturbation of my mind during this night, intelligence gained some days later from Eliza. She said that about 2 o'clock on this night she was roused by a violent ringing of the bell. She was so startled by so unseasonable a summons. She slept in a chamber adjoining Mrs. Fielding's, and hesitated whether she should alarm her friend, but, the summons not being repeated, she had determined to forbear. Added to this was the report of Mrs. Stevens, who, on the same night, about half an hour after I and her husband had retired, imagined that she heard the street door opened and shut, but, this being followed by no other consequence, she supposed herself mistaken. I have little doubt that, in my feverish and troubled sleep, I actually went forth, posted to the house of Mrs. Fielding, rung for admission, and shortly after returned to my own apartment. This confusion of mind was somewhat allayed by the return of light. It gave way to more uniform, but not less rueful and despondent perceptions. The image of Asha filled my fancy, but it was the harbinger of nothing but humiliation and sorrow. To outroot the conviction of my own unworthiness, to persuade myself that I was regarded with the tenderness that Stevens had ascribed to her, that the discovery of my thoughts would not excite her anger and grief, I felt to be impossible. In this state of mind I could not see her. To declare my feelings would produce indignation and anguish. To hide them from her scrutiny was not in my power, yet what would she think of my estranging myself from her society? What expedient could I honestly adopt to justify my absence, and what employments could I substitute for those precious hours hitherto devoted to her? This afternoon, thought I, she has been invited to spend at Stedman's country house on Schuylkill.
She consented to go, and I was to accompany her. I am fit only for solitude. My behaviour in her presence will be enigmatical, capricious, and morose. I must not go, yet what will she think of my failure? Not to go will be injurious and suspicious. I was undetermined. The appointed hour arrived. I stood at my chamber window, torn by a variety of purposes, and swayed alternately by repugnant arguments. I several times went to the door of my apartment, and put my foot upon the first step of the staircase, but as often paused, reconsidered, and returned to my room. In these fluctuations the hour passed. No messenger arrived from Mrs. Fielding inquiring into the cause of my delay. Was she offended at my negligence? Was she sick and disabled from going, or had she changed her mind? I now remembered her parting words at our last interview. Were they not susceptible of two constructions? She said my visit was too long, and bade me be gone. Did she suspect my presumption, and is she determined thus to punish me? This terror added anew to all my former anxieties. It was impossible to rest in this suspense. I would go to her. I would lay before her all the anguish of my heart. I would not spare myself. She shall not reproach me more severely than I will reproach myself. I will hear my sentence from her own lips, and promise unlimited submission to the doom of separation and exile, which she will pronounce. I went forth to her house. The drawing-room and summer-house were empty. I summoned Philip the footman. His mistress was gone to Mr. Stedman's. How? To Stedman's? In whose company? Miss Stedman and her brother called for her in the carriage, and persuaded her to go with them. Now my heart sunk indeed. Miss Stedman's brother, a youth, forward, gallant, and gay, flushed with prosperity, and just returned from Europe, with all the confidence of age and all the ornaments of education. She has gone with him, though pre-engaged to me. Poor Arthur, how art thou despised! This information only heightened my impatience. I went away, but returned in the evening. I waited till 11, but she came not back. I cannot justly paint the interval that passed till next morning. It was void of sleep. On leaving her house I wandered into the fields. Every moment increased my impatience. She will probably spend the morrow at Stedman's, said I, and possibly the next day. Why should I wait for her return? Why not seek her there, and rid myself at once of this agonizing suspense? Why not go thither now? This night, wherever I spend it, will be unacquainted with repose. I will go. It is already near 12, and the distance is more than 8 miles. I will hover near the house till morning, and then, as early as possible, demand an interview. I was well acquainted with Stedman's villa, having formerly been there with Mrs. Fielding. I quickly entered its precincts. I went close to the house, looked mournfully at every window. At one of them a light was to be seen, and I took various stations to discover, if possible, the persons within. Methought once I caught a glimpse of a female, whom my fancy easily imagined to be Asha. I sat down upon the lawn, some 100 feet from the house, and opposite the window whence the light proceeded. I watched it, till at length someone came to the window, lifted it, and, leaning on her arms, continued to look out. The preceding day had been a very sultry one. The night, as usual after such a day and the fall of a violent shower, was delightfully serene and pleasant. Where I stood was enlightened by the moon. Whether she saw me or not I could hardly tell, or whether she distinguished anything but a human figure. Without reflecting on what was due to decorum and punctilio, I immediately drew near the house. I quickly perceived that her attention was fixed. Neither of us spoke till I had placed myself directly under her. I then opened my lips, without knowing in what manner to address her. She spoke first, and in a startled and anxious voice, "Who is that?" "Arthur Mervyn, he that was 2 days ago your friend." "Mervyn, what is it that brings you here at this hour? What is the matter? What has happened? Is anybody sick?" "All is safe, all are in good health." "What then do you come hither for at such an hour?" "I meant not to disturb you. I meant not to be seen." "Good heavens, how you frighten me! What can be the reason of so strange—" "Be not alarmed. I meant to hover near the house till morning, that I might see you as early as possible." "For what purpose?" "I will tell you when we meet, and let that be at 5 o'clock. The sun will then be risen in the cedar grove under the bank. Till when, farewell." Having said this, I prevented all expostulation by turning the angle of the house and hastening towards the shore of the river. I roved about the grove that I have mentioned. In one part of it is a rustic seat and table, shrouded by trees and shrubs, and an intervening eminence, from the view of those in the house. This I designed to be the closing scene of my destiny. Presently I left this spot, and wandered upward through embarrassed and obscure paths, starting forward or checking my pace according as my wayward meditations governed me. Shall I describe my thoughts? Impossible. It was certainly a temporary loss of reason. Nothing less than madness could lead into such devious tracks, drag me down to so hopeless, helpless, panicful a depth, and drag me down so suddenly, lay waste as at a signal all my flourishing structures, and reduce them in a moment to a scene of confusion and horror. What did I fear? What did I hope? What did I design? I cannot tell. My glooms were to retire with the night. The point to which every tumultuous feeling was linked was the coming interview with Asha. That was the boundary of fluctuation and suspense. Here was the sealing and ratification of my doom. I rent a passage through the thicket, and struggled upward till I reached the edge of a considerable precipice. I laid me down at my length upon the rock, whose cold and hard surface I pressed with my bared and throbbing breast. I leaned over the edge, fixed my eyes upon the water, and wept, plentifully, but why? May this be my heart's last beat, if I can tell why. I had wandered so far from Stedman's that, when roused by the light, I had some miles to walk before I could reach the place of meeting. Asha was already there. I slid down the rock above, and appeared before her. Well might she be startled at my wild and abrupt appearance. I placed myself, without uttering a word, upon a seat opposite to her, the table between, and, crossing my arms upon the table, leaned my head upon them, while my face was turned towards and my eyes fixed upon hers. I seemed to have lost the power and the inclination to speak. She regarded me, at first, with anxious curiosity. After examining my looks, every emotion was swallowed up in terrified sorrow. "For God's sake, what does all this mean? Why am I called to this place? What tidings, what fearful tidings do you bring?" I did not change my posture or speak. "What," she resumed, "could inspire all this woe? Keep me not in this suspense, Arthur. These looks and this silence shock and afflict me too much." "Afflict you?" said I, at last. "I come to tell you what, now that I am here, I cannot tell." There I stopped. "Say what, I entreat you. You seem to be very unhappy. Such a change from yesterday." "Yes, from yesterday. All then was a joyous calm, and now all is— But then I knew not my infamy, my guilt." "What words are these, and from you, Arthur? Guilt is to you impossible. If purity is to be found on earth, it is lodged in your heart. What have you done?" "I have dared— How little you expect the extent of my daring, that such as I should look upwards with this ambition." I stood up and, taking her hands in mine, as she sat, looked earnestly in her face. I come only to beseech your pardon. I tell you my crime and then disappear forever, but first let me see if there be any omen of forgiveness. Your looks, they are kind, heavenly, compassionate still. I will trust them, I believe, and yet, letting go her hands and turning away, this offence is beyond the reach of even your mercy. How beyond measure these words and this deportment distress me! Let me know the worst. I cannot bear to be thus perplexed. Why, said I, turning quickly round and again taking her hands, that Mervyn, whom you have honoured and confided in, and blessed with your sweet regards, has been— What has he been? Divinely amiable, heroic in his virtue, I am sure. What else has he been? This Mervyn has imagined, has dared. Will you forgive him? Forgive you what? Why don't you speak? Keep not my soul in this suspense. He has dared, but do not think that I am he. Continue to look as now, and reserve your killing glances, the vengeance of those eyes, as for one that is absent. Why, what, you weep then at last? That is a propitious sign. When pity drops from the eyes of our judge, then should the suppliant approach. Now, in confidence of pardon, I will tell you. This Mervyn, not content with all you have hitherto granted him, has dared to love you, nay, to think of you as of his wife. Her eye sunk beneath mine, and, disengaging her hands, she covered her face with them. I see my fate, said I, in a tone of despair. Too well did I predict the effect of this confession. But I will go, and unforgiven. She now partly uncovered her face. The hand was withdrawn from her cheek and stretched towards me. She looked at me. Arthur, I do forgive thee. With what accents was this uttered? With what looks? The cheek that was before pale with terror was now crimsoned over by a different emotion, and delight swam in her eye. Could I mistake? My doubts, my new-born fears, made me tremble while I took the offered hand. Surely, faltered I cannot be so blessed. There was no need of words. The hand that I held was sufficiently eloquent. She was still silent. Surely, said I, my senses deceive me. A bliss like this cannot be reserved for me. Tell me once more, set my doubting heart at rest. She now gave herself to my arms. I have not words. Let your own heart tell you. You have made your Asha. At this moment a voice from without, it was Miss Stedman's, called. Mrs. Fielding, where are you? My friend started up, and, in a hasty voice, bade me begone. You must not be seen by this giddy girl. Come hither this evening, as if by my appointment, and I will return with you. She left me in a kind of trance. I was immovable. My reverie was too delicious. But let me not attempt the picture. If I can convey no image of my state previous to this interview, my subsequent feelings are still more beyond the reach of my powers to describe. Agreeably to the commands of my mistress, I hastened away, evading paths which might expose me to observation. I speedily made my friends partake of my joy, and passed the day in a state of solemn but confused rapture. I did not accurately portray the various parts of my felicity. The whole rushed upon my soul at once. My conceptions were too rapid and too comprehensive to be distinct. I went to Stedman's in the evening. I found in the accents and looks of my Asha new assurances that all which had lately passed was more than a dream. She made excuses for leaving the Stedmans sooner than ordinary, and was accompanied to the city by her friend. We dropped Mrs. Fielding at her own house, and thither, after accompanying Miss Stedman to her own home, I returned upon the wings of tremulous impatience. Now could I repeat every word of every conversation that has since taken place between us, but why should I do that on paper? Indeed, it could not be done. All is of equal value, and all could not be comprised but in many volumes. There needs nothing more deeply to imprint it on my memory, and while thus reviewing the past, I should be iniquitously neglecting the present. What is given to the pen would be taken from her, and that, indeed, would be, but no need of saying what it would be, since it is impossible. I merely write to allay these tumults which our necessary separation produces, to aid me in calling up a little patience till the time arrives when our persons, like our minds, shall be united forever. That time may nothing happen to prevent, but nothing can happen. But why this ominous misgiving just now? My love has infected me with these unworthy terrors, for she has them too. This morning I was relating my dream to her. She started and grew pale. A sad silence ensued the cheerfulness that had reigned before. Why thus dejected, my friend? I hate your dream. It is a horrid thought. Would to God it had never occurred to you. Why, surely, you place no confidence in dreams. I know not where to place confidence, not in my present promises of joy. And she wept. I endeavoured to soothe or console her. Why, I asked, did she weep? My heart is sore. Former disappointments were so heavy, the hopes which were blasted were so like my present ones, that the dread of a like result will intrude upon my thoughts. And now your dream! Indeed, I know not what to do. I believe I ought to still retract, ought, at least, to postpone an act so irrevocable. Now I was obliged again to go over my catalogue of arguments to induce her to confirm her propitious resolution to be mine within the week. I at last succeeded even in restoring her serenity and beguiling her fears by dwelling on our future happiness. Our household, while we stayed in America, in a year or two we hie to Europe, should be thus composed. Fidelity and skill and pure morals should be sought out and enticed by generous recompenses into our domestic service. Duties which should be light and regular. Such and such should be our amusements and employments abroad and at home, and would not this be true happiness? Oh, yes, if it may be so. It shall be so, but this is but the humble outline of the scene. Something is still to be added to complete our felicity. What more can be added? What more? Can Asha ask what more? She who has not been only a wife. But why am I indulging this pen prattle? The hour she fixed for my return to her is come, and now take thyself away, quill. Lie there, snug in thy leathern case, till I call for thee, and that will not be very soon. I believe I will abjure thy company till all is settled with my love. Yes, I will abjure thee, so let this be thy last office, till Mervyn has been made the happiest of men.
End of chapter 48. End of Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockden Brown. Read by Margaret Espaillat in Orlando, Florida.